Buenos dias, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the CDL, and it's week 2 of Major III Qualifiers. Don't forget, for these matches today, each winning team will walk away with $10,000 each. We got London and Boston facing off for the first series of the day.
Yeah, they get to it. This one is Afro constantly diving straight in as we expect him to do so. Well, that's the way you want to start off your hardpoint ton.
Campos and retake. Nasty, he's ready for it. Not ready enough. Nero will find the kill. 2 kills are going to be found inside the ticket. And now the London Roy Ravens are going to go. You got to win your gunfights, Nero again. Oh my god, that's third as well. Every single time we get on board with him, he is just absolutely frying London. There's number 7. Boston Breach take it 3-1.
We have the Minnesota Røkkr and also Toronto Ultra, the host of the next major.
There's a nice little nade landed there from Bance. Great little 2-piece as well. They explode from 2, all onto Bance. Which way is this gonna go? Standy tagged up, recals. Oh, it's Bance. Standy with a nice little angle. Oh, what a play. Oh, it's 5-3.
These are massive gunfights for both of these squads. Havok trying to do everything he can to take that player down. Does it with the pistol as well. Havok has read this. Can he find the timing? He finds the second as well.
In Minnesota, clutch up again.
Florida versus the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
The thing is, though, the holds must be good. I mean, if Vivid's finding kills like that, it's got to feel good for the Florida Mutineers. And the rotation for them over towards P4 is there as well. Dave Paddy towards the back is going to find one.
And it's heartbreak for LAG.
We got some bangers today, and we got some more bounties on the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any further ado, let's get to this one.
They do get broken for the moment. Good news is you have L control. If Hydra's nearby, it is impossible for players to get nearby. And you need Hydra. It's the easy one. Crim makes the reads. Now you have coverage all over the map to take these players down. This will be a hot 3-0.
We got another bounty week matchup between Seattle and the Los Angeles Thieves.
It's been an up and down, yeah, for him, hasn't it, really? I mean, the AR side of things, it has been working for him.
Trying to do a little bit of acrobatics, finding Octane towards the back. Does eventually get it, looking for Kenny.
Oh my god! Accuracy finds another. Octane and Coda trying their best inside him. Ticket, but Mack from behind. Oh, it's disgraceful again.
The Minnesota Røkkr are on the biggest upward trend right now in the CDL. They're going to face off against the Florida Mutineers.
It's a 2-piece, guys. Patience. Mission impossible, no problem. Cleans them up. Found you. Featured player Havok. It's a glorious kill to get things going. The opening proceedings. This is sweet moves once again. This is a great read.
But this is the largest lead either team has had this entire game. And Priestahh, the main man, why? The 6th free for him is 1 rotation, 1 break, and Røkkr win this series.
Priestahh, what a run this is!
I hope Boston pulls up a good game, but I feel like Simp is going to go crazy.
Coming off of P2 and now continues to move forward himself. Looking for the players he knows he's going to be here. There's more kills for FaZe in the kill feed. And look at this gunfight. It took about 6 hours. Unreal.
These will shut down Nero, and they could do with finding the second one onto TJ. They do so. The shots are aBeZy or crisp. He will shut down this push over towards B.
What's going on, all of you beautiful people? Welcome to the Call of Duty League. The first series of the day is going to be the Paris Legion versus the Major II champions, the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
And that's how you want to enter the building. If you're Big P, immediately turns into a 4v2 as the team finds a second. And Gunless, not slow it down. Give him all 3.
Oh, Jimbo! What the heck was that? Tip is finding kills. Jimbo is now on a 5 spree. Cannot be stopped as Jimbo is on Paris have yet to die. Nobody from Paris has died yet. 4-man wipe and a flip of the spawns.
Best case scenario for LAG.
Temp finds one toward the sewers, but it is Slasher and Co on the flank, and just like that, coming out clutch.
OpTic Texas with Prolute subbing in for the IGL Illy versus the Atlanta FaZe.
Looking to clean out both sides as well. Makes it a 4. Any more to be had? Shuts it indeed. That's a 5 spree. Great work out of OpTic Texas.
Prolute's going to be still the cutoff man over towards P5. Doing it all. Gets the glide bomb.
Will Arcitys win his fight now? The ankles cleaned up. It all comes down to Scump. He has to keep them off the defuse. Checks it. No, the trap was set.
Hey, just get on point, Dash. Yeah, just stack it with your friends. You will be there for the securing. If you win the one gunfight he needs to, that should be enough, but he will take more.
You know he's a top third. Is that going to stop him? The answer is a resounding no. Shotzzy remains alive. Ace behind the whole squad.
We have the New York Subliners facing off against the Toronto Ultra.
That's going to be a successful break for NYSL. Now it's all about just soaking up as much time as you can, winning your gunfights, because they usually do struggle on this point.
They find 2 instantly. Kismet with 1. Oh!
Oh!
Time for Scrappy to fry 32 and 23.
But he's going to drop Now it's on Bance, a player who's working his flank the entire time. At least makes it a 1v2.
And Toronto have got the dub.
I haven't seen an updated list, but take a look at the middle of the pack. Oh my God. Every loss counts so much more now. You guys already know the deal. Spread love. Thanks for tuning in. We are nothing without you. We'll catch you next time for some more Call of Duty action. You guys take it easy.
Here we go.
This is chaotic.
Not slow it down. Give him all three.
Oh no, the shots are good.
He finds the first one, finds the second as well.
He just can't be stopped.
It's glorious. It's beautiful.
You never know in a Call of Duty event what could happen.
Standy with a nice little angle.
Oh, he's alive. He's done it. He's done it. They couldn't bring him down.
Oh my God, that's third as well.
That is sensational stuff.
It's done. It's dusted. And they will walk away with the game.
No, it's disgraceful again.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty League, and we made it all the way to the end of the Major III online qualifiers, but we have a few more games left to go before we head to Toronto for that amazing major. My name, I'm Belly, I'm your desk host. We have Nameless, and also we have a redhead on the desk now. Allie, how you doing today? And I'm gonna put you on the hot seat.
What's up?
What has been your favorite storyline so far this year?
It has to be the challenger players. It has to be all the rookies. I mean, Hixie, Prolute, Spart, Scrappy, Hydra. I mean, they have completely overturned the way the CDL has been this year and the excitingness. I mean, having Spart making that losers run with Major 2 and now heading into Major 3, we have a completely overturn on Minnesota Røkkr with Havok. The storylines are crazy.
You know what's crazy? Like, it's hard to pick a favorite storyline from this year, but I think for me, it's just been sort of the battle for first place. I feel like OpTic's sort of leading the way with their dominance over FaZe, but it's no longer FaZe. They've dominated for so long. We've had different winners of every single event, and there's a lot of teams that are now in the mix that have made some good moves. So I just think sort of the competition and how any team on any given day can beat another squad. It's been incredible to watch. Vanguard's been lit, Valley.
You know, it's like a seesaw battle where everything is so up and down, right? Let's take a look at the standings so far for Major 3, and on top is going to be the Minnesota Røkkr. Is this what we expected? No, but they're here and they're undefeated, 4-0 with OpTic Texas right behind them, but also towards the bottom side of that list. All right, Allie, this is weird to say, but at the beginning of the year, would you think London Royal Ravens, Los Angeles Guerrillas, and even LA Thieves would be down here?
Absolutely not, but I think it's more of a testament of how good the other teams have transformed their rosters. Minnesota Røkkr, after that really tough Major 2 placing at their own home event, right? Now they headed to Major 3 qualifiers, 4-0 on top of OpTic Texas, the best team in the game. That's got to be the most surprising for me.
Hey, they finally showed up, and it's better late than ever. But shout out to the second undefeated team, OpTic Texas. And Nameless, last week when we saw them on stream for the last bounty match of the week, right? The $10,000 win that they had against Atlanta FaZe, OpTic just showed that they're the dominant team here in the CDL. It doesn't matter who's on the roster. Illy, General, Prolute, put me in the mix, and they still find it out.
Yeah, I mean, for this OpTic Texas roster, everybody thought that FaZe was going to win. I'm sure a lot of people on Twitter saw like the prediction list where everybody's picking FaZe. It was just sort of one of those things where it's like, there's no way they can beat them 5 times in a row. Well, they did it, and they established their dominance over this squad. It's like every time FaZe improves at something, OpTic Texas has the answer back. The Gavutu hardpoint, OpTic Texas runs away with the W. Even if FaZe wins the S&D, it doesn't matter. Prolute establishes dominance in the Berlin Control. The last time that these guys matched up, when they had General, the Berlin Control went to the side of Atlanta FaZe. It was a week and a half, 2 weeks of practice. OpTic Texas figured it out with the fast B push off the rip, securing that point with 2 offenses. Prolute goes 28-11, just absolutely taking over the game. Like, we all can't wait for Illy to get better and get back into the fold. We know how good he is. But the fact that Prolute is playing that well, that the community is even questioning whether or not Illy should be back in the roster, a testament to how good Prolute is and how well he fits the mold of this team. The kid is hungry, and they dominated FaZe, and that kind of puts OpTic Texas as the absolute favorite for the next event.
And the fact that Prolute's been having these types of numbers, but his KD is over a 2.3 at least in Search and Destroy, absolutely insane, right? But also, Minnesota Røkkr being undefeated and being on top 4, Noah's been even better Now, Ali, I'm gonna toss it to you for this one, okay? So it's obvious that the talking point is Havok. He's the new guy on the team, but who's been the biggest shock to you? Is it Priestahh finally going positive? Is it attached to looking like attach of old or what?
Belly, I'm gonna give you the lamest answer of all time. It is literally every player. It feels like every single one of them have found a whole new sense of confidence on the map, and their playstyle overall as a team has completely changed. They look like completely different players. There are times when I would watch this team and I'd be like, wow, I forgot that player was even on this squad. Now with the addition of Havok, now being more decisive in their decision making, being more aggressive in the game, they look like a completely new dominant squad, and they're 4-0, Belly, in Major III Qualifiers. That is insane how much this change has improved this squad overall. I can't wait to see what they continue to do.
The hardest person to impress on this desk, hands down, is Nameless. When I asked Nameless who his top 3 was last week, he said Minnesota Røkkr. And seeing Havok's stats right here, SMG KD one-on-ones, he's in first place.
Well, I mean, like Belly, Ali, look at this team, right? Before, when they had Major Maniac, you look at this roster, you're like, okay, Major Maniac's a solid player, hard to replace. But you think about the makeup of the roster, and they were slow with that team. One change has completely, it's made this team so fast. Standy, always been a pretty fast player. Priestahh, he's always been a quicker sort of flex AR. Attach was a little bit slower, but now that he's in that main AR role and you bring an absolute maniac like Havok in, who's just gonna fly at you, try to hit those good routes and those flanks, it has made their team immensely faster in pace in the respawns, and it's translating to wins. Throughout the year, they've been the best search and destroy team. The statistics back it. So as soon as their respawn even got remotely better, we're seeing the immediate success, and that is what has led them to be 4-0 in the stage.
And what's also insane about that is that when we go into their listen-ins when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr, Havok not only adds to the gameplay, but the comms as well. It feels like their energy across the board throughout a series, he's the one kind of making them play goals. He's the one's reminding them what to do. And he's their aggressive player. He's not really their IGL. So for him to add that to the comms without making them messy, it's so insane to see.
Now, you know it's going to be messy if they happen to get completely blown out by the Atlanta FaZe. Let's take a look at the schedule today, because the Minnesota Røkkr are definitely going to be tested, right? Going against one of the top 2 teams in the CDL. But before that, we're going to see Paris Legion take on the Toronto Ultra, and then Seattle Surge versus the Florida Mutineers. We're going to have fun with that right here on the desk. But the question is, can Minnesota do this against Atlanta? Nameless, you were talking about it last week. Atlanta, even though they've been having these losses against OpTic, this is still a team that you have to fear.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody has to focus up against them, prepare heavily when they're playing the Atlanta FaZe. They're a very tough matchup, but the fact remains, like, search and destroy hasn't been that great for them. This stage, however, they are 3-1 in that game mode, so there has been some improvement. The problem for them is they're playing a hot Minnesota Røkkr team who is statistically way better at search and destroy, and that has not let up, and they're getting better at respawn. I think it's going to be a little bit too much for FaZe in this matchup. I think it's going to be tough. I do believe it goes to a game 5, but I actually have the Minnesota Røkkr taking it today against FaZe.
Well, okay.
You know what? I respect that take, because Minnesota Røkkr have been looking insane, and they have 3 chances in the series. If you just put the S&Ds under their belt, they have 3 chances to take a respawn. There's the 2 hardpoints and the control, depending on the map veto set. We'll see that a little bit later when we're setting up for that matchup, but I don't think it's impossible. I will say on the flip side of that, though, I think the worst thing a team can do going into a match against Atlanta FaZe is to think of it like, oh my God, we are going against Atlanta FaZe. At the end of the day, every team, you need to beat them. It doesn't matter who they are and what they are doing in the standings. You just need to go into the series with the same mindset across the board, and that's where you're going to find the most success.
And this is what makes Atlanta FaZe so scary, right? 200 points there on top of the point standing so far. And another reminder, this is all for champs, so you got to make top 8. And when you're a team such as the Minnesota Røkkr sitting at 90 points, trying to sneak out a win against Atlanta right here would be kind of key, right?
Yeah, it's massive, because, I mean, when you look at everybody's season schedule, right, there's some matches where it's like, okay, we expect to win that, we should win that, we're probably not going to win that. And you can kind of map out the amount of points that you're going to get by doing that. And most teams are going to lose to Atlanta FaZe, as we've seen. So if Minnesota Røkkr take that win versus them, it immediately gives them more separation from the teams, and those teams will probably fall to the top teams as well. So this is a good run for Minnesota.
I really hope it goes to 5 maps, by the way. But for those of you beautiful people that are watching at home, all right, whip out your cell phones and your credit cards right now, because we have a deal for you. Check this out. If you go head on over to gamefuel.com/CDL, check this out. You're able to get your favorite pack or any pack that you want of Game Fuel flavors, right? But also, this is the catch. When you're shopping, when you're checking out, you can also pick any team pack with any order. Yes, you heard that right. You pick your favorite color of drink, and also you get your favorite team pack. That's a win-win.
I tell you what, though, make sure you check out Minnesota Røkkr's Twitter, because they put out a tier list of what's going to happen depending on the team skin that you're running in game. And I will say there were some serious strays thrown on the
That tweet was cringe. Listen, Minnesota Røkkr, like, y'all gotta step it up, man. I need some actual comedy on the timeline, some spice.
Wait, no, I
These
laughed,
cringe
dude.
tier
There was a
lists.
tier list that said,
I'm too
if
old
you
for
wear
that.
this, you're gonna get reverse swept, and it was a Toronto Ultra skit. I thought it was funny.
All the way at the bottom of the list, too, after they beat them. So, hey, shout out to Minnesota Røkkr. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading over to a break. But on the other side, where they kick off the day with an amazing matchup, it's going to be Paris Legion versus the Toronto Ultra. And I don't know about you guys at home, but I'm hoping for a little upset or something close to that. We'll see you guys soon to kick off the CDL Week 3, Day 1.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? You want more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I'm seeing in the vicinity.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
To me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby. All I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
Hands down the best hype video that we have in the CDL. That's just my opinion, right? But welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Belly, we've got Ali and also Nameless, but the first matchup of the day, we also have Toronto Ultra facing off against Paris Legion. And, Ant, last week watching Paris lose against Los Angeles Guerrillas, I'm not gonna lie, man, that was a close game.
That was close.
I count that on Paris winning, by the way, still. They
Listen,
did so good.
No leeway for this team. They've had ample time. It's time for them to figure it out. It's either Jimbo, it's either John. Somebody's dropping the ball on this team. Temp has been absolutely frying, though. They're 1.24. Obviously, we've been seeing how he's consistently able to put up those numbers. But for this Paris team, it's really a search and destroy. 1-5 in S&D. They're 11th in 4v3 win percentage, but they're number 5 in first blood. So these guys are getting the bloods, but they can't win the 4v3. Like, these guys have to step it up and search and destroy and capitalize on their advantageous situations. That's what I'll be looking for today. If Jimbo gets that first blood, to group up and then get the kills. But let's talk about the game field keys to victory, Ali.
Well, they got to win the AR battle. The KD Major III Qualifiers, Temp is a 1.22, Gravity is a 1.09. Tom Gravity has completely turned it around for the Major III Qualifiers, and I think that's why we've seen them come so close to closing out these series, but they end up losing to themselves in the end, and they got to take the map to Tuscan Search and Destroy. Paris is 5-1 on Tuscan Search and Destroy, first first in round win percentage. Ultra is 7-4. So both these teams, pretty big dogs when it comes to Tuscan Search and Destroy. Force a map 4. Toronto's 3-9, a Tuscan hardpoint. So force them on a weaker respawn later on into the series. You gotta make it there first. And I will say this when it comes to Paris Legion. My biggest gripe is that Jimbo needs to play confident and aggressive. You kind of take a risk with a player like him where he's either popping off with high engagements or he's kind of getting stuck in a blender. But we've seen that happen before with teams that have like Vivid, Kleenex, ASIM on LAG. The biggest issue though is they have another player that's just like that in John. John is either popping off or he is in the blender, and it's tough when you have two really inconsistent aggressive players, unlike the Paris Legion, so they need to find some middle ground.
Especially when a player like Temp is consistently aggressively positive, right? He's been just a lightning rod for success for this team. Hopefully Paris Legion can translate that into W's, but you know who translated something into a big W last time we saw them on screen? Toronto Ultra. Remember that matchup against New York Nameless where Toronto had Scrappy filling in for Insight? Insight's back, by the way. And they put out a really good I really like that version of Toronto.
Yeah, I love that version of Toronto. Hopefully we see it again today with Insight on the team. This team has dealt with a lot of issues, players getting sick and having to sub out and things of that nature. But in this stage, they've started to put it together, especially in the hardpoint. I mean, 4-2 in hardpoint. The only game mode that's been tough for them has been Control, sitting at 0-3 in that mode. So I'm looking for some improvement there. But remaining great in Search and Destroy. Once again, in this series, it has to be strong versus a weak Paris team. If you're able to lock up those Search and Destroys, you run away with this series if you're Toronto. So, like I said, I'm looking at them to keep that up from their last series.
It's another situation where they need to steal a respawn, right? Where they're kind of going to have the S&Ds on lock, but it's also kind of a big hole when it comes to the fact that Scrappy dropped a 1.26 versus NYSL. So Insight's going to have to come in and fry. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, they need to keep that progression, right? They're #1 in round win percentage since the start of the Pro-Am, 58% overall, and have to get more from your SMGs in hardpoint. The KD overall this season for Bance and Kleenex is a 0.89 and a 0.91. Once again, you take a little bit of a risk with a player like Kleenex if either he is absolutely frying or he's getting a little bit of a blender. And lockdown Berlin Control. Toronto's 3-1 at Berlin. Paris is 0-2. So that's a big middle of the ground series win for them, especially when they're going to be leaning more towards getting the S&Ds in this series.
I will say this, with Insight sitting out and Scrappy coming in, I really hope that this team took notes about their strongest points, especially without somebody as good and strong as Insight not being in the roster. Hopefully he comes in and Toronto Ultra can continue to look better in form as they head over to their major, but it's going to be time for pick'ems. And Ali, my question to you is, do you believe in an upset story for this matchup, or do you think Toronto just takes it outright?
I'm going to have to go with I think Toronto takes it outright. I think Paris will certainly put up a good fight, but I just don't believe in the consistency when it comes to John. For me, it's way too back and forth, and I wouldn't put my bets on it, where with Toronto Ultra, we know what we're going to get. They just need to be able to close out these respawns.
Right. Nameless, what you got for me today, man? I'm guessing Toronto?
Yeah, I'm going to go Toronto. Their improvements in hardpoint do it for me. When I look at this Toronto team, last time they played Paris, they actually lost it in 2-3 fashion in Game 5 Search and Destroy, but Paris has declined in Search and Destroy, and Toronto has inclined when it comes to hardpoint. So I think Toronto take this one in a 3-1 fashion. Really good points from both of you. I will say this, Paris Legion have looked really good in ways in their last 2 series, right? But I will say this, if they can't have strong SMG performance when it comes to this matchup, especially against the likes of Bance and the Toronto Ultra, I think they're going to get Kentucky fried. I'm going to rock with Toronto Ultra either way, but also it's time to send this over to my boys Lando and Steady, the future dad duo in the CDL. Fellas, how you doing today? And good luck with the cast.
Appreciate that, Val. Yes, it is your dad duo. We're here to tell you to eat your vegetables and, well, to do your homework, quite frankly. And, Jay, we've done our homework coming into this series. Toronto versus Paris, as Dave was just mentioned it. 2 teams that met each other at the Major II qualifiers. And last time around, it was Paris that was able to take it, buddy.
Yeah, Paris did it in 2 hardpoints as well. And I'm pretty sure we have the same exact hardpoints in this series. So Paris can try to do it again. But this is going to be a tough series. A very actually important series for both of these squads. Paris Legion currently in the CDL points sitting at 20. If they don't start racking up some wins, they're not going to be able to make champs. So it has to start now because we only have 2 majors left in a couple weeks of qualifying matches. And then for Toronto, currently sitting in the middle of the pack, basically tied from 5th to 11th. Like, it's tough for them. So every win, especially versus a team like Paris Legion, who are dead last in the CDL, this is very important for them to try to spread that point system when we get to that later half of the season.
Yeah, and it's easy, right? We're in the middle of our Major III qualifiers. We're getting ready to head into the Toronto Major. Like, it's easy to kind of forget what the overarching story is throughout this season, which is to get as many points as possible. And obviously this season we'll have 10 big ones on the line. We'll go and take a look at our maps and modes. We'll be taking a look at Bocage Hardpoint to start things off. Jay, I don't know what it is, man. It feels like every time that we cast, it feels like we're getting Bocage Hardpoint to start things off. And I think this is the 4th time in a row that we've actually seen the Legion play an opening hardpoint on this very map.
Well, this is one of their strong hardpoints. Their best hardpoint in this series is going to be Tuscan, which is map 4, but this is their second best. Overall record sitting at 4-8 compared to Toronto, who are 4-5. The way that Paris Legion like to play this is just run and gun, try to get some early momentum. But I think the biggest thing for me, every time they start this series off with this map specifically, is to try to get your SMGs on point. Right now, throughout stage 3, you have Jimbo, who is dead last in KD, but like a 0.57. It's not good. And then you have John, who's basically top 5 or bottom 5 in this map as well. Overall in stage 3, sitting at a 0.82. So I'm definitely looking at both of those SMG players to start off hot in this series.
Yeah, and you and I, like I said, we were looking at the stats coming into it, and it just feels like every map, it's like you got Gravity and especially Temp, like in the upper echelon, like the top 10 KDs. I think of Bocage, they both sit in the, like I said, top 10 range. And then you look at the double J duo, like Jimbo and John, just not there consistently. As that will be the story throughout this series. And obviously the desk has alluded to it. We'll only continue to talk about it. Can Paris have some overall roster consistency? Will today be the day? And can they have Toronto's number? As we say goodnight to the final 4 seconds over at P1. We get ready for the rotation now over toward field, and Toronto set up and ready to go.
Yeah, Toronto did a great job already to start this game. They usually struggle with that P1 hard point, giving up about 15 to 20 seconds to the opposing team and only averaging about 8. So the fact that they were able to get at least a good 20 points off of that P1 and keep the spawns for P2, you see how difficult it is for Paris Legion to try to break in when Toronto Ultra are fully set up. That's going to be a clean 4 down. Now with 40 seconds left, Paris Legion have to try to break this from the front.
And you saw Insight get involved in that feed. He's also got a high majority of their hill time up to this point. Last time, Jay, that we saw Toronto Ultra, you and I had the cast, right? They were able to take down the New York Subliners. However, Insight was not in the lineup. It was the Toronto NA Academy star, good old Scrappy from Challengers, who was able to help them get the W. It's fair to say, I don't know, you kind of expect Toronto potentially to have a little bit of a slower start, given that they've got another player, a new player, back in the lineup, just trying to make sure everything is good and ready to go. And based off that score, it appears that they are ready to get into the series, to get in to this cage as Kleenex falls off of the 5 spree. Toronto Ultra up big after our first 2 hills.
Yeah, that was a flawless hold on that P2 hard point. Now you just want to try to break in from the front and from top. Multiple angles coming in from Toronto. That's going to be a clean 4 dead once again. Toronto Ultra are just a step ahead so far in this map. Number 1, they were able to flip the spawns. Now it's going to force Paris Legion to try to break in once again. They didn't have success at P2, but Jimbo, with that 2-piece, is going to get that early break for Paris.
Early break for Paris as Legion look to try to secure a few of these seconds. I know it's not going to be easy when we talk about grandmas, but right now doing a great job as unfortunately Kleenex has snuck his way through the back. So that could be an opportunity for Toronto to wipe those seconds away and give it toward the boys in purple. But it looks as if time will clear. 13 seconds left at Granny's before we now head to Barn. The race for spawns is on. It appears that it will be once again Toronto on the top left side of your map controlling spawns. They did it for field, and now they look to do it again. Gravity having a solid start to this game. It's not equaling out to a lot of time.
Yeah, Gravity on this map specifically for Paris Legion, he's their best player. His overall KD on this map is a 1.22. So far, he's having a great game, sitting at 9 and 7, but just the way that Toronto Ultra have been playing this has been flawless. They want to have that initial break off the rip of the hard points, but then set up perfectly on the rotation to get that initial time. Trades going back and forth. John's going to do everything he can from this field side. He finds 3 before he does get taken down, but this has been a mixy P4 between both of these squads.
I want to ask you too, Jay, like you said, 20 seconds left right now over at Barn. Toronto nearing ever closer to that century mark. But if you are Coach McGee, right? By the way, shout out to him. It's his birthday today. Shout out to Theory. What do you say to the SMGs? Because he knows the story. The entire CDL community knows the story. It's about the SMGs. It's about the consistency. And Ali was talking about it. You've got 2 great SMGs who just are very inconsistent. How do you almost generate consistency whenever you know what the primary issue is with those 2?
I think it just has to be a pacing thing, because when I look at John and Jimbo on the map, they basically both play at a very, very fast speed. So when you're not clicking between each other, communication is not on point with your SMGs, that is when you're going to struggle. And right there, you see it. Toronto Ultra able to get another clean 4 dead and then flip those spawns. Paris Legion it's just a pacing thing. If you can get your SMGs on the same pace with your ARs, that's going to be the way that they find success. But right now, it's just one player's playing way too fast, one player's playing way too slow, and it's getting countered every time.
Yeah, it is. That's the one issue, right? If you are Theory, if you are this, you know, the Paris team, you're trying to work on some pacing problems. Toronto is not exactly the team that is gonna allow for you to figure some things out. They're gonna take it to you every single time, especially with Kleenex up in your grill every single chance that you get to look at that HP. Finally wiped away, but it has been a solid start for the Ultras. They are up big after the first set of rotations. And I guess too, Jay, like, you know, you and I were having a conversation about Toronto with Scrappy and kind of that same topic of conversation about pace. Whenever they were playing with Scrappy, man, everybody, it looked like was running twice as fast.
Yeah, no, definitely. When they were playing with Scrappy, like Scrappy, he's a very aggressive AR player, so he's just gonna set up his SMG to just run and gun every single time. So everyone was stepping up in that last series by like 15 to 20 engagements, so that's massive for them. Now with Inside on the team, we know that he's more of a slow, more methodical AR, and sometimes it can come back to bite them. But just the way that they are playing in this hard point so far, they're looking flawless. You have Band sitting at 16 and 9 on a 4 spree, and on the opposite side for Paris Legion, it's the pacing issue between the SMGs. Jimbo at 18 and 14, but then you have John at 11 and 20. So going into the second half of hard points, Paris Legion need to not allow Toronto Ultra to get set up on these hills because they really struggle on breaking.
Yeah, Paris really have yet to, like we said, see a solid few moments of hill time, as they've only got 60 as we now head in toward P2 of the second set of rotations. Again, it is Toronto with spawns. Again, it is Cammy going off 22 and 15. He has had himself a qualifier so far. I think he leads this team right now in overall KD. Somebody who's been talked about a lot as what could be the culprit behind a few of Toronto's early season struggles, but great map so far. We'll see if he can continue to pick it up, as he's really just happy to soak in the time, try to figure out where a few of these Paris players are parading in from. Nice shot from Gravity will now allow for John to have a second of some scrap time. The beamer there from Mr. Tommy G as he eventually gets wiped away. Still some valuable seconds for Paris, but Jay, you're happy if you're Toronto to just leave this hill vacant, allow for the game clock to come into play.
Yeah, Toronto did a great job of at least trying to attempt to flip those spawns. We had one player from Paris Legion who spawned out towards back 10, but then the rest of the guys spawned out all the way behind P3. So now Toronto Ultra should be able to get this remaining junk time. You're going to have Jimbo trying to contest this, not trying to give this up, as he finds 3 in the feed on a 4 spree, can potentially pick up a glide bomb.
Okay.
As he's not missing right now on a 5, but just look at that score, man. Down 100. Toronto Ultra trying to break these spawns. They have players spawning in towards back L. It's going to be on Gravity if he can hold down this back position. No, he gets taken down.
He gets dealt with pretty much instantly. Oh, the one little opportunity that Toronto has, they completely seize the chance as everybody gets wiped away in a matter of moments, but Kleenex still alive. Toward the back as he looks to wipe away player after player. An unfortunate team nade comes through. Vance shuts down Kleenex, and just like that, Paris have got a moment to maybe grab a few of these seconds.
And right now, Toronto Ultra playing so well, almost up by 100 points. Let's step aside and listen to the calm sound with the Toronto boys.
We kitchen. Yeah, kitchen. It's close right. My head back window. Yeah,
back window done. Yeah, flip. Back roll now.
I'm help. Gravity weak. I'm pressuring this.
I'm already low god tank.
Good tank on me. Scum kitchen. I can get time.
They're going for right.
Hey, we got deep right. Okay,
I got Jimbo's front main.
One top.
Main to kitchen.
Top P3.
Go
okay. One front A is knee. One shot. Staying hard.
Hey, top P3 killed me.
Are we going deep?
One top P3 is gonna go left. He's gonna go left.
I go P2. I'm going back down. Watch my truck. Truck door temp. Truck door temp. I spawned out.
Behind me. Deep.
Door temp.
John's in close. No push yet.
Absolutely. Nice. One more. Low tank. Gravity. One's going hold. Low tank.
Oh,
low P2 tank. P2 tank pushing through to 10. Yeah, I'm watching 10 cross. 10 cross.
Oh, he's on top line. P2 door. P2 to heady. P2 heady. You on door? The only guy. P2 heady. We might flank right. I saw 10 go right. He did.
Where is he?
He's hit back. On top P3, one back.
Fuck, man.
Is it like
really weak back door? There's two back doors. I think
that's it.
Yeah, we flipped. Good shit.
Go in gate. Front hub.
I'm not playing corner tank.
I've got main.
Nice, good shit. I spawned right, bro.
Listen, let's try not fucking let him get through here.
Let me get on corner tank.
I'm pressing this, bro.
Temp and Jimbo.
He's probably on top P3. Yeah, he is. Jimbo, gone deep, deep. I'm going right cross. 1.2 front now. Yep, stay alive.
All right, Toronto Ultra. I mean, Jay, it feels like every time we go to a Toronto listen,
Yep.
I'm nearly falling asleep, to be honest. No, I'm not falling asleep, but like, it's just everyone's calm, and which I guess makes sense this time around. Like we always joke, like when they're in the middle of a very intense hard point, the comms are always like that, but they have a reason to feel comfortable right now. Up big right now, it seems, in this game. Everybody is flying, and Cleanex especially is at the majority hand for that. What a game he has had so far. And Toronto continue to stack away the seconds. It feels like they could do no wrong. 30 seconds away from calling this one theirs.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra, they just been a step ahead so far in this map number 1. Tep does pick up that glide bomb, does find a kill all spawn, but you're still down by 80 points. Ultra, all you need to do is just try to soak up at least a couple seconds off P1 and then just dominate P2 the way that you have been so far in this game. Paris Legion, right now, this is just a warm-up. You just have to get your guns a little bit hot. Right now, Jimbo's playing really well, 33 and 25, but it's all on John. Sitting at 19 and 34 is really having a slow start to this series. Toronto Ultra, only 24 points away from closing out map 1.
Yeah, and it goes back to the same issue, right? Where it's like the inconsistency with the SMGs. If you were to tell me Jimbo was going to have a performance like this, I mean, possibly drop a 40 bomb, I would be thinking the score is totally flip-flop, Jay, but not at all the case. Like we said, that consistency out of this Legion lineup right now, not showing it, but hey, they still have a chance. They still got an opportunity. And based off the position that they've got, as long as John can hold out this angle, it is going to halt the push from Toronto. However, he gets found out. Cammy finds one onto Gravity. And now Jimbo once more called upon to try and be the one piece to hold them back. Toronto do flip spawns for the next. But at the very least for Paris, they've net themselves back a chance into this series. And take a look at the positioning now from John, trying to make a play on the flank.
This is a massive position from John because Toronto Ultra, they have controlled these spawns and they've been able to control this P2 with it. Now with Paris Legion only down by 30, they have turned this game completely around. They're going to be set up with the spawns. Now they can just soak up some time. They just have to hold this initial push from Toronto Ultra. Coming in from front plat. Temp finds the first, Gravity finds the second.
Okay.
Now Paris Legion, they should be able to breach that 200-point mark.
It looks likely. It looks possible. Gravity. Oh my goodness. What a great shot there on the Cleanex. As the nades come through, Bance tosses one from afar. That'll be a quick 3 down. And overall, a positive right now for Toronto. Temp gonna do whatever he can to try to pick up the pieces as Ultra explode right now into the field. 10 seconds left as they have finally awoken. They have finally started to pick up from their earlier bit of progress. 7 more seconds. They can still win it here. Paris, they've got to contest. They've also got to think about the rotation. Cammy turns a 40 bomb hit and a W in the books once more for Toronto as they come out in a commanding way. Let the game go a little bit toward the end, but overall a W they can be proud of as they answer first on Bocage.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra, they were just in control from start to finish of that hard point. Like you said, it got a little scary towards the end, but all they needed to do was execute that one break onto P2, flip those spawns, and then and Paris Legion just way too far from that point to even try to contest it. Great game coming in from Cammy, gives up 40 kills on that map number 1. That is massive, massive coming in from your flex player. He's probably saying, play with Scrappy last week. Let me take a page out of his book and speed up my pace. And so far, it's showed on that map number 1. Now Toronto Ultra are in complete control of this series because if you remember the last time these two teams match up, it was Paris Legion who took the opening hard point, took the map 4, and then took the map 5. So now with Toronto Ultra definitely showing improvements in their hard point, all they have to do is lock up the search and destroy, and then they going into a Berlin control where Paris Legion have not found success. So Toronto Ultra answering early into this series.
Yeah, and that now is going to make it 5-2 in hard points at our Major III qualifiers for Toronto. I mean, massive. At one point, Jay, this team was 2-18. They had a 2-18 stretch in hard point coming into the Pro-Am. There were so many conversations about, hey, you know, they're going to be making a roster change going into that tournament. Obviously, they do not, and so far, they have seen success since that very moment. I mean, has there been something in particular? Has it been a player? Has it been a play style, a pace type of thing for you that has made Toronto's come around in hardpoint that much more interesting?
I definitely think it's a team just overall in general. They started to understand of how they want to attack these hard points, because when you think of the Toronto Ultra, especially last year, what they were so good at was like setting up properly and then holding all these cuts to hold down these hard points. But when you're not winning your rotations, that is when you really struggled. So Toronto Ultra started winning their rotation fights, started getting great holds off the rotations, which sets them up properly to set up and get full 60 holds on some of these hills. That's where the Toronto Ultra teamwork really shines, is when they're properly going to be able to set up. And so far throughout the second half of this season, they have been stepping up tremendously in this mode.
Yeah, feels like I said, individual players, everybody's really been stepping up, as we see Cammy, a guy who has absolutely leveled up the game. It feels like in Major 3 at the Pro-Am, he has been excellent. Goes 41 and 32 before hitting the deck at the field, but ultimately it gave Toronto that little bit of oomph that they needed to come over the finish line. As like we said, they called Bocage theirs. And now looking ahead, Jay, the Tuscan search to destroy. I mean, when we talk about Paris lately, S&D has not been their mode. If you know Toronto Ultra, it feels like this has been their game ever since this roster formed back in Cold War. What can you tell me though about this game too?
So Paris Legion, this is going to be statistically their best search and destroy map. When they are attacking on this map, at least on the offensive side, they find their most success at that A site. 41% win rate when they're attacking that A bomb. And then usually when they're attacking that A bomb, they are 41% in first blood percentage as well. So that's going to be massive for them. But for Toronto Ultra, this is where it gets kind of scary, because Toronto Ultra are 70% on their A pushes, but an 84% first blood win rate. So if they're attacking A fast, they're most likely going to find that first blood and be able to close out this round. So this needs to be the map where Paris Legion have to answer, or this is going to be a quick 3-0. Best search and destroy. This is where you need to at least tie the series up at one apiece.
Yeah, it's the mode that you're going to have to rely on when it comes in a series like this. And, you know, how often do we talk about teams that are, you know, more in the bottom level of the standings? Oftentimes they have to be those search destroy rosters, be those 2-3-5, those Neslo style type of players, if you will, or rather those teams, if you will, when it comes down to taking down solid rosters like Toronto Ultra on the other side. Like you said, a great search destroy up next for them. I mean, we talk about S&D, I feel like the story remains the same. It's the ARs playing well, the SMGs dropping the ball. Is there anybody specifically though in Paris that you look forward to in this S&D to turn up, no matter who it is?
I'm looking at Jimbo. Jimbo so far, at least in that map number 1, he's playing with a lot of confidence. You heard Ali say it. It's either he's playing with confidence and playing really well, or he's just completely getting smoked in the blender. And so far, at least he answers in that map number 1. So on a map like Tuscan, you know how ratty it can be with your SMGs, taking control of mid-map, taking control of Fountain, and then also pushing towards inner use. So I'm really looking at Jimbo to be that playmaker on this team for Paris Legion to try to get this dub here.
Without a doubt, my friend, we'll be looking at Jimbo heavily coming into this next S&D. And speaking of this S&D, let's take a look at some more detailed stats when it comes down to both of these rosters on to Tuscan. So you see the records there, 7-4 for Toronto, 5-1 for Paris. But take a look at some of these. What you got, a 4v3 win percentage, number 1 for Paris. They're number 1 in defensive win percentage. On the other side for Toronto, Jay, they really struggle in first bloods. They're like one of the worst teams in first bloods. They are first on Tuscan, number 2 on offense. So we have number 2 on offense versus number 1 on defense. That tells me this Tuscan should be entertaining.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle between both of these teams, man. And when you think about the players who really stand out on this map specifically, it's going to be the ARs for both of these squads. You have Temp and Gravity, who are both sitting at a 1.3 overall on this map specifically. And then on the opposite side, it's Insight. Insight also has a 1.3. But every time, like I say, when we are casting over Insight, the reason why his S&E KD is so insane is because he clutches 1v2s and 1v3s like it's easy. Like, the guy is just a really good search and destroy player. Now he's feeling a lot better, back on the roster, already up 1-0 in this series. Looking at that young man for the side of Toronto Ultra to really be the primary guy.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. It was, I think, Seattle that he had that crazy 1v2 to like close out a 6-0 performance. So, you know, more than lately, Toronto, you've seen some success on Tuscan Search Destroy. This is going to be their second time playing it here at our Major 3 qualifiers. And there you see the stats so far throughout the series. Map 1 Bocage treated the boys of Ultra quite nicely. More specifically, good old Cammy, a 1.28 coming into this. Jimbo also having a great performance. And Jay, you have said that Jimbo is your guy to look out for when he is playing confident. Paris do see success. And hey, well, it was a slow start to that Bocage. They absolutely began to wake up as the map progressed. But here we go into Tuscan S&D to kick off this game number 2. Paris will be starting things off on the attacking side, and a more interesting offense for Paris. They quickly back up, and it looked like it was a smart call from Gravity. Thankfully, for Cleanex. He managed to stay alive despite the heads-up play from the Røkkr.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra coming out hot to start this S&D. Took map control right away from Paris Legion, basically trapped them in their spawn. So now Paris Legion, their only play is, now with the information that Gravity does pick up, that there's multiple players pushed out towards back binds, is that you have to try to take this bomb through B. 45 seconds left. It's going to be on Insight to at least give the information to his team.
They've got a great crossfire set up. Cammy from one side, Insight on the other. And Paris, they've got a decision to make. Do they want to try to hit this? Or will it in fact be a rotation? Bance gonna try to clear them out. Is he gonna get the visuals on the temp? He will not. Quickly, 2 players fall from Toronto. Insight and Cleanex now left alive in what is now a quick 1v4. Insight takes down John in the meantime. And all things considered, he's got himself a decent perspective at this fight. A few shots through the bookshelf as he's constantly aware that somebody could be flanking him. But like we said, Jay, he's prone to put to spots like this. A 1v3 from Insight. Could it be here? Could it be now?
Oh my!
2 and quickly backs up. Oh, Temp is there to drop him. Jay, was that almost a 1v4?
Yeah, it was like almost right in the good time. Like Insight picks up the first kill when his teammates drop, but I'm telling you, in the back of my mind, the entire round, I'm thinking he still has the ability to clutch this. But when he finds these first 2 kills, unbelievable shots from Insight to take down Gravity and Jimbo. Temp knows. Temp said, no, we cannot let this guy get away from us. We have to full send it in towards bottom church. He eventually finds that first kill on Paris Legion. Take the first round.
Is there anything specific that Insight does, like to always give himself a good spot? Patience?
So patient. He just catches you off guard. Like 1v3, you're expecting the guy to just fly out, probably play for a kill. But when he just takes his time, slowly picking you guys apart, that is when he finds a lot of success.
Patience indeed. This round has not exactly been that way as Jimbo fires out of P5, shuts down Bance. Looked like it was Toronto that saw the early success. I think it was the first blood for them, and ever since, Paris has picked up Bance, picked up Cleanex, and now they've got themselves in the more favorable position. Bomb down, over and fire, and now it's up to Cammy and Insight. Well, Insight, we saw him do it last time. Now he's got at least a buddy to do it with. 2v3 for Toronto.
Okay, but Insight, he gets taken down by Gravity. So now Cammy in the 1v3, he's going to get spotted by Jimbo, and Jimbo's just going to commit towards the gunfight. Beautiful work from Paris Legion to answer on their defensive round. You saw Toronto Ultra take full control of that A site. This time, Paris Legion completely switch it up. They attack everyone through P5. Jimbo comes out on top, winning the trade, finding that first 2-piece, and then eventually finds the third to close out the round. This is why Paris Legion, this is their best search and destroy, and so far they're showing it early.
And we talked about it. You want to see a confident Jimbo, and that play in particular where he jumps out of fire is the definition of a man who's feeling confident. Great performance on the Bocage despite the loss, and now leads his team in a 3-1 start to this search destroy. Paris up 2-0. Is Toronto in need of a reply? Nade's tossed about. His Insight will be able to shut down John. Oh, and also finds one there on to Temp. So a quick 2v4 for Paris. It looks like it should be the first opportunity for Toronto to get one on the board for them. They've got a somewhat spread attack to face off against now as Jimbo nearly hits a beamer.
Yeah, Jimbo with some great shots. Unfortunately, not able to pick up the kill. So now in the 4v2, Jimbo's going to try to make a play through P5. Cammy does get that sound cue in his ear that someone is in that position. But just the map control right now that Toronto Ultra have in a 4v2 situation. If Cammy drops, then that's going to be the opening for Paris Legion. They need to try to find this kill, and Gravity finds the first on the Bance.
Or rather, are Toronto going to take the bait? Are they going to make the rotation? Are they going to stay put? Blair and Jimbo involved in the engagement, and once more it is Insight that comes out on top. What a round it has been for this guy. Is now Gravity. The all to do, 10 seconds left. I imagine it's not going to be possible, and there you go. A round and a half out of Insight, getting the Toronto boys on the board.
Yeah, the way that Toronto Ultra are playing on their defense is great communication, great teamwork. They set up that team name to open up that first blood, and then Insight with great shots to immediately turn it into a 4v2. But their defenses have been really aggressive. They're basically forcing all of Paris Legion to basically slow down in their spawn for like a minute and then try to make a play. They take full control of right side field, and then they're basically having one person who's sitting in towards that P5 area. And I know I said basically a lot, but That's just a great setup for Toronto Ultra, just taking that initiative to start off with that early aggression.
As we said, first blood's not a strong suit for Toronto. You wouldn't know that based on these last few rounds, and this one in particular. Cammy strikes first there on a Tom Gravity. Paris desperately wants some control in Command Center. It's called Command Center for a reason. You want to have some control as 90 Temp looks to bring out the bad boy. Does not see the mid-map rotation, however, from the Ultra. Somewhat caught off guard. Puts some tags into Bance. Does not decide to toss the nade out. In fact, throws the stun first. So that being the case, everybody starts to fall by the wayside. Jimbo, a quick 1v4, wiped away. And just like that, Toronto rifle their way back into this S&D.
And that's their fast A push right there. First blood at 82%. They found it in towards P5. They immediately cut through middle fountain. And Temp with the sniper in his hands. Like, if he has that automaton pre-aiming, he could probably see everyone in front of his screen going towards that A bomb. But he was pre-aimed with that sniper, not able to give the information to his team. Toronto Ultra. Very, very quick offensive round to tie this up at 2 apiece.
What a great start it's been for Inside as well. The guy who, it would make perfect sense, Jay, if he has a little bit of a slow performance. Like we said, some food poisoning in that last game. Doesn't play for the Ultra. Starting things off at 7-2. This is his playground. Tuscan Search Destroy. As he has made Paris work, made Paris pay. In these last few rounds on a 4 streak right. Now for the moment is Cammy. Great little angle toward bottom fire. Could be a flank in progress soon. Toronto on the retake.
Paris Legion do not, they're leaving openings. Like, you can leave the flank wide on open, and that's the way the Toronto Ultra are going to capitalize. They send 2 people through middle U. They find that early 2-piece, so now in the 3-2, make it a 3-1. It's all going to be on Gravity watching that late flank, and he gets taken down. Right there, that was just miscommunication for Paris Legion. Like, someone's got to be able to watch your back alley. You had 3 players posted up at that A site. Gravity trying to watch multiple things, late flank through P5, bottom middle, like a lot of stuff on his plate for him to try to handle right there. Toronto Ultra execute perfectly by just breaking that through the middle of the map, finding that early 2-piece, and then in the 3v2, they take down Jimbo. Last player's playing the safety net in towards top fire. Great retake from Toronto Ultra in the 4v4.
Yeah, so you can tell, like, from Gaby's perspective, he's like, okay, well, I guess middle's open. If somebody wants to join alongside of me, I guess we could take a whack at it. And obviously it works out. And you, put that on top of some miscommunication, on top of losing some first bloods. Instantly could tell why Toronto have brought themselves back in the search destroy. That is 3 straight and overall a 9-team spree for Toronto. These have not just been rounds, but dominant rounds at that. As Cammy, oh my goodness, an excellent shot there on the John, a heat check, if you will, as we've got a few players nearing ever closer to some streaks. As Bance does get wiped away, Jimbo turns around at the worst time possible. One more for Cammy, and it's a glide bomb. Same thing could be said for Insight soon. As Gravity tagged up, but thankfully not bagged just as of yet. There we have it. Another nade from Insight, as now it is Temp and a 1v2. Sniper ready.
Sniper's ready. Not for the Ultra. Don't want to give him at least a free kill. They're going to at least get that information that he rotates it towards bottom church. And now you're going to work this bomb panel immediately. If you're Temp, you can get great timing if you can just rush right through the middle of the map. But they're going to be able to get that bomb down. They know his position. They have everything cut off. Doesn't get any information with that nade. Does spot one, but the double challenge should come in. He's just finessing right now, making it so difficult for Temp. Like, slide back, slide forward. Like, it's not going to be easy for Temp to clutch it out. But that's going to be Toronto Ultra. 4 straight rounds to now go up 4-2.
You know, I'm not sure if Insight is on
I don't think he died.
6.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's on 6.
Okay, so is that Cammy and Insight both on 6? The 2 players who were on the streaks? We'll find out as we head into this round. Like I said, it's like we said, it's been dominant rounds. And the ARs who have been so well seasoned on Tuscan doing it again. Yeah. So yeah, the 2 players who had to stay alive do exactly that. They both find a kill, Jay, and in Paris, not only going to have to have a deficit to worry about, but maybe 2 glide bombs as well. That would be terrifying considering the way that this series is going right now.
You see just the early aggression from Toronto Ultra has Paris Legion playing stagnant and very slow in their spawn. They're thinking that they're going to be super aggressive in towards every round, which is just allowing Kleenex to free roam. Even though he does get taken down, he still gives that information to his team that they're playing this slow. We can take our time. Cammy and Insight just try to work for 1 kill on the glide bomb. and this round should be theirs. Just the way that Paris Legion playing is looking very scary right now. 45 seconds left to work with.
See what the call is. Everybody basically is gyrating throughout well. Gonna have to make a call. Jimbo with the bomb in his back. Thought for a moment was going to go for the instant plant on to A. However, he's checking over toward field. About to get an engagement with Insight. Loses that, so at least one glide bomb out of the picture for Paris. A current 3 versus 2. And thankfully, your bomb carrier did stay alive in that moment. If not, that could have been what defines a possible 5th round in a row for Toronto. This bomb has been relocated, but Bance takes him off of it. Great opportunity for him as he'll look to try to find the timing. Nearly hits the beamer on the tip. Round the corner goes Cammy, stays alive. Oh, it's beautiful from Cammy. A quick little 1v2 hits the turn on to temp and will also put in the defuse. Glide bomb earned, and Toronto keeping up that streak, now 5 in a row.
Such a beautiful read coming in from Cammy. He knows that the player has to commit towards the bomb plant. Even though he does get it down, his teammate just died to temp in towards top radio. So it's all about turning and just trying to use your reaction time to win that gunfight. He does it perfectly to close out that 2v1 for Toronto Ultra. 5 straight rounds in this search and destroy. Puts them at game point, and Cammy earns that glide bomb. What a play so far. What a series from the Cam Man.
We talk about COD terms explained. That is the definition of a turn on, folks. But there we have it. Paris, very much emphasizing the importance of this round as they just rifle through 3 very, very quickly. And Insight did not earn the glide bomb, still with a very impressive stat line at 10 and 3. We'll see if he can make it some chopsticks, possibly, Jay.
He can definitely do it. 1v3. That's how you see Paris Legion. They're just sitting corners. They do not want to give this guy any one-on-one engagements. He is going to get spotted in towards Church. Gravity able to win the gunfight, and that's a great round from Paris Legion. They know that Cammy has that glide bomb. They're probably going to try to set up around that to work towards the A plant. They put a lot of aggression in towards that P5, come out on top of the engagements. Then Insight in the 1v3 gets taken down by Gravity. So Paris Legion stay alive a little longer, but now they're going back on the attack, and this is where it gets scary. Early aggression from Toronto Ultra have these guys playing in their spawn, but now Toronto Ultra have a glide bomb to work with. So if you're Paris Legion, strap on your cold-blooded and keep on the aggression.
Keep on the aggression, but no. When that aggression has to come in, pacing going to be important. His Insight will watch CleanX fly through you, catches a few stragglers, try to make their way inside of Church. Not going to happen. John dropped. And just like that, Paris instantly look to try to back on up and at least watch each other's corners. CleanX, as he does stay alive, at least sees where that stun's going to come from. So knows that somebody lingering bottom Church, as long as he stays alive, it gives his teammates all the information that they need. As they've got 2 on the outside of P5, ready to go. Jimbo lined up, dropped, and now it is Temp all alone. And there you have it, Toronto. Another solid game as they come out and walk away with Tuscan Search and Destroy. And what was that, like 6 out of the last 7 rounds?
Yep. That was clean from Toronto Ultra, man. Tone setter to start this S&D was that early aggression on defense. You saw the way on every single offense. Paris Legion were wasting about a minute on the clock before they found that first blood or even tried to work towards a bomb plant. Toronto Ultra made that one look easy. Followed by the performances of Insight and Cammy. Cammy doesn't even need the glide bomb to close out that search and destroy. Paris Legion just really struggled on their early attacks. That's what really just set up Toronto Ultra to close out this map the way that they did. Aggression, aggression, aggression on the defensive side. Kept Paris Legion in their base every single offense for about a minute. And then when you get to the later half of the game, now you have to start worrying about that glide bomb. Just a lot of stuff for Paris Legion to try to take care of. Wasn't enough to get the job done. Toronto Ultra now take a commanding 2-0 lead in this series with Control Berlin in their back pocket. Oh, this is probably a 3-0, Lando.
Yeah, it's already looking very, very nerve-wracking if you are a Paris fan. And like you said, man, it was a solid performance from Insight and Cammy. We talked about, Toronto coming into this, the back and forth stats of one team being great on defense, the other being great on offense. Toronto shows that in spades. They're also the #1 team in First Bloods. They go 7 for 9 in First Bloods, obviously with a 6-3 victory on the scorecard there. And I don't know, man, it's a difficult story to write if you're Paris. I mean, it's not an easy ask for them to have to make the comeback on this next Berlin Control. But like we said, when it comes down to a team being more in the bottom of the barrel, you got to rely on these excess modes. You got to take search destroys. You got to rely on one of those respawns. And while it has not been a W yet, who knows? It could be possible here. I'm trying my best, Paris fans. I'm doing my best to try to sell this one the best way possible. But as you said, buddy, it's looking great right now for Ultra. One more W, and they officially do secure their spot in the winners bracket going into their very own major. We'll see if they can do it in a nice little sweep, or Paris will make them work for it. Regardless, folks, we come back after the break, and it's time for Berlin Control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Alrighty, folks, it's time to take a look at the Scuff play of the game. And if you just missed it, well, here is your opportunity to look at a play that I have a feeling we're going to be taking a look at quite a bit more throughout the season. A nice little 1v2 out of the cam, man. Jay, lovely stuff from that guy there.
He just read it beautifully because, you know, there was only like 10 to 15 seconds left on that game clock. When his teammate takes down that initial player planting that bomb, now it's only 10 seconds to work with. So someone on Paris Legion has to commit towards that bomb plant. Even though the bomb does get planted, Cammy knows my teammate just died TJHaly. I'm going to get this guy off bomb. Even if it's planted, you're going to have Temp that's going to try to be aggressive in towards top radio, flies right on out and reads it beautifully in the 1v2 to close out that search and destroy. Now puts them up 2-0. And now you're going into a Berlin control where you're going to have Toronto Ultra overall record sitting at 3-1 and Paris Legion 0-2. So this is not good. For Paris Legion, it's one thing for me. John needs to step up, but then also Jimbo needs to continue to play at the level that he does, because on this map specifically, you're going to have Jimbo sitting at a 0.57 and then John at a 0.75. And then for them also, they also have Gravity who's a 1.3. So I'm looking at the SMGs to really step up from Paris Legion and try to contest Toronto, but just the way that Cammy is playing, like I said, took a page out of Scrappy's book. 1.46 so far in this series. Here we go, Toronto on defense.
Toronto on defense, and you know the reason why we have to talk about stats like this is honestly, Jay, as well, because like the map veto situation, like Paris, because they struggle so much at Tuscan, they then have to give the Toronto Ultra Boys a map that they absolutely love. This is the only control map that they have won, even since Pro-Am. Since Berlin has been added to the rotation, this is the only control map that they have been able to take, as it is an all-out brawl over at that B zone to kick off this round number 1, in which Paris will be taking the attacking hat off the start. Nades tossed aplenty. That could give John an opportunity to put into sync 3. Simp is there for the ultimate tray, as now 48 seconds left. Somebody from Paris has got to make a move. Nobody, at least on that mini map, is going to be close to that A zone. One off spawn very well could venture over there, but Toronto holding well to kick off this defense. It looked like a moment, maybe a little light of opportunity for Paris. As Temp, oh my gosh, really just looks at Vance straight in the eyes. A very scary character to look at, as that will instantly put Paris over at the other side of the map.
And now only 30 seconds left. Paris Legion have to commit towards taking this A progression. You have everyone spawning towards that boat side, but Toronto Ultra, they're not going to try to give this one up easy. They still have multiple players trying to cut them off. Now it's Cammy's turn. He's not going to be able to take down one, so falls into Vance's hands now. Vance takes down the first, he takes down the second, and that should be able to relieve some pressure, allow his teammates to commit towards this push.
Yeah, it gives them a reason. It gives them a hope to try to push back into this, and so far it has worked out well. Kleenex putting instant pressure onto the spawns. As John handles business, Legion once more will be able to stop that clock. 9.9 to work with, and really one more tick to go for Paris to have a little bit of a chance, but Cammy strikes on through the back, and here comes Vance as well, tries to combine for 2, and now it leads it to a 1v1. Kleenex wipes away Jimbo as he instantly pushes out. Can anybody from Paris get to the objective in time? And they will. 0.8. Cammy is here. Cammy nearly clutches out another 1v2, but thankfully John off to a great start, has that 40 firing, and while the nade will take him out, at the very least Paris can be content. But they've got those 3 ticks. Now they've got 50 seconds to work with still.
Yeah, and they're still only down by 1 life as well. So respawns are not going to be good for both of these squads. As Paris Legion trying to set up the play to try to break into this B point. Just the way the Toronto Ultra are playing, keeping so many lines of defense in multiple different angles. That's going to be a clean 3 dead. No more spawns coming off for the Paris Legion. Toronto Ultra just have full-on map control. Paris Legion need to try to get out of their base, but this allows Vance to set up on that late flank, finds that first kill. Some great shots onto Gravity, not able to pick it up. Whew. This is going to be a Toronto Ultra defensive win.
It looks to be that way. Cammy, say the one player who could turn that around, thought the few were going through middle. Now an instant 2 versus 5. Now one more player left. Pistol is in, and Cammy will take the final player down. It got a little scary, Jay. They were investing a lot of those defensive lives over at that A zone, but obviously the strategy ends up working out in the end. They at least get a decent attempt to try to take him down. Well, it doesn't work out. That minor life advantage comes into play. And with that, they've got themselves the first round on the board. And now a look at their first opportunity on attack.
Yeah, Paris Legion in that first round, they were just wasting a lot of time trying to commit towards that B point for like a minute into the game. Even though they did complete that A capture eventually, just not enough time to close out that round number 1. So Toronto Ultra gonna do the easy job first. They're gonna try to take control of A, extend this time by a minute, and play for the cutoff kills, because you know Paris Legion are gonna try to play for that train control as Cleanex makes his way through the middle of the map, finds the snap onto John, and should be able to pick up the third onto Gravity as well. Cleanex answering into this round.
And Gravity knew. Gravity literally saw him. He knew he was coming to the train station, but my goodness. That was unbelievable work out of Cleanex. Just fires right through the train station and takes a few down with him. Just the excellent work from these Toronto SMGs have been a pain so far throughout this Berlin. Cammy with the pistol, not able to shut down Jimbo, as the overarching trade still favored the way of Toronto. But Temp, the boys from Paris, trying to get these guys in somewhat of a spawn trap. Know that somebody still has to be around that A zone, but a great opportunity for Legion. The longer they hold them back, the better chance that they have of winning this round and slowing down what could be some of that tick progress.
Yeah, but Toronto are able to find 2 kills. You had one player who bans, who was pushed out in their opponent's base the entire time, just waiting to get the timing on when he wanted to attack. As the second tick is going to come in, you're going to have Jimbo trying to contest this. Can you make yourself through the window? No, you cannot, my friend. And that's going to be Cleanex making you pay with the 2-piece in the feed. This should allow Toronto Ultra to close out this 8 point. You already see Bance trying to at least sneak his way into Secret. He's actually going to juke out his opponents. This is a great play from Bance if he can try to get a greater position.
Looks as if he might have stunned him. So Gravity looking through. Oh, it's Gravity. Don't tell me Gravity's gonna get you. Please don't let this happen again. Don't let it happen again. First it was Cleanex, now it's Bance. Toronto parading around this B zone as 3 fall instantly, make it 4 down. Insight is starting to take them down from the spawn, and watch that zone begin to fly. A Paris smoothie indeed, as they run right into the blender. And just like that, 2 rounds up and 2 rounds down. Toronto in the driver's seat, 1 round away from a guaranteed winner spot at their major.
And look at these shots from Cleanex. The reaction on that, to turn onto John and then find the kill onto Gravity, even if he knew you were coming around that corner. Cleanex makes the play, and he also makes the play to close out that round. I'm pretty sure he works his way up through back alley, finds a 3-piece, while Bance finds that first to execute a clean 4 dead. Then you stack the point. Toronto Ultra looking way too strong on Berlin control to start. Already up 2-0.
Already up 2-0, and right now Paris finding themselves in a difficult spot. Down 0-2 in the series, down 0-2 in the control. It's going to need to be some fiery comms. It's going to need to somebody giving an inspiring speech. Let's find out how that communication is sounding with a listening on Paris.
Window on you, one dock door. You win window. I'm looking in. Plant behind you.
Dock's door dead.
There, nice, good shit. Nice.
I don't see top tower.
Top P5, I think. Top P5.
I'm close. Top P5, go on S2. Dead.
Nice, go in.
That was in our tower.
Yo, one's watching. I'm top 3. Cammy's in the back, 1 shot. He's still back dirt.
No, one touched that. Havok. Yo, we need to push you right. We need to do
it. One bullet. One holding Doc straight.
Dead.
Nice, good shit.
Look for Dirt Kid.
Where was he, Brian?
He was Doc.
One's dub steps.
Yo, outer dirt dead. I killed the Dirt Kid.
Steps.
I'm on a 5.
Yeah, I'm pushing Doc right now.
Steps dead.
I'm gonna try and play secret. Last guy, middle. He's middle. Man, it's dead. Nice. I'm one off streaks.
They should be in there, spawn.
No, outer. I'm gonna die.
Amy's one shot to spawn.
Nice.
Don't wanna help.
Go on.
Don't try to double me. I'm one shot off streaks.
Can we get on B? Alright, just put your kills.
I'm close in the corner. Hold on. I'm one off streaks.
One just hit low fire. One shot Cammy.
Your secret the dub push out.
Dead.
Hold on, I'm fire.
Dub. 2 fire, 1 dub. 2 dub. 1 more dub.
Alright, one can come P5.
Window on me. Vance, weak. Desk.
You push out
One front desk. Hurt close hill.
behind you.
I got him.
And the comms are great on the side of Paris Legion. The only thing is, they're picking up a lot of these kills. No one is just hopping the point. Like, you even heard John say, someone hop on the point, all right, forget it, so just play your kills. Like, that is a frustrating situation right there for Paris Legion, because they found 3 kills in the feed, all pushed out towards fire, but then you have everyone still playing for those spawn kills. So definitely some miscommunication on the side of Paris Legion. Allow Toronto Ultra to take that map control right on back. You have one player you have to focus on who's coming on the flank, but they have full train control already with a minute left.
And the only little problem there is that Gravity calls in the glide bomb, right? Has the play lined up, takes down one of his teammates. So with that, see what Paris can do despite the accidental team kill. As we said, comms communication has been the issue for Paris. Just a few moments, few minute details that have not been on the mark, as just like that, Toronto take down 3 straight in the feed as Paris continue to cycle their way in through this street side. Clunex does get wiped away, so Paris, I do have that conga line forming. Hopefully they're not about to dance their way out of this series, because it could be likely as Insight drops 2 in a moment's notice. Jimbo, the sole lifeline, as he and Gravity, hand in hand, sit alongside each other in fire for what could be the final play, for what could be the final moment of this series. Paris not down in lives, but it doesn't ultimately matter. Some play has got to work out. Some call has got to formulate into something as they all begin to hit the deck. Gravity misses the jump, and that will be a 3-0 in the control and a 3-0 sweep in the series.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra, they came out to play today in full control of that map, number 1, from start to finish. And then even in the search and destroy, taking a team like Paris Legion on their best search and destroy map, you go down in the first early 2 rounds, but then you go answer back with 5 straight rounds. Cammy and Insight really took off. And then they find themselves on a barrel of control where they have seen a lot of success. Like you said, they haven't been able to win Gavutu. They haven't been able to win Tuscan. But ever since this map has been added to the rotation,
I can win this
is where they find a lot of success. Now puts them at overall 4-1 on this map. They just came out and dominated this series. On the side of Paris Legion, slow start from John, at least in the first 2 maps. But then on this map, number 3, their game plan was terrible. Like, it was horrific. Like, we play rank play all the time, man. We know that you have to wrap back towards that train side and not try to commit to playing every single spawn kill onto the players coming out of fire. Paris Legion, their game plan was just horrific on that map, number 3. Shuts them down now in a 3-0 fashion. And I don't know, man. Paris Legion, once again, another stage where they go 0-5. They're gonna have dead last seed going into the major. I just don't see the way that they can turn this around without a roster change. It's not clicking for this team. You can just tell by their gameplay. The teamwork is not there. One person goes off, one person is double negative. It's just not clicking right now for Paris Legion, and Toronto Ultra were able to capitalize on it.
And that's the one thing too, Jay, that ultimately frustrates you, is that you walk away with the series. It wasn't because you got dominantly outslayed. Obviously you did, but it's the way that you got outslayed. It's because, like you said, of that miscommunication, just plays, things that just were not in sync. I mean, the amount of times that we saw them lose spawns of Bocage, like we said, the weird rounds on Tuscan Search Destroy, where they're leaving the middle side of the map open. And then, as you said, little moments right there in that Berlin control where everybody's doing the same thing. They finally earn a streak, and unfortunately somebody gets taken down with it. It's not as if Paris, are making, rather aren't like getting massively destroyed when it comes down to slaying. There are certain players that are dominant. It's just, like I said, the overall game plan that just does not seem to be there still. And as you said, another qualifier where they are yet to get a W. Only 1 online win this season in Vanguard. Obviously, we'll see how they play when it comes down to the Toronto Major, buddy. What's up?
And it was versus this squad too.
That's right.
Their only online win is versus Toronto Ultra all the way into game 5. But they came back. They came into this series and said, all right, we're going to play you on the same exact hard points. We're going to take your best search and destroy from you. And this is where I see Toronto Ultra, even though they're playing a weaker opponent in Paris Legion, just making drastic improvements. Like you said on that map, number 1, in control of the spawns from start to finish. Beautiful execution on the way that they were holding down a bunch of these hard points. And then that search and destroy, communication for them was on point. They find an opening, everyone attacks it, and they find success there. And then in the Berlin control, this is where you allow your SMGs to be playmakers. Vance finessing his way around the back. Kleenex finding a 3-piece left and right. Like, Toronto Ultra are looking back on prime form.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And it's also another opportunity, right, where you do look at that matchup that these guys have at the Major II qualifiers. If you're Toronto, we're like, hey, we lost this in a game 5. Now we're beating these guys 3-0 On the flip side for Paris, that has to tell you a lot, right? The one W that you have versus this team, you just got 3-0 smacked around by these guys. But like we said, Toronto Major is still upon us, and now the Ultra have got that third victory that they've been so desperately looking to grab. A very quick series as we bring back in the desk. Guys, I feel like we just saw you like 5 minutes ago, but here we are, 3-0 for Toronto. How do you guys feel about that one?
It was interesting. You know, in the year 2020, it was a hot summer in New Jersey, right? Me and my ex, we got into a big argument, and I said, what are we? She said Paris Legion. That's when I knew we were over. Oh my God. Toronto Ultra 3-0.
Yeah, I will say, like, when we watch some teams make mistakes, we have to be really precise. It's like little things that happen wrong for them to lose games. With Paris, it's these glaring fundamental issues. I mean, we saw it in the search and destroy round. They get bombed down A, and then they really just don't look at mid-map at all. You have to make a decision there. You're going to get surrounded and collapsed on by a good search and destroy team like Toronto, and you're going to lose a round, which is what happened. You have to either push out one way, or you have to help the guy that's mid-map. There's multiple different rounds where we saw Paris try to push through mid as well, with nobody swinging and try to kill the guy on the bomb site. Like, they have massive things to work on.
Yeah.
In that control, like, they're setting up for the spawn trap and fire, right, on their offense. But what do we see teams do? They wrap around, they get kills, they hop the point, they stack it, and they spawn kill. Well, they're not even aware of, like, the spawn that's happening. Multiple times, players are spawning in front mid-fire and wrapping out without the players on Paris even knowing where they're at. So the knowledge of the control spawns aren't even there as well. Like, it leads me to beg the question, like, are they even watching the film and, like, taking the notes, or have they given up? We don't know. We're not in their camp, but they have so much to work on.
I think it was definitely a little bit of a mental thing, for sure, for them. I feel like after they lost that bow cage, even when we went to player cams, like, and listened to comms, like, across the board, I feel like it might be a mental at this point from having to lose in the way that they are losing so many times. But it also has to do with the inconsistent SMGs. I talked about it going into the series. John and Jimbo, it's like they're hot potatoing on who's going off and who's getting put in the blender. And for me, honestly, I would almost prefer having Jimbo. You just have to find somebody to be consistent next to him. On the likes of Toronto Ultra, right? Kleenex has Bance. You know what you're going to get out of Bance. And like Seattle Surge, Pred has Mack. You know what you're going to get out of Mack. Vivid has Awakening. Like, they have this consistency in that duo where even if your aggressive SMG gets put in a blender, you have the consistency in your other SMG that's being a route man, that's being annoying to still keep yourself in the game. Where Paris, both SMGs, it's either you're getting super hot fried or I'm getting super hot fried, and we're both just bashing our heads through the front.
In a way, we kind of do know what we're going to get with Paris Legion, submachine gun duo, but also we have a game fuel victory spotlight with the one and only Cammy. Let's get him on board after a nice big 3-0 win. We didn't say too much about you guys right there talking about Paris, but Cammy, first off, how you doing? My question is, though, with that win with Scrappy that you guys had last week against the New York Subliners, did you guys as a team, as a unit, pick up things that will help you all in the future with play style and just being better overall?
Yeah, no, it was definitely good playing with Scrap for the last week. He definitely taught us some just little, like, minor things, like little rotation things in setups on different maps, I'd say, not the ones we played today. But yeah, he definitely helped us for last week, and obviously it was a nice win, so I'm feeling good.
Congratulations, Cammy. A little bit of a two-part question here of, do you feel like you're hitting form? Because, I mean, you have a 1.33 overall in this series. That 1v2 clutch with the defuse was just literally disgusting. We saw smiles all across the boards, and the respawns, you were doing your thing. Do you feel like you're finally hitting a bit of last year's form? And as well, a side part, Insight having sat out, being, you know, kind of on the bench for that one game with being sick, when he came back in, did he bring anything like, hey guys, I noticed this while watching our gameplay, or I want to add this to our gameplay because I got to see what Scrappy was able to add to the roster?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think I'm hitting form again. Obviously, I think I've been having a bit inconsistent series this year. I'd say I'm starting to turn it around a bit more and understand, like, my playstyle a bit more this game. And yeah, Jamie came back in. Obviously, you know what you get now. Jamie, probably one of the most consistent ARs in the league, especially with his S&D. So it's unreal to be back playing with him again. And he's just like, playing with Scrappy, I had to play a bit slower, but then obviously bringing Jamie back in, he plays slow and lets me kind of roam around. So that was the main thing that I'm happy to have him back in.
Cammy, great series. You look great overall in that one, as well as the squad. I got to ask you, you guys have made the improvements in hardpoint. Search and destroy has sort of remained the same. But what we know of you guys throughout your time as a team is control. It's been dominant. Well, in this game, it's sort of been 50-50. And in this stage, you guys haven't been that great up until this series. So from your perspective and the team's perspective, what has been the main issue when it comes to control?
I think in control, I think we've just been, like, honestly mega trolling in the big scenarios. Like, I think the New York series, I remember Hydra got it was like a 1v4, but it wasn't actually, it was like a 1v2, just like small little things like that. We just aren't really on top of at the moment. It looked good that series, but I feel like, yeah, we've still got to go over a lot on control, just the minor things to help us close out the rounds, and we'll be spot on again on that.
Hey, Cammy, I know this is a pretty long interview, but the very last question, okay? With Major III being right around the corner, we're leaving next week, right? Do you have anything to say to the fans that are attending that are Toronto Ultra fans? And do you want them to be as loud as what we heard in Minnesota and Texas?
Yeah, no, definitely. You know, shout out all the fans. I'm excited. I'm so excited to play in front of the homestand. I'm pretty sure with that we've secured winners bracket as well. So it's a nice bit of stress lifted off us, and hopefully we can put on a show for everyone, and everyone's loud for us.
Let's get it, baby. All right, Cammy, great win. Thank you for the 3-0, by the way. You made our day a lot shorter, and we'll talk to you next time, all right?
Yeah, have a good one. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so for all of you beautiful people at home, you heard it from the man, Cammy himself. Get the tickets to go to Major III. We tell you guys every single day, and Ali, Nameless, I don't think they hear us loud enough. Things are selling out right now, and the first 2 majors we had this year, they were just so dang fun, man.
Dude, we leave in 3 days. We leave in 3 days to go to this major. I want to see you all next week. Show out every major. It gets better and better and better. This is Major III of the season, and it's Toronto's homestand, and they just secured winners bracket, so it's going to be a good one.
And also, it's not just showing up to see the top CDL teams play. Go out there and challenge yourself by playing in challengers, okay? This is where basically we see the best just grow, period.
Yeah, I mean, it's where we breed the talent that makes it into our league. They've had so much success this season in the actual pro scene, so you got to go there and start at the ground level, like learn about these guys and see where their career goes. So I'm excited for the Passion Pit to see how these guys play.
This is Challengers year, by the way. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we got a banger, okay? The Florida Mutineers versus the Seattle Surge. Which version of these teams are we going to get? I don't know yet soon, but I can't wait to see. And hopefully they both bring it, because this is going to be a very big, high-powered matchup. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break to continue on with some more Call of Duty action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
I bet the game's gonna start in 5, 4, 3,
I just disappeared off
1, 0.
Oh, it's starting lit.
Let's go.
You know what's good about this room? The lights don't just flicker off.
Oh my god, dude. Do you think the hash slinging slasher was coming through? The hash slinging, the hash bringing.
How much caffeine is?
I think it's like 200.
I would assume 200, and then the extra probably adds like another 100 or 50.
What number gets you cracked?
I don't know.
How much caffeine is in that little shot?
No, let me just scan the. I'm feeling the power come down to me. Oh!
If you're my true friend, what color are my eyes?
Okay, I just looked at your brown.
Nope.
Yes, they are.
Nope.
Yes, they are.
Tyler, they're hazel. They're hazel.
Isn't that brown?
No.
It's like, nah, hazel's like multiple colors.
But
it has brown in it.
I was just checking if you're fake. I'm just checking if you're fake.
You're fake.
What the?
Fake. NTL, baby. We love Vanguard. NTL. Yeah, nothing to lose.
You know what? I've decided I'm LOTR. What, Lord of the Rings?
Yeah. Last of the real.
What's that?
Last of the real.
Guys, you always flexing those muscles in these videos, aren't you?
Yeah, he's jacked.
Yeah, bro. Now they ask.
Oh god.
Wait, we haven't tested my push-up performance after I've been in the gym. I bet I can do like 20 now. Maybe 25.
Yeah, we'll see.
Nah,
We'll test it. We'll test
crazy.
it.
25 is crazy.
After,
Yo, run it, man. Come on.
I never.
Have you guys ever been on the CDL comms check video ever?
No.
No, right? Okay.
No, we never get put in because we talk about important and they just deny it.
And the only time we're in there, it's us making a dog noise.
Do you not speak French?
No, I don't. Speak Latin American. I'm Spanish, man. Hola, ¿cómo está? ¿Cómo te llamo? Oh. Oh. Look, you're bleeding, bro. Just cut myself on the toilet paper, dude.
What the Yo, this guy cut himself on toilet paper, dude. That takes a real moron to complete. Like, that's a mission that only a real dumb can actually fulfill.
Off the point. Mack staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone.
They are. Brett has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on.
And still, if fire works out, is he getting more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. The Young Guns in round 11. And they go back. Can he come out the corner in time? And you bet he will. That's it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Belly, Alley, and also Nameless, but also we have a big game to play. It's going to be the Seattle Surge versus the Florida Mutineers, and as Seattle takes on Florida, the question is, what version of Seattle are we going to get today? Now, Alley, we've seen Seattle against the likes of Atlanta FaZe, where they're great, right? But they also went against the Los Angeles Thieves and gave them a swift 3-0. I'm thinking they're back on track now.
I think they're back on track as well, especially after that interview with Dante when we talked to Simp, and he was like, you know, I asked him that question about, I see you pulling out the MP40 and the automaton based on the situation and the hills that you're in, and I think you're the only flex player that does that. And I think that's really interesting. I think it might help your team, but he actually goes, oh no, Accuracy actually said I need to stop doing that so I can add more consistency across the board for our squad. So I'm not adding all these, you know, outside opponents into the mix. So I'm interested to see that in this series, to see if that's kind of what got them back on track, is to just keep the repetition, keep the consistency, so everybody knows what they're doing. Because when I sat down and thought about it, you know, I was like, oh, I can see where that would could be troublesome because accuracy might be going up in posted up positions with an AR, and Simp, reading that situation, might be pulling out an AR and going in those same power positions and throwing accuracy off of his groove and making him rotate to a different lane. So I'm wondering to see how that plays out in this series, and when this goes to the game fuel keys to victory, Nameless, what do they got to do?
Simp has to continue the dominant Major III qualifier performance. He is #1 in the league right now, popping off with a 1.26, and then stay hot and control. A game mode that has not been great for them throughout this game. They're 9-1 round count during the Major III qualifiers. Berlin has been great for them, winning at 3-0 in their last series, and also imposed SMG advantage on bow cage hardpoint. Florida on a 3-game bow cage HP losing streak, where traditionally, remember, they were great at that map. That was Florida's bread and butter. But Seattle also great at that map, and that is going to be map #1 in this series. So I expect it to be extremely fast-paced, and that is going to be the map for me that's most important in this one as well.
And when it comes to the Seattle Surge, I'm really hoping that they pick things up and respawn, because when that boy goes, when that boy Pred goes rogue, he's absolutely untouchable, right? But also the Florida Mutineers, last time we saw them on screen, they went against the Minnesota Røkkr, and the Minnesota Røkkr aren't the same team that we saw stage 1 to stage 2, and because of which Minnesota won 3-1, but that still doesn't change my mind about what I think about Florida. They still put up a good fight, and it was a close game.
Yeah, I mean, Florida, they just have some stuff to work on. They're a bit inconsistent when it comes to gameplay, obviously, overall. Search and destroy this stage, not great for them. The First Bloods have to be better. They're last in league when it comes to First Bloods, so they have to improve there, which has led for them to be in a lot of 3v4 situations, which they're #2 in, right? So this is a team that, if they're winning Search and Destroys, they're playing all right. And looking at the map set in this one, they have Berlin and Tuscan. Those are actually the only 2 Search and Destroys that they even have a map win on. They have 0 map wins when it comes to Bocage and Desert Siege. So they sort of have to play these maps when it comes to Berlin and Tuscan, which puts them in bad spots against teams that are good at those maps. Luckily, versus Seattle, both the records are kind of even when it comes to that. So Mutineers have some wiggle room here in this map set.
All right, so when it comes to the game field keys of victory, aBeZy, what you got?
Well, Neobear showing you maps 2 and 5. They have lost 8 out of the last 9 search and destroys that they have been put into. They are 0-2 on bow cage respectively, and 0-6 on Desert Siege respectfully. And S&D post plant settings critical versus Seattle Surge. Seattle retaking sites 59% of the time in neutral situations. That is first overall in the league. The Seattle Surge across the board is a solid team, especially when it comes to search and destroy. And Skies need to step up to slaying a 0.98 KD during Major III qualifiers, a 1.10 prior, and that's actually insane to me, because the last series they were in, the first map versus Minnesota, Skies dropped a 2.10 KD to take the first hard point in the series, 250 to 114. However, they end up losing the next 3 in a very convincing fashion.
Hey, shout out to Skies. He could put up those numbers, but hopefully Florida can continue to put up more wins in the WL column. But it's going to be time for pick'ems. aBeZy, I went with Nameless first last time. I think I did. No,
you went with me.
It was you. Okay, well, you know what? Ladies first again. Who do you have winning this game? Seattle or Florida? I know how you feel about Florida.
You all know how I feel about Florida. I might be marked as a Florida hater at this point, but I think Seattle Surge take it. I really think they're starting to hit form once again, and when it comes to a team like Florida, the consistency just isn't there.
Right. Now, Nameless, when it comes to consistency, do you think we're going to see the better end of Florida or the better end of Seattle?
I mean, I think both these teams have been inconsistent, honestly.
I agree.
They're sort of equal for me. I'm going to go with the Florida Mutineers. Looking at the map set, I think they have a good chance in this series to take it, 3-2 fashion.
I think this is going to be a toss-up, to be completely honest. Florida, in my opinion, are better in respawn, but I feel like ultimately on a consistent level, that's going to be Seattle's bread and butter. Also, Seattle is better in search and destroy in my eyes as well. So I think that this is going to be a really big 3-1 win for Seattle, because Lord knows they need the momentum heading into Major 3, but it's about that time to get this game started. We got Bryson 10 on the mic. Fellas, my European brothers, it's good to see you again.
Thank you much, fella. Yes, we are very much looking forward to this game, Florida versus Seattle. An important game for so many reasons. Obviously, these two teams are sitting in what I'm now calling the bubble on the way to champs. About 6 teams in it. These two teams are only 10 points apart, and a lot of those teams are trying to make sure they qualify going forward. So there's an awful lot on the line for these two. Depending on their schedule, there's not going to be that much more available, Ton.
There isn't, and we do talk about those bubble teams quite a lot, but there is quite a lot of teams in this. I think it is quite large at this stage.
It is a 16, but and just so we're clear what we're talking about, on the run up to champs now, obviously there are, yes, you can get a good amount of points at the majors, 65 for first, 50 for second, and so on, but in each qualifier section there's only 50 as well. We're coming to the end of one of the last qualifier sections, only one more after this. This means that there are a few teams battling for it. It goes from Minnesota Røkkr, Seattle Surge, Thieves, Mutineers, Ultra, and Subliners are all the teams who could either make or break champs. on the next few weeks. Essentially, if they do well here and at the major, they have a good chance of getting themselves out of that danger zone.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really the opportune moment for a lot of these teams to get things rolling. But I think, you know, between these two teams, it obviously is very close on that stage. And I think looking at these maps as well, I feel like they're very, very close as well. I mean, I was literally looking at the stats for every single one of these maps. Both two teams, very similar records across all of them. Both teams actually on Bacage Hardpoint, which is going to be our very first map. Both 5-5 on that currently. But one thing that I found very, very strange, Brycey, these two have only actually played each other once over the season. That was all the way back in week number 3 of stage 1. So going all the way back, which is quite some time ago, when Seattle were really at the top of their game and Florida was still kind of mixy, it was a Florida 3-0. So
I'm sorry, that makes me laugh. Like 5-5 on Bacage for both teams, like the definition of mid.
Oh, it's so mid. But I don't know why you would go against Florida on this map. That's the only thing as well, though. I know the stats are like that, but I feel like with Florida, their record, they've challenged a lot of the top teams on this as well. They played FaZe, they played OpTic, and they seem to be the only teams they've lost it against. So, I don't know. I think it's a strange pick for Seattle, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to find out. Like I said, I'm looking forward to this game. I think it's very important, depending on these two teams' schedules moving forward, to get the points locked and loaded. Right now, obviously, a little bit of a dance around P1 as both teams just try to lock it down, as Vivid already manages to find 2. And again, this is all about positioning for P2. You can see both these teams really kind of reluctant to commit to too much time.
See how Paddy's going to do during this series. 1.2 against Seattle last time they turned out. It really was the ARs on the side of Florida that got the job done last time around. But honestly, the way that Simp has been playing in general over this stage so far, he's a scary prospect for a lot of these teams, but so far so good for the Seattle Surge. Mack at 5-1. I think it was the notorious flu game that we seen out of him, wasn't it? What was it? what did they call Mack? What was it when Mack was yak on the stage and he managed to drop like loads of kills when it comes down to Bacage? Either way, a good start from a 5-2. Rotation though belongs at this moment in time towards the Seattle Surge. Although sorry to the Florida Mutineers here. It's hard. The coloring's very similar, Brycey. What can I say?
Yeah, it can be a little bit of a challenge, but we'll try and make sure this all goes smoothly for everyone at home. Right now, it's still a bit of a battle going on as they try to hold this one down. It's not really a complete hold from them, though. They do have the spawn lost. You can already see the pinch coming through, but they're Paddy trying to hold on. All the pressure that was coming will, of course, be that scrap time over towards the Seattle Surge. Should bring this game pretty even.
It's a good chunk of scrap time as well, Brycey. Around 30 seconds or so that they've got to play with here. So the Mutineers are ready to find this rotation over towards P3. It's their favourite hill when it does come down to Bacage. We know that the map in particular is very, very mixy. It's hard to gain too much of an advantage, but on average, they're getting more than, well, the average, I would say, for all these other teams. They do tend to lock down a good amount of time here. 90% of the time they hold it when they have this rotation over. But, well, that's not looking likely now, as 2 kills are going to be found towards the back. Simp just trying to work over towards the backside, trying to get a hold of the spawns. Dave Paddy finding an important one, but accuracy inside the hills. Seattle Surge have found a break.
Had a little bit of a break, but they didn't really have the numbers to back it up as Vivid and Skies combine. And now Florida Mutineers are in control, so going to try and find something towards the back, and eventually finds Awakening. And Awakening says thank you very much for that kill. The rest of Seattle Surge trying to get in position for this one as well, and Mack calls it perfectly. Finds him in the corner, looks for Skies, does get shut down as both teams keep pouring players into this.
Yeah, we talked about Skies having to pick it up. Heading into this series, not necessarily been have the best of times over towards stage 3. Not too bad of a start, I say that, 3-6. But still, important kills are what we talk about. I mean, you know, during challenges during the week, I'm not going to specifically point out any versions of what happened, but there's occasions where players are finding 2 pieces to win the games and things like that. So it's not necessarily always down to those kill-to-death ratios. It's the important kills you find. A couple of important ones coming in there. Side of Skies. 7-6, I should say, sorry.
This is still a very tight game between the two of them. Eventually, it will be Seattle Surge that get hold of Barn, and at the moment, I do feel like they're doing a better job around this map. It's not the biggest of distances so far, but hey, it's Bacage. That's kind of what happens over and over again. Pred gonna find his 6, looking for the glide bomb now, but will be cut down by Vivid before he can actually get anything rolling. Simp gonna find Skies, and that double back does not fall in for a second. And now this is a good hold here onto Barn. Seattle Surge have got this one locked in. They are winning the kill feed as well. And now, if you are going to be the Florida Mutineers, it's time to regroup and regain and get all the way into River.
Yeah, rotation over towards P4, or 5, sorry, so it's coming in there now. Mack up top, he may be able to disrupt this, but the rest of his team picking up that scrap time. This is a healthy lead for the side of Seattle Surge when it comes down to Barkage. It's not one we see too often. Mack has momentarily slipped the nets. That would have been a good gunfight to win. Awakening will get traded though. And all of a sudden, this gunfight against Vivid is so important. But Simp, continuing where he left off here in stage 3, eventually will get taken down. Mutineers are a little bit fortunate to get the spawns towards the back. It's looking like Seattle may have found a breakthrough there. But Mutineers just about holding on to those spawns and crucially onto the hill as well. Seattle Surge still trying for the push towards the back. It's only momentarily Pred left in a position to do anything. And that's a good hold from the Mutineers. Yeah, they needed that.
They managed to get a little bit back into this one, and Skies and Vivids combining there just to make sure they couldn't get past them. And now already spreading out. You know Seattle Surge aren't really going to push this tempo too hard. They'll be setting up, trying to lock down a little bit of time on P1, but more importantly, that rotation for P2. It'd be dreadful for them to lose it for about 10 seconds of scrap.
Nice little spree going on from Vivid here. Most engagements across, well, everybody in this team when it does come down to Barkage, and that surprises absolutely nobody. P1 now coming up. Mutineers have definitely reduced that deficit. Around 50 or 60 at one point for Seattle Surge. That's a really nice hold over towards P5. They've strung it up with a couple of kills heading over towards the next hill as well. Vivid is still going. 6 spree from him. If he can find one more, it's a glide, and that might help them break over towards P2 in around 40 seconds or so. There's still time.
There is, and again, this basically we might have reset the map, gone all the way back to the first rotation ton, because it is neck and neck. And again, the same story is playing out here on Barkage. P1, while it's good to get a little bit of time and soak it up, it is not usual for either team to really dominate on it. It's all about these spawns. It's all about holding down P2 and looking for the lion's share of time. At the moment, you can see the Mutineers are trying to stretch towards the back. Vivid is going to be making a play towards 10, but he's gunned by accuracy. Sky's making 2 in barn. But at the moment, it does seem like Seattle Surge will hold this down for P2.
Yeah, but the ace in the hole here for the side of Mutineers is that Vivid does have a hold of that glide bomb. Do you choose to invest it here? Or do you wait for things maybe getting a little bit scary, or do you just secure some sort of time with an Awakening though of top barns, surviving if only momentarily? As they paddy with him, as the rest of the team now coming off the respawn. Keep an eye on Pred inside of Grandma's. Trying to cause a ruckus and has done so. This is really well held by the Seattle Surge. Brilliantly held, actually. Pred pushing out just causes chaos in the Mutineers back line, and all of a sudden you can't even push out. Accuracy holding down the street. And look where Mutineers are spawning right now. They can't even get close to the point. They can't even get out Grandma's.
Yeah, we managed to finally find their glide bomb, and that's just to relieve more of the pressure. It is going to allow them to kind of escape the trap they were put in, because on P2 you can push out quite a distance. Unfortunately, a glide bomb does nothing if you don't make a kill to back it up, and they try to get out and they just push right back in. And accuracy and Vivid just completely slide cancelled his lips off, and now you're going to see, is there a way the Mutineers will have this spawn because they were forced into it? Can they hold it and get some time back?
Yeah, that's a disastrous P2. As you said, the glide bomb goes. Questionable, I would say, in that occasion. Kind of just choke it. You've already got 2 inside of Grandma's to get past you. You've got accuracy over towards the street as well. It's already a hard break on a few different fronts. And now can the break come here for Seattle Surge? Can they continue their dominance? Simp inside the point 1 and 2. Contested is the third there, not quite. Awakening, the only one left momentarily for the side of the Mutineers. Mack will find the kills at the front. Accuracy trying to line things up here towards the tank. But already you can see Pred in that prime position to slow down the Mutineers. This is wonderful from Seattle Surge so far.
One of the most infamous farming locations on this entire map, and he finds 2. Not going to be able to find the third, but Simp will just get it as well, and the slaying is paying dividends. Seattle Surge are going further and further into the lead. The Mutineers need a big rotation and a big hold to have a chance to come back.
To be fair, Bryce, last time around, Seattle Surge had about this lead, although it is a little bit more than the lead they had heading over towards P4 last time, as Pred finds another 2 towards the back. But honestly, Mutineers have been here before. That P5 hold last time was wonderful, but Seattle Surge, the last 3 hills in a row, they've been there on the rotation, they've locked them down, and consequently locked down a lot of time. Let's see if they can continue.
Well, at the moment, we're going to see Mutineers trying to get into this barn. So let's go for a listen with the current leading team of Seattle Surge.
T3, I'm trying to hold on. He's A plat. I'm going to go. Low water. One A plat. I'm top house. I'm just finessing, okay? T1, I heard. He's back twos.
T1, 1 shot.
I need a hole. He's dead. Good time, you guys. Good time.
Look at my trips bench.
Nothing's
Awakening was T1.
Oh, top on, Awakening. Oh, dead. Nice.
I'm going.
He was like front gate. He stunned over from there.
I'm going left. I'm going left.
I'm gonna wait in the corner back house. I'm waiting in corner back house.
Okay, I'm going top.
I know the time.
I'm going top.
Okay, nothing bench. I know the time. I know the time.
He's not camera. He's not camera.
One shot on time.
Tunnel. Running tape plant.
Dead.
Nice.
In the back, Dave. One shot.
I'm going tunnel. I'm going tunnel.
Okay.
Staying on the open tower.
I'm just saying. I'm going around again. You guys are
Not Zig. Not Zig.
I'm bottom house right now.
I'm going
on tail.
One shot tunnel. One shot tunnel.
Yeah, I can hit front.
I'm going top house. I don't have any time.
I can't see time. Time, race front time. I'm fighting out. Front time dead. I go time. Just keep it right. Keep it right. Keep it right.
One more close ramp.
I'm just keeping the white.
Okay.
Power ramp shit on him. Nice. Shitting on him. Get time. If you
someone get on it.
I'm gonna get drop on it. I'm on bottom house right now. Bottom house one shot.
Huge comms there from Seattle Surge. The strategy actually coming out from them, just keep them off River Hill. And they did a very good job of it for the most part, but eventually going to go down as Pred falls as well, even when he's 33 and 25. There are some points flying in here for the Florida Mutineers, and maybe a little bit of confidence too.
Maybe if they can string something together here, you never know. Slaying-wise, very, very even for the side of Florida Mutineers, but Pred is having a game at 33 and 25 now. And this is where we've seen Mutineers pick up the majority of their time last time. They do a good job over towards P5, but can they flip this here now? Vivid and Co starting to find kills. This is starting to get a little bit scary. It's a 4-3 and 3 streak on the side of the Mutineers. We have not seen a Seattle Surge kill in quite some time. The map is now being flipped. If your Mutineers are in the best possible spot, if they can string together even one glide bomb here, you're screaming back into the game. Vivid is going to get caught out as Simp finds 2 though, and all those streaks are dissipated very, very quickly. But for the side of Seattle Surge, looking to try and flip that over towards field is going to be their objective here. Not in too much danger of a P1 hold, getting Florida Mutineers back into this one. It's all about the rotation over towards P2, which is still with the Mutineers here. Brycey starting to get a touch scary.
This will be an incredible comeback if they can manage it here. A little bit of soak on a P1. Vivid going to go for the chow. Does get it. Skies gets another kill. The biggest news at the moment, though, 10 seconds before P2 looms on the horizon. And the Florida Mutineers have made an impressive comeback. If so, can Seattle Surge break this? That's what they're going to be looking for. A huge hold for the Mutineers if they can make it. Keep an eye on that mini-map. Here comes the first engagement. Seattle Surge are winning a few of them as well. Only Awakening now. Really needs to just hold this for his team before they get pinned.
Spawns are still there, but it was massive kills that came in over towards Barn. It's a good job they got rid of Simp, who was pushing from Riverside. But Pred just being a nuisance in and around Barn is going to be an issue here. Vivid, can he clean them out? It's still Pred going. 5 spree for him. Not going to find the 6, but Awakening in over towards Grandma's. Florida Mutineers still on the spawn, but Seattle Surge have just etched away at what Florida Mutineers have done there. They're only 10 points away, which is huge for them. 25 seconds left to play for here over towards P2. Mutineers looking to lock that time in. They're not going to be too far off the Surge here, but can they break this P3 hold and also keep the scrap time?
That's it. They've not really made a push here, Florida, for about 30 seconds. They're looking for it, and Vivid is going to be dangerous. Seattle Surge have bet everything on this rotation. They have put their entire game on the line for it, and Vivid tries to break through, but he can't, and now Awakening in the back, but no! It's a complete denial and a complete shutdown. Florida Mutineers have not been able to break as they sprint towards this desperately, but they run into the guns of Seattle, and down they fall, and Seattle will take that hard point. But it did get a little bit stressful at the end, Ton.
It did get a touch stressful, didn't it? It's one of those scenarios that, I mean, we see it quite a lot, don't we? When it gets down to it, it comes down to that final rotation. You're leading the game, but you're stuck in Grandma's. Even over towards P1, they lost a lot of time there. And then the rotation to P2 from Florida. Very, very good, but just simply not enough.
No, it really wasn't. Maybe a little bit of a better start at the beginning may have paid out for them, but the final stats coming through. Pred dropping a 40 bomb, 41 and 31, 30 untraded kills with 4,295 damage. Certainly a force to be reckoned with on Bacage. And as you can tell, the slaying was there for Seattle in the beginning, and they're probably not going to be happy how that ended. While it is a win, it was a bit stressful. I'm not going to lie to you. I did think if Florida Mutineers have made one small break towards the end, it would have been a ridiculous comeback. And Seattle got to figure out why that happened.
I mean, it's kind of relative at the same time, though. I would say over towards P2, towards the end there. Had the game not necessarily been so close for Seattle to be able to win it over towards P3, they probably, I would say, challenge for that a little bit more. They kind of allowed Mutineers to have the rest of that time so they could set up over towards P3. Still, it did get a bit scary, but when you can get yourself set up, it's very, very difficult. for a team to try and find that break over towards the back, as we've seen. Awakening and Vivid. They were the ones that was entrusted on to get something done, but unfortunately when there's 4 members of Seattle there, it's just very, very difficult. But yeah, Seattle, I would say I'd like to see them maybe work on their P5 hold maybe a little bit more. It was a couple of occasions where Florida, that's where they were finding a lot of their success. And then, of course, heading into the rotation from there over towards P1, a little bit of time, a little bit of ground mouse control, mix it up, and you've got a few points on the board. But ultimately, Seattle surge across every single other hill, specifically 2 and 3. Very, very solid. Florida Mutineers will be disappointed with that themselves, though. To come so close towards the end there.
Gone ton.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on the highlights we're currently seeing. 220 to 148, halfway through River Hill. At that point, the next 2.5 rotations, essentially Seattle only get another like 14 points. And that is so scary for them as Florida Mutineers. Like I said before, if Vivid had found some magic towards the back, Awakening was there with him, it could have been a different story. A few more trades had gone the other way, and Seattle Surge will now be accused of throwing that entire map into the bin. It did not go well for them in the end. They got flipped out, they got slayed against, but a win is a win. And now we move on to Tuscan, Search, and Destroy. But it was closer than I thought it was going to be about halfway through.
Yeah, definitely. But as I said, I think always in those situations, you know, things do get scary. But I'm curious to what the comms are always like in the squad. In those situations, you know, as I was explaining, over towards P2, Seattle kind of let Florida have as much of that time as they possibly would have wanted because they have that rotation over towards P3, don't they? They want to make sure they lock that in. So you don't risk too much when you're trying to challenge for that scrap time. And that ultimately does help the side of Florida, maybe humble them in the score a little bit more. But ultimately, I think what did really bring Florida back into it was P5. Every single time they did look good over towards that, and they kind of just snowballed into P1. And then that time around, they did hold the spawns with P2. The other 2 times, they didn't get that P2 rotation. Ultimately, it was a deserved win for Seattle. Yes, okay, it did get a little bit scary, but even in those final moments, it never felt to me like Florida were going to make that break. Seattle always had the rotation over towards P3, and from there, it's usually done and dusted.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, for 2 teams that were 5-5 on Bacage, it certainly ended up looking like it with how close that game did end here. But we were expecting a tight game between them. One of the 2 questions about these 2 teams is which version of them turns up today. Bearing in mind they've only played once in the CDL so far, they have both been accused of blowing hot and cold against many teams, right? People want to know where the consistency is. People want to know who is the better team and how well are they going to do at Major number 3. We are not far away from finding out when we go to LAN who is the better team and who performs better at this point. You add in the fact that also these are 2 of the teams that are fighting for a chance at champs. And it is just a chance, because you've got to remember, even if you do well during qualifiers or at the major, other teams are going to be gaining points as well. None of them are any way near locked in. And the more you can get now, the more comfortable you are going to feel as the season progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that out of these 2 teams, which one feels in prime position is probably the side of Seattle, to be honest with you. I feel like they've looked pretty decent over the last couple of weeks. We're starting to see a little bit more consistent performances, I would say. But we need to see it consistently. I know, like, consistently consistent is kind of where we want to be for the Seattle Surge, because I think we know that their ceiling is really, really high. We've seen Sib and Pred start off the year fantastically. It's kind of hit a little bit of a dip. Sib, though, this season has been fantastic. Pred really stepping it up there in that map number 1, and that's where you expect a game out of Pred. The SMG up close on Bacage against a team who wants to farm with those engagements as well. You'd expect Pred to enjoy himself in that situation. He did so, and that's what we need to see.
There was a lot to break down about that hard point as well. If you're Seattle Surge, we usually talk about like momentum being a big thing in Call of Duty, right? If the Seattle, I feel like you don't carry that much momentum going forward because your win wasn't that clean and it was in a dangerous position. And Florida were looking like the better team in the second half. The other part of it, of course, is as we move forward between these 2 teams, there's been accusations of mistakes from things like Florida, like not getting on the point and all that. And obviously, Seattle has the infamous meme that sometimes they're good and sometimes they aren't. So moving forward into this S&D, it has always been difficult to benchmark these teams simply because you could put them in a position in your power rankings, and I'm sure many people have. And then after that, they either become even better or a lot worse, right? Like, I think Chance, we were speaking to him before the show, I think he put one of them third, and he goes, and then they just won nothing for the next 3 weeks. And that's the entire issue with them. They need to find some consistency. This is the time of year where excuses don't really matter anymore. I'm not going to lie to you. We are about to go to Toronto. After that, we have one last roll, one last qualifier, one last major, and Champs is there. First of all, you got to get to Champs, and second of all, you need to be in the best position possible for it, because let's face it, the Champs is a bit different.
It is. You need to make sure you're firing on all cylinders by that point. You need to make sure you're there, of course. That is very, very important. But for these two teams, it is crunch time, because at their top, I would say, the top of both of their powers, Florida are kind of that team who are on, we're using the word bubble quite a lot, but they're kind of on the cusp of that top 6 kind of area, you would say. But Seattle, on their day, I believe, are a top 4 team and can be a top 4 team. But, I mean, how many times have we seen it? Seattle come out, they'll beat OpTic, and then lose to, all respect to them, a team like Florida. These are the games that they should... Looking at the Seattle roster and how they started the season, and you look at them on paper, these are the sort of games they should be going into and winning fairly comfortably. That's what they want from this sort of result. I mean, everybody would love a comfortable win over Florida, but then it depends what Florida show up as well. Sometimes they're very, very streaky. Awakening can drop a 1.4 on your head, and all of a sudden you're in a game 5, and you never know which way it's going to go. So I think it's very difficult for Seattle at the moment. They have looked a lot better. I just want to see it continue. And if it's like map number 1 all the way through, they should be fine. But for the side of Florida, look, it's another one of those ones that comes down to a close barrage. Choke it up and see how you go the rest of the series.
Yeah, I kind of get that as well. And I suppose people at home are kind of wondering why we're talking so much about the points at the moment. Truthfully, because it is actually a very difficult thing to work out and calculate how it goes through, but it's how much it actually means for these teams. If you take in consideration the rest of the CDL, at the moment, Røkkr are on a very good spree. They're one of those teams fighting to make sure they get the Champs. New York Subliners, of course, have looked fantastic in recent time. Even though they are the lowest out of all the teams that we call in this so-called bubble, they have explosively come forward, and they have been doing a great amount of work, even to the point where when we go to the major, people are expecting them to place pretty highly going forward. Ultra have also looked better. So it's not just about, maybe winning a game or 2 here, because everybody else, especially with that many teams on the upswing, are going to cause issues for you. Those 3 teams, by the way, could be the 3 teams that just make it a Champs and everybody else fails. Everybody else could fail here because they're the ones on the upswing and they're gaining points more consistently, which is why Seattle versus Florida is such an important game. And I know you're probably sick of me saying this already, but we are waiting for map number 2. And don't worry, because we'll go over it even more as the series progresses.
Yeah, we'll be jumping into, all the Champs points and how things do break down. When we're further on in the season as well, we're talking about it now because it is getting close to the point now where teams are in need of points. It's not like, we can drop that series, but as long as we have a good performance in Toronto, guys, haha. No, it's actually you just need to win every single game now. Of course, every team is going out to win every single game, but it's getting to the point where each of these games is becoming a little bit more important. And I think you're right, there's a lot of teams on the rise at the moment. And it's entertaining, to say the least, though, isn't it? It's one of those things I was about to say. It's scary. It's scary for all of those teams in there, because it's like, okay, yeah, well, we've improved, but so is absolutely everybody else. It just feels like Paris are the outlier in that one, maybe, but it's just everybody is looking so good in that sort of mid-tier at this moment in time. And Toronto is a super important event for all of them, because they were all going in there with a lot of confidence and seeing where you're going to finish, and that could make all of the difference. Heck, look, Paris could turn up to Toronto and, maybe, you never know, go and do what LAG did. I doubt it, but, it's not complete. Even Pred thinks I'm hilarious. Look at that. I think it's difficult. All the teams at this moment in time are looking solid in that mid-pack. It's just who's going to come out on top, right?
It certainly is. And let's take a look at our top performers in Search and Destroyed. This is how it breaks down. It's going to be Pred versus Skies. Obviously, Skies taking the lead just a little bit there, a 1.20 against Pred's 1.0. All even and flat in that one. Obviously, better kills per round and percentage of team kills, all going the way of Skies in this one, Ton.
Yeah, 1.2 is very, very impressive. I'm actually very intrigued to see how Florida are going to deal with the side of Seattle on this one. Fast A seems to be the move for the side of Seattle Surge. 61% of their wins on attack. 61% of their attacks on over towards an A side of things. Fast plays coming out on that side. is what they're coming away with those wins. So it's interesting to see how it is going to break down if Florida have done their homework. Is that what Seattle are going to choose to do? Could come down to sniping as well. We know a couple of players on both these two teams are curious to see how things are going to be working out. Don't think it's necessarily going to be Pred. He's going to be the one up close and personal, trying to find those gunfights, trying to get in the little corner in the courtyard and cause issue from there on attack and defense. But I'm interested, looking at the records of both these two teams as well. I'm sure it'll be coming up on the graphic, but I'll let you know early. Florida 4-5, Seattle 5-3. Speaking of the snipers, let's have a look at how Sib was doing previously in one of his previous series. Working out on Desert Siege from Brycey, but is he going to be able to get it done here on Tuscan?
Oh, that's the question. There's been an awful lot said this year about snipers, actually, both for the negative and the positive. I feel like it's this weird thing where if somebody does well with a sniper, godlike, always should be running it. If someone doesn't do very well with a sniper, they're like, oh, this is the worst call you've ever made. Why would you have a sniper? Put it away. Do nothing. It's kind of this interesting point where they're both right, but the issue is always going to be context. Like, there's always the call after like 2 rounds, if you don't get a kill with a sniper or you're getting out sniped, oh, you should put it away. Bearing in mind that does mean a considerable change in-game strategy. And if the teams haven't practiced as much to play around an enemy sniper, because you never really play to lose a snipe battle, then it can seriously affect how their S&D is going to be going forward into the series. Because snipers can be incredibly powerful and incredibly like a deterrent to going even one side of the map. So if you kind of capitulate and say, all right, we're not going to counter snipe, we're going to give this up completely, well, then you lose an awful lot of ability to push in certain areas, and no team plays to kind of ignore part of the map.
It does make it a little bit more difficult, doesn't it? Certain areas are shut down. It does make those risky plays over towards certain sites when those snipers are aiming down. But anyway, let's see how it does work out for both these two teams. I said for side of Seattle Surge, it'll be a great map win if they can find it here. Mack not necessarily having the best time of things. Pred, there to carry the load in that sense. 1.32 will even out his 0.65, but Search and Destroy, Pred is going to probably be the one to do the business again. Look at this immediately from Seattle. Commit so much over towards A, Florida Mutineers. A fast B.
Accuracy! They're running straight into him. And Awakening takes that Dav Paddy as well, and well, that's the push. Pretty much shut out the door. This guy's an Awakening now. Have to find something else, but Awakening does find one. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. The only issue for them here is there is no rotation on the card because Bomb is in the worst possible location for it. Awakening will probably try and get it. You see the accuracy right towards the back, and there's a gunfight. Gunfight he's not currently winning as Matt goes for it at the same time, and oh my goodness, accuracy gets the player behind Awakening. Well, if you're going to go for bold and push P5, that's what can happen.
Accuracy in the perfect position, just slows them down, gets the shots in. Doesn't necessarily even need to find too much. I mean, it's always helped along when there's a team kill coming out from Awakening, mind you, but accuracy, very well played. Staying alive is just sometimes as important as finding the kills. That just stunted Florida's push pretty much immediately. I want to see how they're going to try and do this time.
I'm guessing probably a more measured push than that P5 we just saw. There's a double nade coming through, and Dav Paddy! Oh, it's one out of the playbooks. Seattle Surge said, hey, let's try this. Let's take him down. And it has worked perfectly for them. The first blood that he didn't see coming. And Seattle now choose to make the push. Vivid, ready to defend.
Grenades out, Vivid weak. Trey comes through, he does well to find one. The strats coming out from Seattle here. I love all these little breaks that we're seeing.
Rotate.
And the rotate comes through. Honestly, I actually love that grenade that comes over to check Patio. They know he's there. Still, he does try to kill, so Vivid does a good job, but now the rotate comes around from Mutineers. It's already a little bit too late. Seattle Surge, not truly aware of how much room and how much time they have over towards A. Mutineers pushing together, though. Awakening finds a kill, 2v2.
Much better for the Florida Mutineers, considering map control is not really in the favor of Seattle at the moment. They have split as well and just run straight into the team of Florida. It's an interesting strategy that ultimately falls flat. We usually say don't split up in those scenarios because trading it becomes infinitely more difficult. That's exactly what happened for everything that happened for Seattle Surge. They've just lost a 3 versus 2, and now we're all back to 1-1, Ton.
And I love the initial strat. You know, the grenade comes over top church. Brilliant. They find the push over towards B with a well-placed grenade there for the information. Fantastic. Then they kind of like, in the position that they're in, they could have committed over towards B and caused issue, but in the end, they choose the wraparound. It doesn't work out. Getting into the next round, though. You can see how aggressive Seattle are willing to be on the defensive side of things. Look at them. They're fully set up over towards A, and that's a grenade from Awakening. Where is he? How... Look where Awakening is on the map right now. He was a little bit further back towards... He's yeeted that grenade over towards A. Finds a kill, and now Accuracy has to do the same job again. Vivid. Gonna cause the distraction here, but still Accuracy just holds strong. Sky still beams him, and all of a sudden it's a 4v2.
Perfect one there, and here comes the sniper, and Simp has not hit it. Looking for Sky, still hasn't hit it. Vivid takes down his teammates, and now you're in trouble. He finds the first, though. I see Skies, but he does get taken down before he can do any more damage. And it's a big push, and it works out wonderfully for them. Awakening with the opening grenade, and they push P5, but this time, much more successful.
And Accuracy not finding that first kill kind of secures that round. The good gunning coming in from Skies, but I'd love to see Awakening's POV of way through that grenade from, because I just checked where the death came in, because obviously we didn't see it from our POV, but where Awakening was.
I think you basically you do that one from like just on the L alley, and you flick it over just on that run up. It's not a million miles away from spawn to do it, but it's not too uncommon. You see it in an awful lot of games try and lock off block or anybody who pushes up that way, especially considering since the spawn change on this map, it is much more difficult to push.
Either way, utility working out for both two teams, but Florida Mutineers the one who've been the more beneficiary. Set with the grenade over onto Awakening. Just place that one all the way over towards A. Gets the call from probably Accuracy over there. It's Vivid now waiting for a push to come in over towards B. A stalemate between these two teams. Vivid will find Pred. It's at the 3v3. TJHaly has to be careful. Accuracy will find a kill on Skies over towards A, though. Opens up this side of the map. That bomb should be going down.
It will. TJHaly may try and slow pick this with a sniper. Look for it. Vivid has managed to find Simp, though. Huge kill for them, and he goes onto the bomb, and Vivid gets a second. From a 3 versus 2 to a 1 versus 2. Accuracy all alone. Gonna slice straight on the bomb. I think there's a player underneath window, and it's gonna be that is taken down. And you can see the exasperation on Seattle Surge's face. They thought they might have that one in a bag, but no trades, no gunny, no map control, and that one walks away from them. Patience coming out of Mutineers in the end.
Patience from Mutineers, and I want to say very tentative player from Seattle Surge. There's a couple of occasions they found themselves up in numbers, especially on the attacking side of things, and the indecisiveness is costing them. They have complete A control. They know they've got the control over towards the field side. Yes, okay, they don't have church control, but at least try and go for the bomb plant. Try and make something work. All of a sudden, you're stacking one by one. It doesn't work out this time around. Vivid's going to find one. Pred now in a dangerous spot as well. Has to get away, and just about does. This time around, it's a 4v3 for the side of Mutineers on the attack. Can they make the advantage count?
Nade's going up top, and Accuracy's trying to hold it back as Nade's flying from both sides, but Vivid might be able to challenge him here. They're looking for him. He might have just slipped past, though. Sitting underneath church, waiting for any pressure to come towards him. This is already going to be taken down by Skies, and Simp trying to hold a tiny angle. Vivid just says thank you very much. And it comes all down to Pred in a 1 versus 4. The Mutineers are running away with this S&D.
We said Mutineers needed a better showing in Search and Destroy. They've lost 8 of their last 9. This moment in time, this is pretty dominant. Pred now, 1 versus 4. We'll find the first. Be something special to get away with this one, as Florida Mutineers will clean him up. And honestly, it just feels like Mutineers are taking the advantages that they get. If they find that first blood, if they have a man advantage, they usually are winning the round. Whereas Seattle Surge have fumbled 2 of them, specifically on the attack, and we need to see some more decisiveness from that. I think it's sometimes easy for us to say when we have the codcaster, we can see where everybody is. We're like, yeah, plant. Yeah, you've got loads of time. Sometimes it's hard to get inside the players' heads and understand where they know the information is, but it just seems like Seattle Surge are unwilling to commit towards a bomb site at this moment in time, and it is costing them.
This time, though, Seattle Surge find one, and I think Pred knows where a second player is as well, and he does. Advantage for the first time in a little while here for Seattle Surge. Awakening is going to try and make a difference. This might be a fast flank for them. They're hitting it as a 2. Say that, and they've just split up. Oh my goodness, Awakening with the absolute beams, but eventually taken down by Pred, gets caught. And it's DavPatty all alone against Seattle.
No utility, accuracy on the head glitch. That usually ends up one way. Seattle Surge get something back a little bit more there. I would love to see that commitment just more times from them. Fantastic stuff. They find the ultimate picks. It's easier to do, of course, in a 4 versus 2. Push on the bomb site as a unit and get the job done. I didn't hate that push from Florida, though, in the sense that, yes, okay, they will lose the first 2 kills, but there's an opportunity there, but the beams coming in from Awakening, not quite enough in the mid-map. Into the next round we go. Seattle Surge, can you continue this turnaround somewhat?
Oh, trying it again.
I mean, look at all the aggression coming through from both 2 teams. Are they going to be ready for this?
Run Mack, they're here, they're in numbers as well, and they go straight down. The Skies gets one as well. Simp fires back, bringing him to a 3 versus 2. That is much more successful for it, and Simp almost found him. A little bit of chaos as Awakening is towards the back as well, and Simp has just not had any health this entire engagement.
Gets unfortunate with that stun that comes over. I think DavPatty would have been dead to rights, but all of a sudden, everybody over towards the back. The gun needs to be crisp and clean here from the side of Simp. DavPatty just playing the angles as best as he can. Accuracy will find one. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2 gunfight. Skies is going to get gunned. It's Simp left in a 1 versus 1 against Awakening.
And he sees him up top. Problem is, it's going to be Simp that has to push the tempo here.
That's that.
Awakening is waiting for him. That nade strikes Awakening, but they're looking for him now. Awakening keeps backing up. But he's trying to find him. He's called this correctly. Simp will get it. And back onto the bomb. And it's just in time. They make the clutch. Seattle Surge, a 3 versus 2. And the guns come forward. And that could have gone so many different ways. Unbelievable ice out of Simp.
Big round there for Seattle Surge. And those are the kind of rounds that can swing the tide of a game very, very quickly. For Florida Mutineers, there's 3 of you towards the back spawn. You've planted the bomb, yeah, kind of for that side. That sort of situation, you've just got to hold your sights. The fact that they find the gunfight, both players find separate gunfights against separate players is pretty inexcusable. To be honest with you, if you're the Florida Mutineers, and now can Seattle make this count again? Look at the aggression over towards A. This fast A, we've said that it works plenty of times for them, and they find the first blood on top of that. Waiting for the nades now to be drawn out from the side of Florida Mutineers, but Sky's the one up top. Church, who would be in prime position to do something with that, does not have one, and this bomb will go down for free.
Mack gets this down, and becomes a very difficult retake for them. Vivid going to try and make a push here already. He's in a good position. He sees Mack onto you. Pressure coming in from Church as well. You can see DavPatty's trying to get in position for it. And Seattle Surge are locked in on this setup.
Got to find somebody to break. It could be DavPatty around field side. 25 seconds. That time is ticking down very, very fast. But Vivid is going to be the first one through the door. Can the rest of the team be here to find the kills? DavPatty will find 2. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v2 for accuracy. In the prime position, he has the time. Can he win this first gunfight against Vivid? Yes, he can. Now DavPatty left in the 1v1.
DavPatty goes for the pre-fire, and now go for the defuse, and it's not going to be enough, and they hold. I'll tell you something. The Mutineers made an incredible go of it. They found 3. The problem was, in the God spot, accuracy was still alive. And a 1v2 for him in that position that we've seen so many times. Seattle Surge have brought this back to a 4-4 ton.
The best thing for Seattle Surge there was the fact that they just did not let any of those kills come through too quickly. They didn't show themselves. If it comes down to the fact that maybe if Mutineers have another 10 seconds to then deal with accuracy, that is such a different situation. As it goes, Seattle Surge survive well around the A site, and once again, it's concentrated around this A side. Vivid, down bottom Church. Surely he's going to be dead to rights, and somehow he gets out. Sky's the bodyguard. DavPatty will find a nid, and this is all Florida Mutineers, and from what should have been a secured kill for Seattle Surge, is all of a sudden a 1v4 for accuracy.
I've never seen a bait like it. Vivid was dead to rights. Gone. The call has come through and his teammate has run out the door into gunfire. That is an absolute breakdown. Vivid could have given first blood away. Instead, somehow stays alive. And the series of events draws his teams into gunfights. They lose. Mutineers take it.
A series of very unfortunate events for the side of Surge. That is tough. It's one of those situations, though, where Vivid, he makes that push. It's a little bit questionable. Doesn't have any support from his teammates initially. Gets caught in the corner. And just well played to stay alive. I mean, sometimes you'll see some players just challenge that. This time around, not going to happen. Once again, for the side of Seattle Surge, which way are they going to go with it? Florida Mutineers, a lot of control over towards A. Not much HP for Awakening, but manages to survive the onslaught of grenades that came on through. Now for the side of Surge, it's going to be a slow one. Wherever you go, you're going to have to find a pick under the Mutineers.
Awakening holding this pre-aim up top P5. Just waiting. No information so far. Looking towards Wells. Still hasn't seen anything. Seattle Surge have not made themselves known on this map, and eventually we'll see Pred. Fire comes through. He's going to go for the challenge as well, but Awakening is cornered, but he loses the gunfight. It is answered back, though. Accuracy gets another one. Advantage now for Seattle Surge. Unfortunately, they've run straight into Vivid. And now Pred has to carefully try and get this bomb back. An awful lot of time burnt as well. Seattle Surge have to make a decision.
They do. How many times have they been in the advantageous situation and not made a decision? Now in a 2 versus 2, they are going to make that decision. Has Vivid made the call? Skies trying to get the angle. Does get the angle. 13 seconds left to go. It's Skies in a 1v1 against Accuracy. Can the Iceman get the job done?
Huge play from Skies. Huge play. And they're going to come straight against each other here. Oh, no. Accuracy almost gets caught and runs. And now they're both running around trying to find it. Skies has gone all the way up to top radio. Accuracy's trying to guess this, but there's been enough time elapsed. They don't really know where that other player's positioned.
The shots there, not quite as crispy as you would have liked them from Skies, but he's going to get fortunate, and there you go. There's Accuracy, and there is map number 2 to the Florida Mutineers. So back and forth, but Seattle Surge at times just not pressing their advantage. They will be punished for it, and a 6-4 defeat. The Mutineers tie the series up.
And it feels like a very, very similar story to the hard point. A little bit scrappy in places for these two teams. But Skies with the big kill. And I'm not talking about the final one. I'm talking about the one onto bomb. Vivid called it out. Skies reacted and managed to get that pick. And it forced it into a 1v1 where he had to find that player. Accuracy was going around the houses. Also got to say, Skies, like he went up top radio and then just decided to go the entire opposite way around the back of the map. A little bit of COD timing, a little bit of luck, but in a 5 streak for Skies. We're all tied up in this series, Tom.
Very well played from the side of Mutineers, though. A lot of disadvantageous situations that they managed to get away with. 6-4 on the Search and Destroy. Now we'll be heading into a Tuscan Control. Difficult one to call, to be honest with you. Sal looked good on that hard point for the most part. Of course, we said about that scary ending, although they always seemed in control. They seemed in control in many points of that Search and Destroy, Brycey, but couldn't quite convert it to rounds. So that's something they're going to have to look back on. Not necessarily the best of starts for them to this series, especially considering how Florida have looked in Search and Destroy as of recent. That would have been one they wanted to take away. It would have been one they would have marked down to say, we make sure we get this map number 2. They've lost that one now, and the series is on the line. I'm very curious to how this one breaks down, Bryce. It could be a map 5, if I'm honest with you. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, it certainly has been tight between these two teams the entire way through. But only time will tell us how this series continues. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this break for map number 3.
of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are currently in a game with Seattle and Florida facing off. So far, 2 tight maps have gone on between these two teams, and it's still left us all even. Of course, coming up next, the control. Ton, these two teams, who do you think is going to make the difference moving forward?
I think it's hard to say because both of these two teams, as well as having the exact same record on Prolute before we headed into it, of course, have the exact same record when it comes down to Tuscan control as well. They're very evenly matched. Of course, as we mentioned at the top of the show, they have not played each other since week 3 of stage 1. So it is a long time ago since these two have faced off. It's very curious because, to be honest with you, I felt like Seattle were in control for the majority of that search and destroy. They were in control all of the hard point for the most point. They will be ruining the fact that they're not 2-0 up here. Honestly, I think that's my overall feeling on the series so far. They'll be wanting to correct that very quickly and find that second map, albeit it will be the 3rd chance to do so. But I don't know. I think Seattle will be the more disappointed right now. I think Florida will be sort of saying to themselves, yeah, okay, all right, we really had to clutch up to win that 1-6-4. Where Seattle fumbled a couple of occasions. As I said at the time, I just felt like they weren't making those decisive moments count for them. They weren't making sure when they had those numbers of advantage to push the issue, force Florida to have to do something. They were kind of waiting on Florida to do something. In those situations, are you going to be proactive? They weren't in that map specifically. Can they be here though on Tuscan? Offensive win percentage here for the side of Seattle Surge is the highest in the league in terms of actual statistics across this map. In terms of offensive, defensive win and average ticks, for the most part does belong towards the Seattle Surge, but the overall records are tied up. So curious how it breaks down, but KD's over this match, not too great for the side of Florida Mutineers, but Sky's definitely stepping things up here at a 1.18.
Yeah, 100% obviously, and I feel like Awakening has had a bit of a quiet game so far, and I don't know if that's just the fact that we have such a high standard set for him moving forward in the CDL. It's always one of these things where the fans are like, oh, this player's playing great or terrible. Statistically, not that bad, but when you set the bar that high, it's always going to look a little bit worse than it could actually be. The question for them, of course, is whether or not Awakening can wake up and take over and maybe make the difference between these two teams, because right now, very little daylight between them in the way that they've actually been playing. A little bit scrappy, a couple of minor mistakes, but quite evenly matched the entire way through so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, further going on to that point about Awakening, last time around that these two teams played, it dropped to 1.35. It was a 3-0 for Florida Mutineers. So if he can find that level, then maybe we would have seen something a little bit different on the Prolute. And well, we did see a good play from him, of course, in the search and destroy. So if he can keep it up, Florida definitely do have a chance. It just, for me, it definitely felt like Seattle were kind of in control for the most part in that search and just did not make it count. Florida clutched up well, though, so you got to give them props for that. Can they turn it around here and continue to do so on the control, though? That's the question, as we've seen in terms of offensive ticks coming in for the side of Seattle Surge. They're currently sitting at first on offensive rounds. So, I mean, it's a good stat line to have, isn't it? It's very solid, but from the side of Florida, their defensive side of things is good as well. So, it's hard. I mean, both of these two teams are very well matched, Pricey, and it's very obvious looking at the statistics across every single map. There's a map in it here and there in terms of the records on each of the maps that we are playing in this series. So very tight affair.
It certainly is. Well, let's look at some of the highlights from the last map. This is our Game Fuel tactical play. We jump on board with Skies, who essentially just makes a very clutch kill. And as you can see, this comes through, eventually does find Pred, and it buys him a little bit of time. Eventually, actually will get this bomb down. When it came down to it as well, Skies held his nerve, and he checked more of the map. That's kind of the crazy thing for this one. Skies made a decision at this point to go all the way around the map. He didn't check P5, he didn't check Plat, he went all the way around. This could have gone disastrously, but
timing.
A little bit of COD timing, finds accuracy, and that is our Game Fuel tactical play, Ton.
Very, very well done from the side of Skies. And as said, it was one of the keys to victory. We really did want to see more from him. Currently, overall, it was a 0.98 during Major III Qualifiers. And he's putting up a 1.18 so far in this series. So that's a much more, I mean, it's exactly pretty much in the middle of where he needs to be. 1.10 was his prior KD across the whole of the season. 0.98 during Major III Qualifiers. And he's 0.08 ahead of what his prior KD was. So we're stepping it up. He wants to average it out, get back to that glorious land of a 1.1. He's on his way. We'll love to say it.
That's an interesting point to make. Glorious back to a 1.1. And I feel like when we talk about statistics like that, some people expect like a 1.4 from players sometimes without having any real context of the fact that how difficult it is. It's the exception, not the rule for most of these players. Like a 1.15 is actually a very good score for a lot of people. Hey, even dropping a 1 in the Pro League is something to be admired because you're going against the very best players in Call of Duty. And if you are trading even, you are not being a detriment to your team. Unfortunately, in this match, Mack has not had a good time so far, but still an awful lot of maps to play. All that could change as we head into the control.
Yeah, too many people see what Cell and Shotzzy are doing and things like that, and it's just, no, they are not normal people, okay? They're not normal.
Oh, at the moment, a little bit of a split here coming in. You can already see they're just looking to try and get a bit of positioning. Already being captured by Skies from the Mutineers, but it is a bit of a wipe. They've been taken down so far, and Seattle Surge move up the map for this one, but that Paddy's already found that kill towards Tiles. This actually opens up P5 for them, and now Seattle Surge might have to double back.
They might have to. They do have Pred over here, but not with a lot of support. Grenade's going to come over and maybe just slow down the Florida Mutineers for just a second. Surge having to back up their defenses over towards Beat and reinforce them as best as they can. Air control now going over towards the side of Mutineers, and they'll make sure to get this one locked in.
Oh, it's still a little bit in favor of Seattle here, but Awakening going to try and make himself known, but Pred gets that kill. Does he make the push here? He does have some backup in the middle of the map. He runs into you and gets instantly taken down. Sid tries to go for the trade, and he gets taken down by Vivid as well. They're feeding them all these kills, so they don't want to. And I think at this point, it's let A go and concentrate on B.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but I would like just see Seattle set up there. There's no point in maybe over-forcing the issue over towards A, is there? I mean, you're going to probably lose it. Either way, walk away with that one. A minute and 50 seconds is left to play. The live's pretty much dead even. Just one in it. They'll be too despondent with that either one of these two teams. Now, can they lock it down here? Over towards the B side. Sib. Oh, he isn't going to find that first one, and that could be detrimental. Rest of the team coming in off respawn. Going to have to do something here.
The pressure is now on. Seattle Surge trying to hold as well. Pred goes for the chow. Does find one at the same time, but dives straight out there. Doesn't check P5 at all. And now Sky's trying to come to reinforce. Looking desperately for these players, and he gets wall banged off of the map. And Florida Mutineers have tried desperately to get some control going here, but Seattle Surge have reinforced in depth. 2 plat for Awakening to get through as well. Vivid does make 1 kill, that's huge for him, and actually gets taken down. Awakening with a huge pick. Now it's the opportunity. Can Florida find something as they move on to this one? But Mack has shut it all down. And Awakening, while he will be in radio, he does not have the bodies to make a move.
Vivid trying to get something going here. Doesn't quite work out, but good job here. From the side of Seattle, they're keeping it scrappy. But for the side of Mutineers here, you know, you have getting into positions where something could have been done. It's just a couple of gunfights here or there. Not going your way. But it is a hard one to break. Seattle Surge looking to try and lock this one down if they can. We know that their offensive statistics are the strongest in the league when it comes down to Tuscan control. And the defense is looking pretty solid here. As Vivid gonna maybe find a breakthrough. Nobody in church. Is Vivid gonna escape round? Yes, he is. Finds one. Are the rest of the team there to help him out, though?
No. I'll be honest with you. At this point, all Florida have been able to do is hold open the P5 door. They've not really been able to make a move here. One last roll of the dice, though. Awakening with a big pick. They're now going to try and apply this pressure. That Paddy drives straight in, but not in the corner. Skies gets another one. They're jumping into this hill desperately, but they don't have the position or any hills to actually get it done. And that was a Hail Mary play. It was not ideal, and they paid the price in the end, but they had to just hope a gunfight or 2 went their way. But that was difficult for them. Seattle Surge with a very clinical hold. It wasn't perfect because most of the times you want Seattle Surge to get a little bit further up the map into that P5. Unfortunately, Florida just held it every single time. They were refusing to be pushed back into their spawn.
And as we said, when things get scrappy like that, it's sometimes on a knife edge, this map. It can be, but Seattle Surge just made sure they were at least winning out the trades. It didn't have to be a dominant kill feed in their favor. It just had to be ever so slightly. That was going to be a big hit through the middle of the map. They surely will get punished, though. Looking at where Florida Mutineers are sitting, did they see Sib slip the net? Seems like they didn't. Sib now making the push up top. Let's give Seattle a little bit more map control with Sib. Here, is he going to find TJHaly over towards back? Not quite. A little bit of presence over towards A here, though, Brycey. This should be locked in. I wouldn't imagine the Mutineers will fight over this too hard.
Now, they may try and put a little bit of pressure through, but they've got to make the kills first, and Mack locking that one down up top with Pred. We said, can we see a bit of a bigger game out of Mack? And so far, he's having it, but he's only had the defense. We're going to be looking for the players he's pretty sure have gone to P5, and he's called this one 100% correctly. But unfortunately, he has lost him with all the doors being closed.
Pred just making sure he is cleaning out that P5 for rotation. Doesn't quite find Vivid. It's so important to do. All the time, just to expect somebody on the flank. When it comes down to these attacks, Vivid coming in off the respawn, though, is going to clean out the field side, if only partially his accuracy. Still lingering. Finds the kill. Now needs to wait for the rest of his team. If he can find TJHaly, that would be huge. Can't get the kill. Pred will find one over towards Platt. But again, the flank always coming through Church. You want to try and have somebody linger around in Church. Here is Mack to do so. Finds a second as well. This could be an opening, Bryce.
They're looking for it, and that's a huge kill from Sib. They're looking for it as well, but Awakening gets gunned. Absolutely removed from the map. But it's still going to need a little bit more pressure. The rest of Seattle Surge's reinforcements are trying to get there. Skies with another huge two-piece. And that is the difficulty. Losing a couple of kills stalls everything you want to do. The players have to stop in P5. They have to make sure their flank is secured. And you cannot push onto it. And Awakening gets a two-piece in mid-map. Seattle Surge found the first step, but unfortunately had to then take 2 steps backwards.
So difficult on the attack. You need to be perfect for like 2-3 waves of kills if you want to lock it in. Seattle found the first one. Didn't find much on the second. Awakening now, just causing chaos inside a radio. My God, see you later, Mack. 7 bullets in a dream right now, and the MP40. You want to make sure you reload that one on a 4 spree. 3 off the glide, which could definitely help you. Foreign Mutineers, though, expecting to lock this defense in. Seattle Surge will not be too concerned if they do go on to lose this round, but look at this flank that's coming in. Pred will find the gun as well. Can't find the second on TJHaly, but the rest of the team now making the push from behind. I love this from the side of Surge, and all of a sudden TJHaly's left on his own. TJHaly is dead, and Florida
here come the nades.
Floundering.
Here come the nades. Sib is eventually going to go down towards the back, but that first tick, he's rocketing forward. The second tick, he is now on its way. The nades just raining
Huge
through them, but somehow they're still alive. They've managed to stay, and the second tick is in. The kills are all going to Seattle, and there is only a Hail Mary play, and it's all come down to this. Seattle Surge needed 1 break and 1 opportunity. They seized it with both hands, and even the nade rain could not dig them out once they were entrenched. That may be the difference in this one. Florida blinked, and Seattle took the point.
And in that situation, it's just a big flank that comes through. But on top of that, they win every gunfight. After that, there's still work to do. Pred just lingering in Church. He's 19 and 10. Found a massive 2-piece in there, just slightly off screen. Massive plays out the side of Surge. Now they have a defense to hold on to send themselves into the lead in this series once more. And you put your money on them doing so here with the way that control has won for them so far. And overall, it's been a great series from the side of Surge. If they can brush up a couple of things and Search and Destroy, they could have been staring down the barrel of a 3-0 here.
They certainly could. And now, as we watch, it will be the Mutineers obviously taking 8. Just a slight amount of pressure from Seattle, but they're not going to be too worried about it. The kills do come through, and I think that's going to be the end of Seattle anywhere near A, as Sib just gunned the skies on that mid-heady. Sib's going to make a play. Pred's going for this as well. They're going to try and make something, but it is going to go towards them anyway. Just looking for the exit kills. Great teamwork coming out of Seattle Surge. The pressure is now on already. Vivid may have slipped the net here. Vivid going to find a kill, and they have opened it up just a bit. And Vivid finds a second! Vivid has found a second! All of a sudden, Seattle Surge are not on this map anymore. It's just Vivid.
He doesn't have much support, though. It's only TJHaly now backing him up. A little bit of work going on over towards Church, but that could be a pick that's going to come on through. Awakening finds 2 huge kills towards the back, though.
Oh,
and
my
all
goodness.
of a sudden, how is it?
Get on the point! Get on the point!
I know, but they have to be careful because they need to make sure that they cover it. There's no point getting on the point when the gunfights are not going to go your way. Seattle Surge have somehow managed to claw this one back. I agree with you in a way, in the sense of Florida Mutineers need to make the most of it whilst they can. It did take so long for Seattle Surge to find a way back. But Florida Mutineers had to set up for what they thought was going to come through. Seattle Surge sent 3 down mid-alley. And win all their gunfights. A momentary scare there, Brycey.
I mean, I'm just glad they got that first tick. If they hadn't got that tick after wiping out Seattle Surge, it would have been disastrous. I thought maybe the Mutineers would lock that one in. Already, they are starting to get some more kills. Holding fire, though. Eventually going to come through, and Pred and Sib are just locking in. Vivid Wiley will be alive. He goes down there in the end. No hero play this time. Is that opportunity? Has it slipped past them? They are back in their spawn. They do not have map control. The Mutineers have to find something again.
It's difficult now. Looking at the defense here from Seattle. It is quite deep, but accuracy is having a game. 13 to 15 is, well, maybe me overselling it. Just a little bit of awakening, though. I may well have found a third. Nobody to support from the rest of his team, but again, Seattle Surge can set up 22 seconds here, Bryce.
This is the last roll of the dice, and already Vivid finds one. Catalyst for the last push. Needs more magic coming through. Sib already locked through. The auto aim being pulled left, right, and center. And they've managed to find a kill or 2, but accuracy may have just shut them down here in this control with the 2-piece. Accuracy finds a third as well, and Awakening's up top, and Mack says good night. Seattle Surge will take this control and slam dunk it over the top of the Mutineers. And I still feel like all that Vivid did, he made a hero play to allow Florida towards this point. Awakening flank found 2 more, and they never really got on the tick until everybody was dead and Seattle Surge was screaming down ramp. I don't know, Ton. I feel like, yes, they were in the right position. Yes, they were waiting for another push, but it could have been a little bit of a difference. I don't know what was going on towards ramp either, but somebody should have been watching.
It's one of those that it's hard to say without seeing everyone's POV. We were kind of watching from the minimap there, and it was difficult because I think when you get a little bit of presence there, because it wasn't just initially Vivid is there kind of on his own. He finds the kill, finds the break, nicely done, finds 2 kills. But then the rest of the team are kind of slowly streaming through. So that's given Seattle Surge a little bit of time to get their nades off and get themselves into a better position to try and do something here. The kills did come in. I think it was a momentarily forward down for the side of Surge, but they were kind of sporadic in a sense.
My issue is not that they should sack this point, by the way. The grenades on this obviously are
it's
horrific to deal with. But I feel like there was a good portion of time there where stopping the clock would have obviously benefited them. I feel like people forget that. Just stopping the clock in control is a massive thing. Because if you get enough time from it, it can enable you to set up for another push, even if you don't get that tick. But Awakening was towards the back. Vivid made a play through the middle. They had players everywhere. Seattle Surge were not in a good position. The fact they managed to run down ramp as a 3 normally would be punished very severely. It wasn't in that case, and I don't know if, like I said, I don't know who should have jumped on it. Maybe a few seconds. It may not have actually mattered in the end, but
yeah, so
it just
usually
looked a little bit wrong.
It looked like Dave Paddy maybe wasn't watching that from plat side. I don't want to put it on him necessarily, but those 3 players that did run down, Sib walks all the way through to Fountain in the end, or towards the statue, I should say, and finds the gunny over towards the back alley. 3-0 for Seattle Surge now on the control. Hell of a way to get yourself back into the lead. A Berlin hardpoint coming up next as well. Difficult. Looking over towards Berlin, I mean, both teams with 3 wins. Florida with the 2 losses, Seattle with the 4. Relatively close. But honestly, for me, it has kind of felt, and I want to be honest with that Search and Destroy. I don't want to say that Seattle completely threw it, but there was a couple of rounds that definitely could have went their way. Ultimately, throughout 90% of that hardpoint game, they looked the better squad. And a 3-0 on the control, this lead doesn't necessarily humble them whatsoever. This is very well deserved. It could have been 3-0 at this point. Florida Mutineers have done well to hang on, but that control was not good enough in that scenario. I say that though, it is always difficult when you lose your first defense. Obviously, it's always you're staring down a likely 3-0 unless you can answer back immediately. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough place to be now if you're the Florida Mutineers. Even though you did scrape together a win on Search and Destroy, you're going to have to scrape together a win here on the Berlin. And let's see if they can do it. They'll be saying to themselves, look, we clawed it back on Bocage, all about Bocage. Very, very different to Berlin. Can they do it here? I think it's going to come down to ARs having a good performance. If they can do that, they may be able to bring it back into it. But accuracies look pretty hot during this series. It has to be said. And I think key is going to be an issue for them on Berlin when we get over to it.
Yeah, and I think at the moment here for Florida, and don't get me wrong, right? I think both teams have had a little bit of mistakes left and right, but they just didn't look as composed as they could have done on that control. And it has been telling all the way through here. Bearing in mind, right, we're talking about them having to get onto that point there in that round and the bit of control that we just saw. It came off the back of a vivid hero play. Plays that do not work the majority of the time, but he made it. And if they had captured that point, it would have all been off of his back. The fact he made the kills in the position he found them when he shouldn't have been able to was mind-blowing. Awakening came through, made a few kills towards the back as well. Essentially, almost a perfect control setup. And then nothing came out of it. Yes, you can give full credit to CDL Surge for breaking it and making an incredible call to rain nades and hit ramp as a trio that they have done before. But a stun could have set them up. A nade could have set them up. A player plat or on hill could have destroyed that entire push. And it was that little gap and weakness where Florida feel like half a step behind sometimes against Seattle in this game.
Yeah, I agree. It just feels like that small little. It's almost like a little margin of quality, isn't it? They're just slightly off, but it is telling quite often in the scoreline. I think, you know, those hero plays you talk about from Vivid, they're important to have those players in your team, but you cannot rely on it. You can't rely on that being the everything for your team. But here we go. It's a new map coming up now. They'll have to forget about that 3-0. Heading into Berlin hardpoint over the season. Well, Florida just about positive with a +1 on average. Close game likely. Break percentages there for the side of Seattle, but a good hold from Florida as well. Let's see who's going to win these rotations. They're going to be important as we head over towards Berlin, Bryce. I think it's Seattle's to lose now.
Well, let's see how this goes down. Redemption for Florida, taking it to map number 5, are all dead and buried thanks to Seattle Surge. A big push already coming through. You can see both teams hitting this, of course, and it will be Seattle Surge on the slightly better side for P1. At the moment, Mutineers taking a bit slow, looking for their break.
See if they can find it, and there it is. All of a sudden, Simp left on his own. No magic to help him out there, and Florida Mutineers will force out. Seattle Surge will say, well, yeah, let's just ignore that one. Fast rotation coming in here. It's about mid-map control. It's about getting control over towards the P2 side. And I mean, you need to win some gunfights on the way around, though, Seattle.
Oh, my
Paddy and Vivid doing the... Oh, my God! He's pulled his pants down. Oh. Hell of a gunfight to win all the way to P2. And that is all of a sudden Florida Mutineers. Scrap time, Florida Mutineers in control of the second hill as well.
Wait a minute. Seattle Surge have managed to get bodies here into force, and Awakening and Mack gonna go against it. Pred finds them and eventually cleans them out here. Gonna have to find Dav Paddy all the way out towards the boxes, and he does eventually go down. And for all the work that Mutineers put in to get that rotation, they haven't managed to get it at the moment.
Yeah, it's... I mean, sometimes on a hardpoint rotation, sometimes the kills can come a little bit early.
Well, you can see at the moment it's still going to be Seattle Surge in this point, mixing it up as well, and they completely and totally clear this one out. You can see now they're already pushing forward. Pred's going to find the first, looking for the second, and a little bit of a wobble does not allow him to get that Paddy. But Mack picks it up and tries to get towards the back of this next hill. Going to have to settle for scrap time. And already, I think, a little bit of pressure coming in from the Mutineers. They don't want to give all of this up.
They don't, but they have to be careful of this rotation. Already got the spawns kind of locked in. If you lose the next couple of gunfights, they're in a dangerous spot, but they should have the spawns over towards the dock side. They do get them, but Pred is already here. 1 second to go on the old hill, and Pred up in the face of Skies. Skies needs some help from the rest of his team. Also did Pred. Nobody here from the side. How was accuracy? How has he managed to get through?
Unfortunately, I think he's going to get caught timed, and he is going to go down. And again, it's feeling like a game of two halves We see both of these teams able to pull off good rotations and good slays and good breaks, but who is going to make the difference in the end? Mack in the position to try and get them off the respawn. It's still going to be Mutineers in charge, though.
Just about. Good lead for them now as well. That is building ever so slowly. CDL struggling to find the break here. Over towards this backside. They're Paddy holding it down over towards fire as well. It's only accuracy who can win a gunfight. CDL will walk away licking their wounds. Skies is actually just going to run straight past accuracy. Look at this, straight away all the way into back docks, and that's just a chink in the armor there, it has to be said. Skies breaks through.
I'll be waiting though, because while you can make this play, it's always going to be difficult. He knows somebody's going to be at the back of train. He's holding, just waiting for the pressure to come through. They need to find a little bit of a gap, and he's looking for accuracy to thread the needle, and he sees a hand, takes it down. Skies manages to find one and gets onto this point. He needs his teammates to make some kills though. Mack at the back, and he's going to challenge him. Seattle Surge almost broken, but stand resolute.
We've seen teams get a lot better at holding down towards P4. It was one of the harder hills to get a hold on, and I don't think they will this time though, as Skies does find Mack. It's important for Simp to survive towards the train side, but both these two teams just kind of posturing. Don't want to give anything away. Kills being traded, but no points being gained, although saying that, now for the Florida Mutineers, they'll jump in. Rotation over towards P5 is going to start coming on through. It's important that Pred found that gunfight.
It isn't. As usual, it plays out time on train. Not something you can really rely on. And look at the map here. Everybody playing for the next rotation. They're not really worried about P5. Awakening has gone all the way around here to try and distract Seattle Surge. He knows he wants these spawns eventually, and he also knows that they're going to be coming for him.
He's really on his own. Doing a good job just to survive, gaining information, although maybe not any. Accuracy will eventually find him. Vivid finds him in the hill above the Seattle Surge. An important rotation that will go in their favor. They got the side of spawns you want. You want to be over towards fire side. You also can't let Mutineers have this much freedom over towards ticket. Simp will fold that. There's accuracy and Pred now making this push through. They're giving away far too much time here. This has been a good P5 hold by Florida Mutineers, and they actually haven't really had to do much for it.
No, they certainly haven't, but like I said, very, very important for that rotation now. Seattle will not commit to this in any way realistically. And yeah, last 6-7 seconds going over the Mutineers. They do have the lead, but can they find a break as we head towards P1? It's a half-decent spawn for them. If they can get the pinch-through ticket here, it's going to be hard for Seattle to try and slow them down. But it all comes down to that big fight, 7-3, and Mack will win it, and that makes them all come one direction as well. Wait a second, how has Vivid managed to find his way through the back? So much pressure coming through at the end, and he managed to find two. But there is just not the players there from the Mutineers. Okay, well, it looks like it's going back and forth, Ton, and I'll tell you something, the Mutineers are winning currently. Let's find out how they're getting on with the Mutineers. Listen in.
Second fire, bro, Sib.
There's fire already on us.
It's two fire then. I'm watching fire tank.
Sib is cutting second fire.
Yo, lobby dead.
Missing Pred fire.
Pred still on fire. He could be on the tank. I think he's on the front tank watching the docks cross. I saw him
Second fire. Dice,
Third
fire. Nice, good shit.
I said dice. Dice,
Yeah, dice, Lamar. Dice, Lamar.
Nice, good shit.
Playing dice. Where, Sib?
P5.
Hey, Mack is in small, okay?
Yeah, I'm trained right now.
Small got me.
Nice P5.
You're in mid?
I don't know anyone. Sib, and you dead.
I can do.
That's one deep. I don't know where Mack went. I think he's 55.
Low window is dead, Lamar.
Nice, rolling for Mack. Mack is
Pushing
like
in the 10,
P1.
pushing in the 10.
Grab your front fire. Rolling for Pred.
Alright.
I'm from fire.
I'm in 10. I'm in 10. He's on fire. I'm in 10. I heard low windows and back door. Yeah. Back door dead.
Side window, Lamar.
Low windows dead.
Dead, no one P5 on me. P5. Second post. He's going side window.
Run away.
We have your
He's going back door.
He went back door.
I have it. Back door, Mack. You got me?
Side window.
P5. Yeah, we got him, Reese.
No.
Good job, Reese. 25.
Sib, we can now hit him once.
Alright.
S1 steps downhill.
Yeah, I'm trying to get docks control already.
Let's full 60, we should be good.
P5 behind me.
2B5. Yeah, I'm getting docks, Reese. You say no?
I'm going on third steps in the fire. Steps fire.
Yeah, I'm hunting docks right now.
I saw front. Red, one shot in fire, Pred.
Florida Mutineers absolutely spinning comms as they try to make sure they hold on to their lead, something they have failed at. But the rotation is in for them at the moment. Problem is they've got pressure coming in all over. Simp trying to get downstream, not going to work it out. Dav Paddy stands there, but the spawn has flipped for them. And they're going to know this now their teammates have spawned up. Pressure. So much pressure on Florida, and eventually they are being swept aside by Surge.
And Seattle just get a little bit of purchase over towards Docks. They get a player there. TJHaly not in the position that he needs to be in. And the spawns come in for Surge. It was looking so good for Mutineers on this map, but Surge have just awoken towards the second rotation. Pred inside a ticket as well is getting things going at 20 and 14. He really has had a fantastic series. Full spree here for Simp as well. It just feels like everybody on the side of Seattle is heated up. And that is going to be the majority of time on P3 over towards Seattle. They're going to break 200 points. Mutineers are going to be 50 behind by the time we head over towards two hills that don't often produce too many points. TJHaly is going to just slow down that scrap time that will go over towards Surge. They don't get every single point that they would like. But Surge, it does feel like they're in the ascendancy now, as Mack is just going to read TJHaly like a book, and all of a sudden the push over towards P4 is going to start coming on through.
At the moment, Seattle Surge not really in the position they want to be in. Vivid and Sky is teaming up to wipe them off the map. Only player could be Accuracy, who might be able to put a little bit of a dent in the setup. But needs to find one, and Vivid shuts him down as well. Over and over again this series, we've spoken about Vivid making the important kills. And right now, Seattle Surge cannot get a toe into this hard point. The Mutineers are holding. And as I say that, it's curse of the casters. Absolute curse of the casters. Fortunately, TJHaly has got my back. Thank you very much for that one. Holds off Seattle when they looked on the cusp of a break.
And they get the spawns over towards the back. Nicely done for Florida. Vivid gets inside, and that's the final 6 seconds. Well, even if it doesn't go to Florida, the damage is already done. It's about a 15-16 point game by the time we head over towards P5. Now, if you're Seattle, you're not watching Dockside yet. It's the obvious push that's going to come in from Mutineers. They've already found some routes around there. And this is multiple kills coming through. Surge not watching it. Still stuck over towards ticket side. Surge still have the spawns that they want, but Mutineers are doing what they did last time around over towards P5, and that's picking up plenty of time.
They've done such a good job actually here, the Mutineers, not only to hold train, but to put the pressure on a P5. This game is incredibly close. Seattle Surge will not want to give up this 30 seconds here as well as Vivid tries to make a big kill in the tickets. It's not worked out for them. Seattle Surge now trying to soak, but Awakening finds two who dared to go onto his P5. This guy's gonna try and make his way through. No! Oh my goodness, that was a little bit shaky there in the end, but he does eventually find Mack. And they are now trying to open these avenues, open this map up so they can get towards P1.
Well, where Seattle got back into it and got themselves into the lead was P1 because they had these spawns. 3 seconds to go on old. Vivid may, well, he may be in a position to do something. I've just seen Simp turn on him in mid-map. I think that's what your voice just made that noise for, because that looked disgusting. Production, if you can get that on the replay, that would be very beneficial, because Vivid has just been smoked again by Simp. This lockdown for Seattle Surge is looking so good. 20 points or so to go. And Florida nowhere near. My God, Pred.
And now Seattle Surge are just slaying them out completely. The door was open eventually for Mutineers, and it has been slammed in their face. Hold. Not a kill to be found. Not a crumb. Not a whisper.
God.
Nothing as Pred cuts them asunder, and it is all over. Seattle Surge bury the Mutineers in a 3-1 victory, ending it on Berlin hard points. And they try to fight for P1 control. In the end, they couldn't see it with binoculars. Seattle Surge walk to the finish line.
And I am not a lip reader, Brycey, but I think Pred said something about get out of my lobby. In the player count bottom corner, he fried towards the end there. My goodness. Himself and Simp just locking the map down. I think it was 5 and 6 sprees between them. And as soon as Seattle had that locked in, like they did on the second rotation, it was curtains for the side of Mutineers. And we're going to need to see what happened to Vivid in mid-map, because I'm not saying that completely changes it. But if Vivid kills Simp, gets in fire, that creates an issue for Surge to have to look towards. That then means you don't have as much ticket control. I mean, you don't see the gunfight from, unfortunately, but hopefully we get to see it, because it felt like an influential one. And if there's a turn-on happened because of it, we have to talk about it, don't we? What a win for Surge. They looked dead and buried after the first rotation. It really wasn't good from them. But those P1 holds there, absolutely sensational.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous. And Also, I think Mutineers may have panicked just a little bit, and there's Vivid eventually taking him down. But that's early in the game. I'll tell you something, there was a lot of points in that map where I thought it could go both ways. Vivid was having a great game in certain areas, and we kept talking about it, ton, but I don't know what to make about that last one. That last push from the Mutineers, it was fits and starts, it was single players, it was no trades. And I feel like we said the same thing about the Control. Just when they feel like we might see them flip the script and turn this game around, it goes to pieces. A little bit of a lack of ice from the Mutineers in this one, and Seattle Surge hit them with a slaying.
As we've just seen on the highlights there, second rotation, fantastic work over towards P1. Curious if we did get the moment where things seem to change in the middle of the map there. It's going to be number 1, if you can see on your mini-map at the bottom corner. Yeah, it looked like a hell of a moment there from Simp. Finds the second one over towards the end, kills Vivid once again. And from here, look where Mutineers are. They're so far away, and Pred is in their grill. That was 3 in a row, and he just kept going, by the way. He just kept going.
I want to give full credit because also very importantly, and while it's fun to talk up the streak at the end here, if you cast your mind back before this was Seattle Surge did a very good job of denying the Florida Mutineers anything towards fire, any push right onto the flank. And it's why we were talking about that big fighting towards mid here. They had no opportunity to split and divide that map and make a push on a P1. Essentially, they just kept flying in because Ticket was against them. They didn't have anybody to kind of try and flip it and pinch from both angles. Seattle Surge, great job there on P5 to the P1 rotation. And then obviously the Mutineers just had to sprint in and got cut down. But meantime, I've done a lot of talking this series, and I think it's time to hand it over our desk to break it down.
Hey guys. My man's Bryson
Nice job.
Thank you so much. Great job. But hey, once again, shout out to the Seattle Surge for getting a really consistent and dominant win. Now, there's a lot of implications for this win, right? Nameless and Ali were just talking about it. This stage for stage 3, Seattle Surge are currently 3-1, guaranteed for the winner side of the bracket. Yep. But when it comes to Florida Mutineers, and I love you guys so much, they're 1-3.
1-3, tough situation to be in. They had to win this one. They have to win their next series to hope for some sort of tiebreaker scenario. But yeah, this was a needed victory for them. But for Seattle Surge, I mean, that was beautiful gameplay across the board. I mean, thinking about that map one, that P2 hold that they had, for Florida, that had to just feel like an iron fist trying to get out of it. We saw Lamar all the way up top. Grandma's slaying them out, pinning them in the back, rotating over to P3. They pinned them in the back once again. And then what did we just see on that Berlin? Like, their setups in hardpoint are absolutely amazing. The communication has gotten better, and this is a new Seattle Surge team.
Absolutely. We finally saw a consistent series out of Seattle Surge. This is the play style we would see when they would play teams like OpTic Texas, like Atlanta FaZe. We're like, okay, well, why aren't you doing this against teams that are supposedly below you? We've now finally seen that in this Florida Mutineers series, where across the board, nobody was hard carrying, nobody was getting put in a blender. It just looked like teamwork across the board.
You're right. And also, we have a Game Fuel post-victory spotlight with the one and only pretty boy Pred, Helen from Australia. Let's put my mans on the screen for just a second. Pred, number 1, great win. I missed that smile. But also, I have a question for you. Hey, so you guys banned Gavu too, and rightfully so, right? You're going against Florida Mutineers. They have 3 great ARs on this roster. But you went to Berlin, and accuracy played up to par against everybody out there. Is there a special type of prep when you go against a team with 3 strong ARs, such as Florida Mutineers? Because you guys were on point.
No, not really, man. We don't really like. They have good ARs, but we don't really focus too heavy on that. For us, it's more about we play on maps that we're comfortable on. We don't really worry about what other teams are good at. We more play on our comfort level. Like, we trust ourselves that, like, we're better than teams on the maps we're comfortable on, if you know what I mean. So, like, for example, like Bokage, like, we don't really care. We play on that map. That's our map. We like that map. Like, that's how we prep for our VODs. We like to play on maps that we feel we're the best at.
Love it.
Obviously, something I've been a big fan of since this team has formed since the beginning of the season. You guys just go into a series and think of it like any other team. You don't be like, oh man, we're playing Atlanta FaZe. Oh man, we're playing OpTic Texas. You treat everybody the same, and I think that's why you found so much success against the top teams. But obviously, you were starting to struggle against people that we thought, you know, would have been easy wins for you guys, and obviously that was super frustrating. But it looks like you guys have finally found some consistency, especially in this series. What is your confidence like with the comfortability level of this squad now moving forward into Major 3?
Our confidence levels is through the roof, honestly, man. I feel like one thing that we started building in our team, the system, is like just taking care of business, you know, like the matches that we feel like we should win, we just need to start taking care of them, you know, like don't stress too much about the results, just take care of business. I feel like once we've built that mentality now, So now we just go out there and play for the win condition, get the win. You know what I mean? Like the most important thing. So I feel like once we've started building that mentality, our teamwork and our systems have just been falling into place, which is making us more consistent.
Hey, Pred, the nature of, Call of Duty Vanguard, it's a little bit more gritty, sort of back and forth, can be chaotic at times, but especially out of you guys, what I've seen throughout the season. But what I just saw in that match, there was a lot of opportunities you guys had where you just had them locked down in the spawn or the control when you had to have Simp and accuracy pinch around. You guys collapsed. It looked very just like you guys had control of the map. What do you attribute that to in practice? Like, how have you guys taken that step to get to the next level?
For us, it's just finding a system on each map that works most effectively. I feel like, we have a few systems on certain maps that, work, and we try to perfect that and execute that in matches as well. We don't want to just get to the match and just forget about what we've been practicing. We try implement our system into matches. I feel like that's something that we were lacking, because sometimes we'd do it, sometimes we wouldn't, but that's something that we've been really focusing on. So then there's more consistency in our play, because sometimes we can't just rely on someone to just headbutt the hill and get a two-piece. We need to actually have team-orientated pushes. So I feel like that's something I've been really working on, but just practicing the systems.
Well, it's working, man. Congrats.
Hey, Pred, man, keep this up for Major 3. We want to see you guys tear it up big time. Congrats on the big win, and we'll talk to you next time, all right?
All right, thanks, man. Have a good day, guys.
Oh, you too. You know what, Ali, when you were talking about consistency, it's the argument that we've had was so tiring. It's not like we had fun talking about it when it came to Seattle, and it's finally put to rest. First map when Mack had 2 minutes in the hill, but he was -10 just about. It was players like Pred that was able to pick up the slack and it made a difference, while accuracy and Simp are still doing their thing.
To that point, I don't even think it was him picking up the slack. Again, they talk about, and they're really focusing this consistency. They're really focusing this system that they're trying to get down and not relying on players popping off. We know what Mack is capable of. We've seen him pop off. We've all seen his flu game, right? So for him to have 2 minutes in hill time be -10, that's not even him slowing down. I feel like that's just the team overall. That's just how their system ended up working out on that map. And when it comes to the CL series, I have to bite my own tongue. I was probably one of the hardest critics when it came to accuracy, but being able to talk to these players and learn more about the fact that, they thought it was a consistency issue. It was everybody kind of doing other things on the map that was causing these holes and these issues. So for them to be able to sit down in scrims and actually focus on that and work on it and apply it moving forward, I think it's going to be incredible heading into Major 3.
And Seattle Surge are looking like such a better team, right? And we actually have an example of that. Now, the Scump play of the game is a winning round in control, where Seattle just took reins of the entire series and got that big dominant win in Nameless. This is the first time, I'm not gonna say the first time, they look more of a complete team this series.
No, this was beautiful, and what we didn't see a little bit prior to this was they set up like a pinch. So you saw Simp and accuracy, they went all the way around Church in the back and they get a kill, but it was really Pred. Pred was in top P5, and he won a gunfight. He was mid-sprint into Awakening and guns him to win that fight. He gets traded out immediately, but he slowed down the pressure. The next player had to go and challenge Pred to trade that, and then meanwhile that was happening, the rest of the players on Seattle cleaned everybody up on point, and what did they do? They stacked the point and they closed it out on offense, something that Florida clearly has to work on. The communication wasn't there, because they did have an opportunity in their offense to stack the point and win, but they tried to stay pushed out in the lanes. You can see where that bites you in the butt in the very end.
I love it when you say it with your chest, man. Ali's Billy Røkkr, I've been telling y'all all year long.
The beginning of the year, get on the B point on Tuscan, swear to God.
Come on, get on that point, baby. But also, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series left in the day. This is gonna be beautiful, okay? It's gonna be the Minnesota Røkkr versus the Atlanta FaZe, and you would think that the best team this stage would be Atlanta FaZe. Well, technically, it's the Minnesota Røkkr, undefeated. Let's see if that streak continues against one of CDL's best. We'll see you on the other side for some more Call of Duty action.
AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Prophecy will be told. You will not escape your fate. When the cold wind blows.
Cellium fights two right off the red, makes it three. Taken down one by one, last man standing. Oh! It's real early. Easy way to pound. There's the next, giving the last point Grim. Waiting for his demise, and there it is. Look at the minimap FaZe are in. It's the guts, it's the glory, it's the championship for FaZe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final series of the day. And check this out. If stage 1 was here and I said, hey, in stage 3, we're going to have a matchup between an undefeated team and
Another squad.
The Atlanta FaZe. You
Another
think Atlanta
squad.
FaZe are the undefeated team, right?
Absolutely,
but no,
yeah.
it's the Minnesota Røkkr. And shout out to the fans, by the way. They're having a watch party. I wish I was there. Save me a drink, right?
Hey,
But en route to staying undefeated right now in stage 3, they're going against Atlanta FaZe. And we just got the maps in. Ali, Nameless, what are your thoughts?
I mean, we're rolling into a bow cage hardpoint right off the bat, Val. I don't really know what to tell you about that one. I mean, it's a good warm-up for the series, I guess. I don't...
Listen, guys, like, I predicted Minnesota to win this series, right?
did.
Like, that was my pick going into today. They've been great in search and destroy. They've been the #1 search team overall this season, and they've been great here at 4-1. But the problem is I'm looking at this map set, and they're playing bow cage and Tuscan hardpoint in this series against the Atlanta FaZe. I just do not agree with those picks out of Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, they're just sitting there like, Havok, do it all at that point, because you're gonna need your subs to pop off. And this is a team that has been lights out. The teamwork has been there, but you're going up against Atlanta FaZe. And if you're Minnesota Røkkr, you're 1-6 on Tuscan hardpoint, and FaZe's best map is bow cage hardpoint. Come on.
You know what? The keys to victory are going to be on the screen, but I do have to get this out. I will say the aggression on the likes of Minnesota Røkkr, I actually kind of like it because they're going to be pushing Atlanta FaZe into a wall here because they have been struggling when it comes to respawn, and the bow cages have been kind of close. So it is a proven series. Røkkr are 12-3 in map count and Major III qualifiers, and the duo leading the way in S&D. That's going to be Havok with a 1.16 and Standy with a 1.14. I talked about that aggression. I'm looking at Havok and Standy once again when it comes to that opening bow cage hardpoint. I think that's going to be huge to set the tone for this series and continue to lock down defensive rounds on Desert Siege, winning 80% of defensive first. But of course, they have to get there first. That is game 5, ladies and gentlemen, in the Desert Siege, which Røkkr are 4-0 on. So shouldn't need to go that distance. That is a good map to have in your back pocket.
And Standy's going to have to go a new level of Super Saiyan because while we were just talking about the map pool, they're going against the Atlanta FaZe, and we're talking about an Atlanta FaZe that's pretty upset, right? They've got a big L against OpTic Texas with Prolute in the mix, and we really don't know what to expect.
I will say, again, to counter the point of when you go against Atlanta FaZe, you have to stop thinking of it like it's Atlanta FaZe. You you have to stop loading in like, oh my gosh, we're playing the most consistent team in the game, we're playing the most difficult team in the game. You have to stop. We've seen teams go into this thinking of them and treating it like any other day and have success against this team. Again, Atlanta FaZe, they're still consistent. They're still a nasty squad, okay? But so is everybody in the league. There's 12 teams. Anybody can upset on any other day. So the fact that you go into a series with a mental block already, you're setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like Minnesota did that, right? When they look at when we look at the maps that they played in this one, but you still have to be mindful of what the other team is good at, right? And strategically play well. But we'll see. Maybe in scrims, there's been something a little bit different for these guys, and they've been just absolutely frying on those maps. But for the Atlanta FaZe, like in this one, I'm looking at their search and destroy improvements. They're 3-0 so far. Let's get into the game field keys to victory for Atlanta FaZe as well in a moment. But yeah, that is really where they've been having success in their matches. So I'm expecting them to continue that versus a very good search and destroy team, but also find rhythm as a roster heading into the majors. Cellium's the only player with a positive KD during Major III Qualifiers at a 1.24. Arcitys has really been struggling a little bit, so I'm looking at him to have a bounce back game here. Cellium has gotten them out of some really tough spots. And then take the Bocage hardpoint, 8-1 this season. We've seen teams try to go head-to-head with them as recent as Boston Breach, who was a closer game, but FaZe still take it in the very end. And then also first blood conversion critical versus Røkkr and Bocage S&D. Røkkr winning 58% of the 3v4 situations on Bocage first, so they're great when it comes to that.
Well, you know what? I remember that interview we had with Havok the last play day, and when I questioned Havok about just the choices with the map pool and what to expect in the future, he actually did kind of agree on the simple fact that, you know what, this is a brand new team. We don't even know what maps we're even great at yet. We're all figuring it out now. So we have the record of what we're used to seeing from Minnesota, and we have exactly what we're going to see in the future, and also the present against the Atlanta FaZe. Let's send this over to the casters, and hopefully we get a very good series with this one.
We better, Veli. Like, honestly, like this better be a fire series. Jay, I'll be honest, our first series, a little bit of a snooze fest. The last one, some interesting moments. If this better be a phenomenal game, and to be honest with you, I feel like it absolutely has the legs to be that way. What we're talking about, Minnesota, Jay, they are 4-0 so far throughout a Major III Qualifiers. On the other side for the Atlanta FaZe, off of a loss versus OpTic Texas. A lot of people interested to see how they rebound after what just feels to be the FaZe killer so far throughout Vanguard.
Yeah, Minnesota so far throughout this stage have been the team to beat. They conquered LA, they conquered the North, they took down Florida, and now it's their only task at hand to go undefeated during the stage is a tough one indeed going up against Atlanta FaZe. Not going to be easy mode for them, but just the way that they've been playing, absolutely lights out. Now for Atlanta FaZe, like you said, coming off of that Lords versus OpTic Texas, they just can't get over that hump yet. Atlanta FaZe, what their main focus needs to be is just strictly improving their search and destroy. They've always been a great respawn team, but for some reason in this game specifically, I feel like when we're watching them play search and destroy, they're overthinking a lot of situations and it's coming back to bite them. But enough from me. Let's just get back into the game.
Oh, I looked away for a second and we're into the game. I love to hear it. Let's go, Jay. Wakaaz search destroy Minnesota versus the Atlanta FaZe, and obviously that record for the Atlanta FaZe is without a doubt scary. What, it's 8-1. The only loss that they have is versus the Seattle Surge, when we all know, right, when Mack was on his flu game. It's not going to be easy to crack the code of the Atlanta boys. Jay, I mean, is there any specific thing that you look out for Minnesota to identify what could be the opportunities here and there to take down FaZe on their best hardpoint map?
It has to be just allowing them to have the rotations towards P2 and P4, because those are the money hills for Atlanta FaZe on this map. If you allow them to set up properly for that P2, they have a great hope percentage where they're going to be able to open the lead wide open. And then also that P4, that's a massive hill for them if they can set up properly on that, because I'm pretty sure Atlanta FaZe have 100% hold rate on that P4 hardpoint. So Minnesota, they have to find success early on to P2, and so far they're doing it even without having the spawns. They're holding great time from the front.
And that was a major kill coming in from Attach as he takes down one onto Cellium, also replies with one onto Simp. Continuing to apply the pressure is Dylan Price on a 4 spree. And the reason why I bring that up is because he was continuing to poke Atlanta players off of spawn. So we talked about hills that you need to have the rotation for. Minnesota not having it off the rip, but now they have got it. Problem being is that Simp has taken everybody down. A 4 spree for the animal. That is Simp. Great little moment for him as aBeZy. Everybody trading throughout the barn. 15 seconds left before we head over to Grandma's.
Yeah, with 15 seconds, Minnesota, since they're up by 30 points now, they can fight for this remaining junk time, put them up by 40. Gunfights off the rotation. aBeZy's able to win the first one onto Havok. So this needs to be the answer back for Atlanta FaZe. One player that really stands out on this map specifically for Atlanta FaZe is none other than Cellium. On this map specifically, he's a 1.37, having a slow start to this game, but it's only a matter of time before you blink and he's double positive.
It's just one of those. It's just one of those guys. Like we have every once in a while a COD that comes along, and obviously Cellium's been an unbelievably dominant player since he ever even joined professional. Like ever since he even joined back in Black Ops 4. But I mean, the numbers that he is putting up, 1.2s, 1.3s, they just feel standard at this point.
They do. The guy's just a man on a mission, especially with the AR in his hand. Doesn't matter what game mode, whatever he's doing on the map, he's going to put himself in the advantage to win every single gunfight. But he loses that one, and that's going to be a clean 4 dead for Atlanta FaZe. 15 seconds remaining on this P4. Minnesota right now, they have been in control of this game. They were able to flip those spawns for that P3 and then initiate the break from the backside to hold this remaining time. And then you have a player already in attach off the rotation, going to be able to sneak his way in through 10. That's going to be 2, make it 3 dead. Now look at the spawns coming in from Atlanta FaZe all over that gate and water side.
Great job so far. Atlanta still spawning toward the back. Attach whips out the MP40, and unfortunately for him, he does get taken down. Standing with the trade. First man trying to hold the line inside a barn, but there's Priestahh left to try to bark and take him down. Havok drops meanwhile inside the middle of the map, and just like that, FaZe, piece by piece, layer by layer, but looked to be a great opportunity for Minnesota to flip the spawns again. Ends up going into just a number of different Atlanta FaZe 1v1s. They take those, and now they're getting some much needed hill time.
And with 25 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe so far a great hold on this P4. But when you have such a lead like you do, if you're Minnesota, you can contest this all the way to the very end as long as you control those spawns for P5. You have already had 2 players off the rotation, which is going to be Priestahh, properly set up around that tower. Atlanta FaZe now, final couple of seconds here to at least breach that 60-point mark, only puts them down 40. But when you talk about this Minnesota team, I feel like every single player individually has stepped up. Attach so far throughout stage 3, he's number 5 in overall KD, sitting at a 1.21. But I think the biggest talking point for me has to be the performances from Priestahh. For the overall season, he was sitting at a 0.9, but throughout this stage, he's a 1.1. You can just tell the team is a lot more comfortable with the addition of Havok.
Yeah, man, like, this guy's a bucket. Like, Priestahh has looked unbelievable, like you said, since the addition of Havok. And oftentimes, right, when we talk about, players getting added to teams, the instant conversation goes to, well, how is that new player playing? And it feels like for the Texas Nation duo, if you will, Kismet for New York and obviously Havok for Minnesota, they're not necessarily leading in stats for their teammates, but they're making everybody better. They're allowing for their teammates to see success. And obviously, Minnesota and New York, both franchises who started off the year a little shaky, have seen the results and picking up some of these excellent challenger players as we say goodbye to the first set of rotations and take a look at that lead. A solid one as Minnesota up big, 60 points to be exact. We'll see how Atlanta FaZe looks to fire on back. As we said, Jay, this is a map that they find quite a bit of success on. A lot of people very confused for why they decided to have that bocage and even that Tuscan for game number 4. At least based off of our first 5.5 hills, if you will. That, I guess you could say, interesting strat seems to be working out a little bit.
It definitely is. You heard Nameless touch on it in the desk. Like, for Minnesota to come out here and play them on basically their worst hard point on Tuscan, which is map 4, and then back-to-back bocages, which bocage is going to be Atlanta FaZe's best hard point. This, for me, for Minnesota, is just simply a confidence boost. And you can tell by the early start of this game, attached 20-9. This guy is a man on a mission right now. They've been in control of this game from start to finish. Now, you see him off the rotation, trying to work his way in through waterside. If he can pick up this glide bomb, that could be exactly what he's looking for. But he gets shut down by Simp with some great shots. Atlanta FaZe actually get a good chunk of time off of that P1. Was down 60 before that P1 starts, now only down 30, and then fully set up for this P2.
Yep, fully set up right now are the Atlanta FaZe. However, let's step aside and go to the comms of Minnesota Røkkr and see how they look to try to break over at field.
I'm running up. I'm holding left side time. I'm holding left side time. I need it, real. Two bottom barn. Both ARs. Behind me. He might go top. You can fight. Barrel spot. And what's that? Back barrel spot. I need barrel. Field door. He's in bar, field door. I'm flying. Nice. Pick him on the pinch. I'm gonna try to pick up pinch. I got it. Barn, one shot. I'm needing a top barn, bro. Okay. Back your tank. Back your tank, so.
Going stables.
Front barn, hitting front barn. Hold, back to front barn.
I'm picking left.
He's gonna go right back.
Left is
already in the back. He's already back jungle. Heard that. I'm gonna have
Nice.
I can hold new. I can hold new.
I'll hold all left. I'm going in
I can hold
tower.
right. I can hold it right. I can hold
They can go top. I'll grab time.
I can
Or you
call
can get
top.
Okay, I have right. I have right.
You can call top, but
I have right.
One guy went top. One guy went top.
Okay.
Ace and D, aBeZy one shot, and one guy top.
Go right. I'm one shot, guys. I'm one shot.
I have your tools. I have your tools.
top dead.
There's two
I have
back
your tools. Stay on time. Stay on time.
Two are right.
Back right tank. I'm not challenging.
I saw mid. They're flipping.
Okay,
I have tools. Tools is dead.
Shit on.
Oh my god.
Spawn killing back left.
Yo, deep breath. Keep spawn killing.
I have deep right.
We flipped. I don't see anything back
I have
left.
bar. Yeah, two barn. I got one more top bar.
I
Stay
don't.
no.
Back
time.
Oh my fuck.
Oh my
I have
god.
push pressing.
What's up? What do I need to watch? What do I need to watch?
Mid up.
Oh my goodness, take a look at the plays that you're seeing on the screen. Minnesota is getting loud, and Jay, they are frying right now. A current 8-team spree. Atlanta FaZe, where they flip the spawns for a moment. Minnesota does not care. A few scary positions to start off grandmas, but Røkkr continue to roar, inching ever closer to that double century mark as they are knocking on the door, and once more, it is attached on the flank, trying to play for the spawns. 26 and 11, now make it 26 and 12. But Jay, he's having a great game.
Oh, he's having a great game indeed, my friend. He's on a 4-5 spree every time we switch to his perspective. Right now, Minnesota, you can just hear it in their comms. Momentum is flowing. They are all firing on all cylinders as they are just continuously breaking every single hard point. Atlanta FaZe, they were set up to try to break that P3 from the front. But Minnesota, they get every single kill and then eventually flip those spawns. Now, this is a strong hill for Atlanta, but you can already see Minnesota are forcing them, even with the better spawns for Atlanta FaZe, just be stagnant towards the back. They're keeping the kills in their favor. Standy finds 2, Priestahh finds the 3rd, Priestahh finds the 4th, and that's another clean 4 dead. Minnesota coming out swinging.
They are indeed, my friend, and take a look at what the score instantly looks like. We're talking about it's a close game. Okay, there's an opportunity. Minnesota fires back at P3, and they explode here in bottom barn, up 226 to 139 as we head into P5. It is Minnesota ready, prepared, off the rip, as aBeZy will look to try to make the play, but every single angle, every cut watched. But will it matter for aBeZy? 10 seconds left before this one is sent to the Røkkr end. aBeZy trying to make the plays and keep his team alive. But Jay, just taking a look at that score, it is not going to happen. It does not look like this is even feasible.
Yeah, it's got to be flawless hard point from this point on for Atlanta FaZe. You usually do not say those kind of words when you're talking about this team, especially in the respawns, but just Minnesota is running away with it. 10 points now from closing out map number 1. All of Atlanta FaZe spawning out towards water.
Oh, they start to line up. They start to line up for attach as he gets all 3. And how about the start to that hard point and the start to this series? Minnesota Røkkr coming through and shutting down Atlanta FaZe on Bocage hardpoint. Only the 2nd team this season to beat this roster here, and without a doubt one of the worst losses that Atlanta FaZe have suffered in a hardpoint this year. Jay, we talked about a statement. We talked about how Minnesota needed to come out and at least look good on Bocage. I would say they did that, if not even better.
Yeah, they just came out and punched Atlanta FaZe right in the mouth to start off this series, man. You're talking about Atlanta FaZe on their best hard point. They're probably going into this map delusionally confident, like, all right, guys, let's just do exactly what we usually do and we will find success. But as you take a look at those scoreboards, the biggest thing that stands out to me is that Cellium is not double positive. 18 and 28 on this map number 1 for Cellium, having a slow start to this series. Minnesota, they were playing that hard point so beautiful. They always had one person sneaking through, and it was the majority of the time attached with that AR in his hand, sneaking through and flipping those spawns for his team. And Minnesota came out lights out in this map number 1 to take a commanding 1-0 lead.
All right, well, I'll be honest with you, Jay. I was expecting Minnesota to play well in the Bocage, obviously because they picked it, but to play that well, is unbelievable. Minnesota, how about your start to this series? I mean, we've been giving them all the praise in the world for the way they've been playing in all kinds of modes, but hardpoint, without a doubt, has been at the top of that list. And the scariest part now, Jay, is that we head into Search and Destroy. a map, really just a game mode in general that Minnesota has mastered, it feels like, over the past 2 seasons, this year included. And this is the mode that you talked about, that you're worried about for Atlanta. The primary issue is that they've been winning the respawns, losing the search destroys. Well, they lose a respawn, and now they're instantly going to have to look at the search destroy. And I don't know if it's a must win, but it would be terrifying to go down 2-0 versus a hot Røkkr lineup right now, buddy.
For me, it's definitely a must win, especially with the way that Minnesota just came out in this map number 1 on Atlanta FaZe's best hardpoint map. So Atlanta FaZe, they need to answer into this search and destroy, or this series is going to be 100% chalk. You can just tell the confidence is through the roof right now for Minnesota. We're going to be going into a bull cage search and destroy, so it's not like the pacing is going to change a lot.
Yeah.
Because when you talk about this map specifically, between both of these teams, the standout players are going to be Standy. He's sitting at like a 1.3, but then on the opposite side, you have Simp, who's at a 1.5. And if you remember closely, the last time that they played this map, I'm pretty sure Simp starts 0-7. He was 0-7 to start this match specifically, and then turns it around and goes 7-9 to close it out. It's only a matter of time before he's going to be able to get on the board. But Atlanta FaZe just could not answer in that map number 1. Now they have to go into a Bocod search and destroy, where both of these teams have an even record, sitting at 4-2. A little bit more success on the side of Minnesota when you talk about the defensive side, or just the way that they execute this map. This is tough, man. This is tough, man. Atlanta FaZe need to secure this search and destroy in order for this now to become a series.
And it could be too early to talk about this, Jay, but like I said, we flew into the Bocod hardpoint incredibly quick. I didn't get a chance to like fully ask you about it, but as we said, I thought there's a lot of people who are side-eyeing this series, obviously because it's a big one, Minnesota versus Atlanta. Minnesota playing great right now, but as I said, a lot of people just interested, right, to see what Atlanta FaZe is going to look like. Like I said, you continually lose to OpTic Texas. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe, who have been at the top of their game since Cold War, an unbelievably dominant year. They lose to OpTic time and time again. Their third lineup that they've lost to, the third iteration of that OpTic team. And there were some people, like I said, who were eyeing up this series, being like, okay, are we just going to see Atlanta FaZe just pick it right back up? Or is there going to be, I don't know, I guess, maybe, I don't know what the exact word I'm looking for is, Jay, but like, I guess some concern, right? The fact that you're continually not beating, you're not the #1 team in the game right now, and it's never been more clear. I don't know. How do you judge that? I feel like if you're FaZe, how do you keep up a positive vibe considering that very thought? Something very hard to chew, I feel like, if you're Atlanta.
It's just when you think about their season so far, the only team, the only obstacle that they're really struggling with getting over is that OpTic Texas series. They're still the most consistent team that we have in the game. They made it to 2 major finals, even though they lost both. And then even at the Pro-Am, they do fall short once again to OpTic Texas, but I'm pretty sure they finished with a top 6 placing.
Yeah.
Just Atlanta FaZe, they just have to get that 1 win over OpTic Texas to get over that hump, so the confidence is back on their side, because the green wall right now is just way too much for them to handle. But now their focus is just focusing on the Røkkr, because the Røkkr, like I said, in that map number 1, and so far throughout this stage, they have just been playing lights out. 12-3 overall map count for this team, making 13-3 after that first hard point. But here we go into the search and destroy. Like I said, this has to be a massive map from Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and my instant thought is Atlanta FaZe, we'll see how they play in the opening attack, and they just instantly want to get that bomb down, get that hard point out of your mind, and focus into this search destroy, which technically they have looked great so far in our Major III qualifiers. They sit at 3-0 in search destroy for the moment, as aBeZy doing a great job planting down the bomb and also finding a kill along with it, putting Standy in an instant 1v3.
And that's going to be a good tone setter to start us off. Atlanta FaZe, so far on this map specifically, when they're attacking towards A, they only win that A push about 33% of the time. So when they're starting off this first round, go for the bomb plant immediately. Put it in a 4v4, and then we play the numbers advantage. Throws Minnesota completely off guard. Because right there, Simp finds the first. Trades go back and forth, but then they come out on top in the man advantage. Atlanta FaZe. Early aggression on towards A. Take round number 1.
One thing that's really been a great positive recently for Atlanta FaZe is the massive step up that we've seen from all players so far throughout our Major III qualifiers. This season, it's been Cellium and Simp, aBeZy and Arcitys. They're the 2 guys to step up in their most recent matchups. We say goodnight to aBeZy and Havok. He's taking rounds. He is aggressive, and then some. Arcitys quickly left in a 1 versus 4, and best of luck to Mr. Sanderson. A job and a half to do, and granted, does a great job of at least tagging up the second. but Minnesota receive aggression and then instantly admit it. My word, what a quick round that one was.
Yeah, anything you can do, I can do better. Minnesota didn't even have to get the bomb planted right there before it turns into a 4v1. It was just early aggression on from Havok. He opens up that window, finds that first blood, and then does not slow down, breaks through back tools, assists his teammate onto the kill onto Simp, and then finds that kill on towards back tank. Like you said, aggression on aggression to start us off in this map number 2. Ties us up at 1 apiece.
Tying us up at 1. Like we said, it's been aggression after aggression. We'll see if Atlanta FaZe look to do exactly that, and you bet your socks they will.
Okay.
Wouldn't recommend doing that, just because no one's probably going to take those. But here we go. aBeZy once more planting down the bomb. Havok. I mean, what, man? He just instantly rushes on through. Priestahh takes down Arcitys. The ARs are looking good so far for Røkkr. Quick 2v4. Simp levels out 1. aBeZy, just like that, a 1v3. Planted down the bomb and now has to defend it all by himself. Priestahh there to hop on the defuse. Shots tagged on in, but ultimately will drop as these rounds have gone by quick. Minnesota, solid retake.
And that was good work from Minnesota to send multiple players through that B bomb, work towards that late flank. It was Priestahh who opens up with the first and then attach follows with the second, turns it immediately into a 4v2. It was all on Havok. His job right there in that situation was just to stay alive, give the information to his team. Once he does that, they were able to hit that flank to open up with the initial kills, and then just set it up by just trading the kills on properly. Turns into a 3v1. They sniff out aBeZy, and that's been 3 really, really fast rounds going into this search and destroy so far.
Yeah, we've been flying through this bocage. My
yes,
goodness.
we have. Is it hard point? I don't know.
It feels like, based on the way Attach is playing, you couldn't tell him that this is search and destroy. He still feels like he's playing hard point right now. And my goodness, Havok running right into the jaws of Atlanta. Thankfully, Simp is able to alleviate the pain for the moment. But Standy, all out aggression once more will fall. Quick trade now brings us to a 2 versus 2.
2v2 bomb is going to be down towards A. And you already see Cellium trying to take some map control, pushes his way all the way up through that field side. Finds himself in towards 10. That's going to be Arcitys at least spotting the players as they push through bottom grandmas. But unfortunately, he does get taken down. So now it's on Cellium in the 1v2. He has the information that the bomb is going to be down towards A. 45 seconds to work with.
This is the one guy you've been able to rely upon in every single mode for FaZe. And when they need him desperately, it feels like in the search destroy, based off the pace, based off the aggression that Minnesota has shown. We'll see if he can deliver, put some shots into Attach, but does not take him down. Aware of what appears to be the push. Takes Attach off the plant and quickly gets out of dodge. 15 seconds left. Priestahh has got a decision to make. Go for Cellium or go for the plant. He looks for the gunfight and he will take it. Havok is roaring.
Such a massive win from Priestahh. I thought in the 2v1 when Cellium finds that first kill, like, Priestahh, we're not watching over our bomb planter. We're not going to get any angles of cover fire to at least allow him to put that bomb down. But no, once he gets taken down, Priestahh with that stun grenade picks up the information of where the player is, gets a great timing onto Cellium before he turns that corner to hit that initial shot, and comes out on top in the gunfight. A massive one-on-one for Priestahh to walk away with it. Puts him now on a 5 spree, potentially 6 if Arcitys turn this corner. No, don't peek. Don't give the kill to Priestahh. Minnesota up 3-1, man.
Oh, man, do not give Priestahh any extra help, without a doubt. As Røkkr go for some information. Finally around, that's at least slowed someone down. Cellium tagged up again. Ultimately, he was able to stay alive. So nobody yet to drop here in this 5th round, but that is about to change. 30 seconds off the clock. Priestahh again finds one onto aBeZy. So one away from that glide bomb now. They look to try to sit pretty and maybe find this one. Oh my gosh, Simp just quickly turns, puts in a few bullets to Priestahh. Standy is there for the trade. Good work for Minnesota to grab the man count advantage.
Now in a 2v3, Cellium and Arcitys. The biggest thing that they have to focus on is just not allowing Priestahh to pick up one of these kills. And he worked towards that glide bomb, and then everything on this map completely changes as Cellium is able to at least spot one. And Arcitys, he gets the information call out, not able to pick up the kill though, so now it's Cellium in a 1v3. I'm Minnesota, I'm giving the kill to Priestahh. Does not matter. The guy is ready and rocking and rolling on a 7 spree. Picks up that glide bomb. Minnesota. Pretty sure that's 4 straight rounds in this search to destroy.
Oh, and it was Priestahh. It was, in fact, Priestahh, lower sewers.
Yep.
Finds that kill. I wasn't 100% sure if it was him or not. So, my goodness. Glide bomb earned. And I feel like we finally get a moment to breathe for a second in this Bocage S&D, buddy. But like I said, the story for Røkkr, as you said, has really been on a number of different players. But Priestahh has stepped up dramatically. A 1.36 in Search Destroy throughout our Major 3 qualifiers, along with some excellent stats in the respawns, off to a 7-1 beginning. And we'll look to invest that glide bomb nice and early. Here he comes. And also takes down Arcitys inside of the top tower. I thought he was going to be safe. Minnesota sniffs blood, and Standy is there to find the second one on to Simp. Bomb planted. Cellium aBeZy. A job and a half to do.
aBeZy does find it first, but he's going to be immediately traded. And now, once again, Cellium in a 1v whatever. He's been in 1v2s, 1v3s so far in this map. And with 30 seconds left, not a single Minnesota player are going to throw shoulders or give any information up. Cellium said, yeah, this round is basically chalked. I'm just going to try to hop this bomb. But Minnesota, flawless hardpoint in map number 1, followed by flawless S&D gameplay, puts them 1 round away from closing out this map number 2 and already being up 2 in the series. Like, right? I don't know if you saw that. Attachment's drooling right now. He's dripping passion.
Oh my goodness. He is salivating, man. He can feel this.
Unbelievable.
W. He can feel the W. Got a great head of hair as well. Gotta point that out. What a start. I mean, the scoreboard is just shocking right now, Jay. I mean, to see up 1-0, a dominant Bocage hardpoint victory. We're into the Search Destroy, and it's 5 rounds to 1. I feel like all of us are surprised, and the same thing could be said for the Atlanta FaZe players, as Priestahh will now make it 9 kills in a row. A 2 versus 2. Is it going to be closed out here? All on to Cellium and Simp just to keep this game going on the attack. And it looks as if they have A in their sights.
Yeah, right now, Minnesota, they're playing the 50-50. But it's going to work in their favor for Atlanta FaZe. Slowly trying to attack this through back barn. Cellium, he's going to at least be able to spot 1. So that's going to be easy rotation. Well, at least you can be able to work this bomb plant now if you're Simp, knowing that the rotation is going to come in towards B. So now in the 2v2, can have both players from Minnesota committing through the flank on water side. 45 seconds to work with.
Oh, and a great pick from Havok. A great pick from Havok. Priestahh, the angle on to Cellium. A 2v2 accomplished, and a solid search and destroy accomplished as Priestahh ends things out 10-1. Dog, he has come to play, and Røkkr, it feels like in what, 8 minutes are up 2-0 in this series. Record time, Jay.
I told you, I'm blinking. At least in the beginning, in the first map, I said, yeah, you're going to blink, and all of a sudden, Cellium's going to be double positive. But so far in this series, based on first map, Cellium -10. You blink on this search and destroy, Cellium's in a 1v2, 1v3, and just could not come out on top in any of those rounds. Minnesota close out this search and destroy with 6 straight round wins, followed by a great performance in Priestahh. 10-1, 10 KD on this map. Like, Atlanta FaZe simply did not have an answer for them, and now they find themselves down 2-0 in this series. Oh, I was not expecting this. Minnesota are the real deal, baby.
Real deal? Holyfield, my
yeah.
That was a 6-minute and 45-second search destroy.
What?
Minnesota making quick work of the Atlanta FaZe, and like I said, we still have Berlin Control to come up. I feel like the series is ended based on how dominant these first 2 have been, but I don't know, Jay. I don't really know how to call this one, man. I mean, like we said, we expected Minnesota to play well in this series, but I guarantee nobody expected for these 2 Ws, even if you had Minnesota going up 2-0. You didn't expect them to win the hardpoint as dominant as they did, and then to come into this search destroy and beat an Atlanta FaZe team who so far technically has been perfect in the Major 3 qualifiers, and you 6-1 them on Bocage search destroy. I don't know how to write this. And I'm just going to bring it up to you, Jay. I mean, like, is this going to be done in a 3? Is this going to be a 3-0 sweep for Minnesota?
You could just see it, like at the end of that last map, all of Atlanta FaZe, they look completely demoralized. Minnesota, even after Priestahh was that 1v1, you see Havok just literally turning, yelling straight at his teammate. The energy is there right now for Minnesota. It's going to be very difficult for Atlanta FaZe to try to bounce back into this series. They do have that control, which has been a great respawn for them, but just the way that Minnesota so far have been playing, they have been dominating this series. If they don't close it out in 3, it definitely done in 4.
Okay, I love the confidence, man. And right now, Minnesota, the players are feeling it. I'm sure we've got a watch party somewhere in Minnesota where everybody is going nuts. Everybody's going bananas. Like we said, what could be the final game in this series already, folks? I feel like we just got into this game and Minnesota have sprinted their way to a 2-0 start. But could it be the time for Atlanta FaZe to wake up and to maybe get back in this series, folks? When we come back after the break, we are headed to Berlin Control. Make sure and stay with us.
of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
I knew there had to be a Minnesota watch party somewhere, and take a look at the fans, the reactions to the closeout of that bocage. Hardpoint, they can feel quite delighted now, Jay, because not only have Minnesota won the first game, but they've also won the second game in what feels like record time. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you've just joined us, Minnesota finds themselves up 2-0 versus Atlanta FaZe after, Jay, what feels like 2 dominant maps from the Røkkr side.
Yeah, the Røkkr, they simply are not messing around today. They come out in that map number 1, control spawns from start to finish, and we're able to dominate that game by like 120 points. Now, in the search and destroy, they lose the very first round by aggression, and every single round after that, they just matched the aggression and took 6 straight rounds to now put them up 2-0 in this year. But look at the oh my god, 2.16, 1.6 out of Priestahh. Keep in mind, Priestahh has been struggling for this Røkkr roster before the role change comes in. When you take a look at Cellium's stats, so far in this match, he's sitting at a 0.62. He's an MVP so far this year. It's gotta be. I'm getting pranked. Where's Ashton Kutcher? Where is it?
We've got to be getting pranked right now. There's no way Cellium has a 0.6 right now. It's just unbelievable, like we said, because he's Mr. 1.2, 1.3. Yeah. We are into this round, and Havok is instantly on the flank. Thank you for 1. Thank you for 2. 3 down, and Røkkr explode once more into this Berlin control with a point to prove. Jay, they want this one done in 3. They want to get this series done, put their feet up, and be happy about that 5-0 record here at our Major III Qualifiers. We'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, Minnesota early aggression on towards that A point, but Atlanta FaZe are able to get back on it, complete the second tick of aggression, which should come in any second now. But look at the plays coming in from Arcitys. He makes his way through the middle of the map, unfortunately not able to win that gunfight on towards Hatch. He would have secured train control for his roster. But now they should be able to close out this A point. Minnesota currently up by 1 life, have to play defense for 2 minutes.
And what this would do for your confidence if you're Atlanta FaZe, obviously you're trying to wipe away those last 2 games. You come into this first round in Berlin and get those 6 ticks, get that first offensive W on the board, would do wonders, as we said, for a team that we absolutely know has the chance to come back in this series. They've been down before. We'll see what they can do as they approach this B zone. Minnesota off spawn, but take a look at the presence Atlanta FaZe has toward the back alley. 3 strong is really the first line of defense, and Simp, who was trying to watch over the flank, gets dropped to make it all 3 fall in a moment's notice. We say goodbye to Arcitys after what looked like a great push-up from Atlanta, instantly thwarted from the Røkkr side.
Yeah, Røkkr said, no, we're not going to send anyone towards that plat side. We're going to attack this through middle and hit the flank, and he catches Atlanta FaZe completely off guard as Minnesota take control of this train side once again, puts them up by 6 lives. Now this is, you have to work 2 times harder if you're Atlanta FaZe, win these gunfights and keep map control, as trades are going back and forth, but that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Now your only line of defense is going to be attached. He does spot 1 player coming in towards the middle of the map, but now this opens up for Atlanta FaZe to just hop straight on that B point. Now it's all about finding the kills.
Arcitys was trying to make his way out of fire, eventually gets dropped. Standy at least finds 1 on a Simp, so 2 players in that point for Atlanta, 1 tick grabbed. And now they've got all 3 players. Watch that zone continue to fly. Somebody from Minnesota has to make a play. Is anybody going to try to jump in this window of Arcitys? He'll look to reposition. He'll look to reposition, but Havok for 1, Standy for 2. So 2 ticks grabbed for FaZe, 45 seconds to try and grab the 3rd. A solid job and response so far from Atlanta. But we'll see if they can find that final bit of progress at that B zone and call this first round theirs.
Oh, that's a good opening kill from aBeZy. Spots Havok in towards bottom secret. So now you see him transition, and they're gonna pull out, attack this from front side train. Priestahh trying to do everything he can to hold down back alley. He does find 1 before it gets traded. But now attached, unfortunately not able to find that kill onto Simp. Should allow Atlanta FaZe to get on the point, but you still have a bunch of Minnesota players, Standy, Priestahh, and Havok, all near this B section. as they're able to find 2. 10 seconds left. That's going to be 3 down. The closest player to the point is going to be aBeZy, but this should be a Minnesota Røkkr defensive win.
It looks to be that way. aBeZy falls. Can anybody slide here in time? Yes, at point 4. At point 4, they will hold. Arcitys wins 1. It's on to attach. It's on to attach. Goes for the melee.
Oh, no.
Also will fall. Atlanta FaZe still have some presence as it's all on to Cellium. Can anybody get here in time for him? And Røkkr will hold a very, very solid effort out of Atlanta. They fought tooth and nail for that final bit of progress, but thankfully for Minnesota, they deny the full-on round victory for FaZe, go up 1-0. But as we said, Jay, that is a great responding round from Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta, they were able to complete 5 ticks right there. So just in case it goes all the way to round number 5, they're already up by 5. Depending on how Minnesota attack this round, they're going to put a lot of pressure early on towards B. They're going to have 3 players from Atlanta FaZe. It's going to be an all-out bloodbath in towards the train station. Priestahh is able to find the first, and Havok, fortunately, not able to get the trade. Priestahh actually finds one with a pistol as well. And now Atlanta, they're in a man advantage. Arcitys able to come on top, Simp with the second, so they shut down that push. Now this is going to force Minnesota to transition over towards A.
They'll look to do that, and first player going to be there from Atlanta FaZe is Simp. He quickly wraps, it looked like through middle street, winds on back and waits for a few of the teammates off the spawn. So now has some squad mates to work with as they'll be able to find the first. So the jump from Atlanta FaZe as they will chase down Havok. Not easy to cut down that guy. He is quite greasy. He can slip and slide throughout Berlin. And Cellium's now left to try to be the primary line of defense over at that B zone. From A to B, we quickly bounce. Thankfully for FaZe, they've got Mr. aBeZy there to take him down left and right. Røkkr have been getting involved in this objective, but so far have not got a single segment. That looks to change, though, as they've got 2 players on that point today.
Yeah, so now if you're Atlanta FaZe, you're up by 2 lives. Your main focus is just holding down this trade position. If you can have someone overextend and get behind that tower, you can always force the Minnesota spawns to come in towards that water side. But Simp's not going to give this one up easy as he finds one. Eventually does get traded. So Minnesota should be able to extend this time by a minute. Now with 1:30 to work with, down by 2 lives, your main focus is just wrapping back, trying to take control of trains.
Like you said, partner, going to look to try to grab that train control. Is having his first line of rather offense, if you will, ends up getting taken down. So we'll feed that information over to his teammates. And now try to allow for Standy to work. Nobody from Røkkr hitting the long route as of yet. That's something that Atlanta is going to have to be prepared for. A few players dying off a few of those streaks. But ultimately, is it Atlanta handling business so far throughout the train yard? As they look to reestablish a bit of positioning. Some of players going on routes. The only player that is going to be past that 50-yard line now is going to be Standy. Takes one down and looks to make his way into fire. Without a doubt, the player to look out for, as the rest of his teammates are somewhat stalled out toward this train side.
Yeah, Standy's going to be the playmaker, or at least trying to time this flank perfectly. She's just going to be stalling time into fire. Simp finds 1 kill towards front side trains. Havok eventually gets the trade. Havok finds 2, but aBeZy with a big kill onto Standy shuts down that potential pinch coming in. Havok is able to sneak his way onto the point. aBeZy once again, 14-7 to start this map number 3. Answering the call for Atlanta FaZe. If you're Minnesota, you have to try to at least complete 2 ticks of progression, because right now Atlanta FaZe are still up by 3. I mean, up by 2, but with 10 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe are able to slay out. This should be their defensive win. 1-1 going into the next round.
Oh, and aBeZy does fall off that 5 spree, so while you don't have the possible glide bomb to think about heading into that next round, at the very least, your Atlanta FaZe, like we said, very, very content, very happy with the way that they've been able to reply. Of course, if you're an Atlanta fan, as we said, this control meaning so much for the confidence of this team, is they've got 1 more game still to play at our Major III Qualifiers versus the LA Guerrillas. But right now, it's in at 2-1, so by no means has everything been solidified for FaZe. They absolutely still need to get a W on the board, whether it's versus Minnesota or versus LAG in their next match. Want to see this team remain composed and at least put up a fight in this control, and so far they've done exactly that. And as you said, Jay, it's been off of the back of Mr. aBeZy, 17-8. We'll see if he can continue his reign of terror on Berlin, as he's got quite a bit of presence in map control over at that A zone now.
Yeah, so you see the way Atlanta FaZe is playing this. They already know they're up 2 ticks just in case it goes to that round number 5. So their main focus is simply securing this 8 point every single attacking round that we have. As 2 ticks are already in, you see a couple Minnesota players are not trying to give this one up easy, but Havok walks right into the pre-aim of aBeZy. And this A should be captured by Atlanta FaZe. 2 minutes and 17 seconds to work with. Atlanta FaZe up by 1 life.
Up by 1 life. aBeZy eventually does drop, but as we said, a great job keeping his teammates safe over at that A zone as Atlanta once more looks to be on the prowl over toward that B zone. A big spot, as we said, for this FaZe team. Let's go and step aside actually and see how the comms are sounding for this Atlanta FaZe crew. Down 2-0, but by no means out of this series.
I got one close. Two that. Like top 3 or something. Top 3 or something.
I'm the core right now, sitting in the
down
middle. Beat on. Glass wall.
I'm starting on for you.
I think she benched. I got one core. On fire. 20.
Wait, where'd he go? What the fuck? Oh, he's outside.
One last one. Out of 10, 1 shot.
I'll cross over.
Out of 2 out of 1.
I got me. All good.
Close right here.
Yeah, he's pounding, guys. I'm dead. I got 2 shots. Yeah, Dylan's in glass hall. One's close on
P4, Dylan, 1 shot.
I'll see close.
One more outer, Standy.
I'm nading.
I'm nading outer.
I'm top right now. I hit him.
Me too.
Flashed it.
I didn't nade him. He's close. Laying down. One shot.
I got upstairs.
Nice job. I'll see you guys.
Another guy clutch stairs. Another guy clutch stairs.
He's always like being over some.
Nice. 2 dead.
Nothing third.
I got her.
Give me clutch on it. Oh, beat on. We kill him once.
Beat on, 1 shot. Beat on.
Last ball, 1 shot in.
1 shot from fire, guys. Top 3 or 3.
Out of door, I'm point shouldering. Mate.
I'm point.
Wait.
Child outer.
I'm clutching him.
He's staying behind the barrels. And see the wooden barrels.
I'll stay in mid, guys.
I stunned him. I had no ammo. I help, guys.
Trying to help. Inner glass. Dylan.
Nice. One outer tire, outer heady. Watch out.
Where close?
Out of the heady.
Beat on.
I'm trying to help you.
He's patched. He pushed me out.
Beat on
in the corner. One outer heady.
Okay.
3 dead.
And the comms from Atlanta FaZe are clean. Like, they're firing right now. But the only thing is, Minnesota, they're just keeping their pushes stagnant. Right there when Simp was set up towards top plat, you're thinking, okay, they got plat control. This should allow them to just push straight on through trains and hop on this point. But Minnesota, they do a great job of, especially the SMGs, of just being such nuisances in the spawns of Atlanta FaZe. You even heard it towards a little, like, where the hell did he go? aBeZy had no idea where Standy was going. And as you see it, final couple of seconds into this round, back to back. Actually, all 3 rounds have been all defensive wins. Minnesota able to do it a little bit better this time, though, not giving up those 2 ticks of progression towards that B point. So if you're Minnesota, if you do lose this next offensive round, your main focus is just trying to get those ticks. If you can get 2 ticks or at least complete this B point, and you only have to focus on A, this should be their map. But Atlanta FaZe, they really do set them up just in case it does go to round 5.
Well said, my friend. Minnesota, they have been the definition of aggressive, and once more they test their wits at that B zone, and someone halted to start off what could be the final round of this series. Røkkr gonna try and end it out here, but as you said, it's gonna come down to those ticks, down by 4 as we saw on the scoreboard. Need 4 at a time. 5 of course would grant them that defense. Of course, if they did get 6, well, hey, they'd win the entire series. So that is the way that things sit for the moment. And aware of that objective, of course, is Mr. Havok, as he'll quickly jump toward that A zone. Aware of some pressure, maybe even a few calls from the teammates, he'll look to get out of dodge and try to escape. Parading around the staircase. And he and aBeZy, rather he and Attach both take down Simp and aBeZy. So once you take down those 2, you can be aware of the pressure. It's going to start to stall a decent amount. And based off of that play, that's going to net them that A zone. Another minute added on to the clock. Solid start to this round for Røkkr.
Yep, so now you have a lot of time to work with.
Oh my
God, what shots coming in from Standy to take down aBeZy, but it does not matter. Atlanta FaZe find 3 kills and a feed and secure map control for the time being. You see Cellium all the way pushed up towards that deeper trading side. Is influencing these spawns for Minnesota to try to overextend and try to get through fire. Now all falls on aBeZy's hands. He does spot at least 1 player and able to win the gunfight. Massive win from aBeZy to shut down the playmaker and Havok.
And as we said for Atlanta, not only do you want to try to hold them off, but you also don't want to allow for them to get any ticks. As we said, 1 more and they've tied it. 2 more and they've got that guaranteed defense. So Atlanta...
No, it's 2.
Is it 2?
It's 2. Yeah. Atlanta FaZe are up 2 because they had 5 first round. Minnesota only able to capture 3. Then not a single tick code speed, and then Atlanta FaZe close out that 8 points. So it's still up by 5, make it 2 with the completion of A.
Okay, my apologies. I saw +4 coming into this round, so
no
that's
problem,
my bad.
brother. No
I appreciate
problem.
you, Jay. Appreciate you, buddy. Doing great work, Jay.
So are you, my friend.
Here we go. Arcitys round in the corner. Oh, Arcitys with a great slide there on to attach. Cuts him down, and just like that, you're taking a look at the game clock. If you are Minnesota, and you've got to make a play, and who's it going to come from as FaZe starts to push their way forward into the spawn? 2 players have made their way behind enemy lines, though. Havok, oh, he can't take down aBeZy. Cellium watching over his teammates back as both Røkkr players who are pushed up past that 50-yard line hit the deck. And with a 6 versus 17 in life count with 10 seconds on the clock, Atlanta FaZe look as if they will push that round number 5. Unless Priestahh can come up with something magical, something historical. Few players falling. Priestahh ends up getting traded out, but Standy still here. No respawns right now for Røkkr, but hey, we've got to put ourselves on pause. 1.5 seconds on the clock. Atlanta FaZe, they've got to push their way in. They've got to dig their way through. Nades, tacticals, utility tossed out. But take a look at this. Take a look at right now from Minnesota, and they do not push on to the point. Røkkr, no lives left, and they will hold. They will grab the final bit of progress and walk away with this series. A 3-0 sweep for Minnesota and a 5-0 in series count, flawless at Major III Qualifiers.
What? I can't believe they just got that done. I thought the only thing that could have caused them problems was when you still had a couple players from Atlanta FaZe in towards that train side. But that one player in Standy sneaks through and plays it so beautifully. He finds that first kill on opening set. Yeah, we got to see that again because they had no more lives remaining. I think if you're Minnesota right there, your biggest thing that you're trying to accomplish is at least getting those 2 ticks. So at least even up the numbers to force it to that round number 5. They probably still would have got outslayed, probably still had the offensive round. But the fact that they had no more respawns, 4v12, they hold it from the front, properly set up. I can't believe it, Lando. Minnesota with the 3-0 over Atlanta FaZe. Wow.
Hold on a second. We got to look back at that round.
Let me see it again.
I'm stunned. I am stunned, brother. What just happened? I was ready to make the call. I was like, okay, we got a round 5. Obviously, you corrected me, as you should have, when it came down to that round number 5 and for Minnesota. But my goodness, the way that they're able to get this done is just a testament to what this series felt like, which was a shock, right? It was a shock the way they started off. And it felt like Atlanta FaZe had finally caught their moxie. It felt like they finally had gotten that aggression. We started seeing aBeZy go off while Arcitys makes some great plays. And even that was not enough. Minnesota sneak away that final round of control and 3-0 sweep Atlanta FaZe for what feels like the first time that we've seen in a very long time, if not in CDL history. It doesn't happen very often, if ever at all. But Røkkr have pulled off what looked like the impossible, Jay.
I can't believe it. Like, still, even production, I'm pretty sure couldn't believe it because you saw that graphic that pop up. Defense confirmed for Atlanta FaZe going into that round number 5. Everyone is at a loss for words that Minnesota able to do this. You're down 3-1. So now we find ourselves in a situation. Priestahh does a great job of just staying alive, allows Havok to eventually come in there and find that kill. But then it's on Havok and Standy. They're able to sneak their way onto this point, and you see Atlanta FaZe, they're kind of turning up on that plat area, trying to execute at least a pinch coming in. Attach reads that player onto Simp, so already have a man disadvantage. The second tick is in. This is going to force Atlanta FaZe to now put the pedal to the metal, try to get in there, but Havok and Standy, the new SMG duo for the Minnesota Røkkr, are able to hold down this B point. Don't even matter if they don't have no respawns. Minnesota came out to play today, came out swinging. Play them on their best map to start off this series. Play them on a circular shore. Both of these teams are even. And then also play them on a control where Atlanta FaZe have been looking great on Berlin control ever since it's been added to the CDL. and they just come out here and make a statement. Without a doubt in my mind, this is a hot take for me, Lando. I'm putting OpTic Texas #1, and just based off of this series and the confidence that we just saw, Minnesota just passed Atlanta FaZe for me.
That's fair. That is absolutely fair. And we did get confirmation. This is the first time that FaZe has gotten 3-0'd with the lineup of Simp, aBeZy, Cellium, and Arcitys. Wow. It's the first time that it's happened. And as we said, a
slump.
It felt like I said, it could be a tender Atlanta FaZe coming into this series after, like we said, the OpTic Texas loss. Obviously that stings, right? Like we said, there's never been more secure, more, I guess, aware of the fact that OpTic Texas is without a doubt the #1 team in the game. We came into this series being like, okay, you know, there could be a chance for Minnesota strikes, maybe gets us to a game 5. But the fact they win this series, they win it in a 3-0. And the way that they closed out these maps, Jay, are unbelievable. Like we said, the Bocage was dominant in game 1. The Bocage S&D was dominant. And the fact that they come through, it's a collapse. It is a collapse.
Yeah, it is.
In that round 4 of Berlin Control, a series that we will without a doubt be talking about for a very, very long time and throughout the season. We got to bring back in the desk, guys. I don't really know where to jump forward after this point. My word.
Horrendous. They are down horrendous.
Standy took the words right out of my mouth, yo. OpTic Texas #1, Minnesota Røkkr #2. And yo, OpTic Texas beat FaZe so many times with different rosters, it's like they broke them. Bob the Builder can't even fix that. And in my eyes, a 3-0 win like that for the Minnesota Røkkr to dominate Atlanta FaZe.
Dominate, no, seriously.
Dominate.
The maps were not close. That was beautifully played by the Minnesota Røkkr.
5-0 Major 3 standings.
5-0. Shout out to me. Hey, that watch party better be getting live right now, because what Minnesota just did, teams don't embarrass Atlanta FaZe like that unless your name is OpTic Texas. But ever since that change happened, Havok's on the team, the Pram Classic came through, this team has just been lights out better in everything.
And that was the best performance that they've had across all 5 of these matches that they've won, by the way.
Major
Dominant from start to finish. That hard point, absolutely beautiful what we see FaZe do to teams on P1. They're usually the best at getting the most time. Minnesota Røkkr was able to do it. P2, we saw what FaZe did. They had the spawns in the back. Well, Røkkr makes that even battle back and forth contested, then locks down P3. The search and destroy the pushes were immaculate, then in control of 5v14. They're able to clutch up by, what did they do, Ali? They stacked the point, and they got the kills that they needed to get. We saw FaZe overextend. aBeZy dies, pushed up trains. They pounce on it. They send Priestahh through secret. He gets the kill. It is a well-oiled machine, what we're seeing on this Minnesota Røkkr team. I'm very impressed from that, though.
Right, Ali, do you have one more thing you got to say until we jump into this interview?
I mean, I just have to say the fact that Atlanta FaZe isn't as dominant as everybody makes them out to be. Yes, they're consistent, but Minnesota Røkkr, who placed like 12th at their own major, has now come out into Major 3, top of the standings heading into Toronto in a 3-0 fashion against Atlanta FaZe to close out their Major 3 qualifiers after one team change.
Beautiful.
This is insane.
I love it. Hey, to the teams that are struggling to the bottom right now, this is what team changes do for your organization and roster, okay? But also we have a Mountain Dew Game Fuel post-victory spotlight with the one and only Attach. Yo, Attach, man, you went nuclear this series. You were insane. My question to you is, how damn good do you think this team is now? Where would you guys rate yourselves? Don't be humble.
It's really hard to rate ourselves because as much as it feels good to go 5-0 and have a couple dominant series wins, you still got to go to the tournament and do it on LAN. We sometimes in practice, we don't always look like the best team in the game, but we hold each other really accountable. We make sure everyone's bringing the effort, working hard every day, and it shows when we get to the matches. So just really proud of everyone, and the plan is to go do it on LAN.
I actually do really like the Bocage hardpoint in the opening of the series. Right off the bat, I know I was sitting on the desk and I was like, Atlanta FaZe on Bocage, they're 8-1. That's a little bit sus. But honestly, when you look at the way that they've been playing the map, teams have been pushing them to the limit, right? And so you guys clearly capitalized on that. And I wanted to know what your game plan was going into this series. Because when I saw the map videos, I was like, Minnesota Røkkr have to be going for a 3-0 with that Tuscan in the game 4.
Yeah, I mean, our Bocage has been pretty good recently, and we kind of wanted to just test our Bocage versus FaZe's Bocage because they're known to be like the best team in the game on that map. And then we just wanted to know, like, we really went to the map like, you know, if we go out and we win, great. If we lose, at least we know where we're standing now. But we played really well, and we really were just wanting to come out swinging because we knew if we beat them on that map, they were definitely going to be shook.
Dylan, congrats on the win. Dude, you were frying. That looked like some 2016, 2017 attach right there. I got to ask you, like, you switched to an AR, and this is like your first full stage being the main AR on the squad. How's it been, like, getting comfortable in that role? Does it feel much easier for you naturally being a main AR?
Yeah. I mean, it's like main AR flex. Like, I'll pull out the SMG sometimes and take routes. You saw a lot of those on Bokid, and I was just being able to like sneak behind them. I just feel like being able to run a sub in the beginning of this game really helped set me apart when I became an AR, because I know like where subs are gonna go, how they like to play, and all that stuff. And then with an AR, I just know where I need to post up, what I need to hold, what I need to lock down for my team. And it's a big thing for me. As I'm getting older in my older age, I have to be the responsible leader of the team, call out what I'm locking down, and try to get the team on the same page. So it's really helpful to have vocal teammates who take criticism well and then can help me learn as well. So it's going great. But there was someone did tweet me a clip of I think me after the Bokid chart point, and I was drooling. So I mean, they were fucked after the rest of that match, because I was drooling like they had no chance.
Yeah, you were locked in. I got a follow-up question to that, just a quick one. How early do you think you should have switched to the AR? A couple years ago, last year? What you thinking?
I mean, probably last year, but it kind of worked out because at Major 5, I had 1.2 grand finals wins. So like that was my last hoorah with a sub. That was my last hoorah with a sub when we had that reverse sweep versus Ultra and won that tournament. But no, going into this year, I was kind of like, I probably should use an AR.
Love that.
But a couple months in, we switched, and things are looking good now.
Disgusting with that AR, man. All right, you know what? There's a watch party right now happening out there in Mini. Yo, what you guys say to the lovely people out there?
Oh my God, I have so much love for those people. They've been there when we lost, you know, started off the season pretty slow. They were still going to the watch party supporting us, and it feels amazing to win. They just get so hyped there. Like they love competition. They love our team. They love us. They will support you no matter what. So I have nothing but love for all the Minnesota supporters out there, whether you live in Minnesota, whether you're anywhere around the world. We appreciate you, but let's keep it going. Let's keep the watch parties lit.
Keep it going, baby. I got nothing but love for you and your roster as well. Keep on winning. We'll catch you at the major, and you take it easy, all right?
You there.
All right. Yo, Ali, Nameless, stage 2, we saw Methodz going in absolute tears in AR, but from what we've seen from Attach, from the Prime Classic until now, he has been just revolutionary.
He's made the role more fluent, it sounds like. Like, from the way that he was talking, he was like, I pulled out the sub, you know, and since I started the game on it, I have more information on the routes that they're going to take and the way that they play. It feels like he's just much more fluid as an aggressive AR for this team. Like, it's not like an accuracy. It's not like an Arcitys. It's somebody who's constantly evolving on the map, and I feel like that's something else that's really elevated this Røkkr team.
I agree. Also, we have a Scump play of the game. It's the last round of Mini's attack on control, where Mini just went buck wild.
It was just one of those, like, perfect pushes, right? Like, we saw FaZe, they were pushed up trains, like they were set up pretty well, but what happens, and you know, right before this clip happens, aBeZy dies, you see Priestahh flank Secret, he gets a kill up top, and then they just stack the point, and there's really not much FaZe can do here other than win a gunny and try to retake. Unfortunately for them, they don't win many gunnies, and we see Minnesota stack it here. Attach gets a kill onto Simp, and at that point, they have the numbers, and there's not much time. That meter's going up so quick that they're able to just trade out the kills that are flying at them, so it was really just perfect timing on the kills out of Minnesota, and then a pounce on the attack, and they won their initial gunfights. So for Minnesota Røkkr, that's that momentum going down.
That was a super heads-up play by Attach, actually, because I thought all 4 of them had just fled to the hill and watched front, but that first wave, you saw that Simp was trying to hit through Secret, and Attach was just preeming it. He read that play perfectly. He doesn't get that kill. That's maybe a little bit more of a mixy situation in Atlanta FaZe's favor, because again, it was 4v13. Like, that is a situation Atlanta FaZe should have been able to capitalize on, but because Attach made that read and made that kill, they could just focus on the front.
That's insane. Minnesota Røkkr, top 2 team in the game right now. Who would have thought? Let's recap what went down today. We kicked off the day with the interesting matchup. We had Toronto Ultra face off against Paris Legion. And yeah, we know about Paris Legion, right? Yeah, we know about that. But Toronto Ultra looked great as well. Shout out to Insight for coming back and putting on a great performance.
Yeah, they look fantastic. Toronto Ultra, I mean, this is a team that's been great when it comes to hardpoint and S&D throughout this stage. And today, the control really looked a lot better. That's what I was most impressed by. And, you know, I'm hoping they keep that up, because having Toronto Ultra back into the fold and competing for a chip would just be beautiful to see, because we love those Gauntlet Game 5 S&D series. And that's the team that gives us those the most.
My only side note for Toronto Ultra at this point is the bow cage was, like, they had like an 100-point lead. And yet by the end of it, it was a little bit of a 50-point. It was a little bit scary heading into to that P2 when Paris got control. So I think Toronto is still struggling a little bit at the end to close out games. But I mean, the S&D, and like Ann said, the Berlin, I mean, would just completely dominate across the board. But on the flip side, like Paris Legion, it's the same story, right? The S&D, somebody's in the blender, somebody's not doing well, Temp is frying, Tom Gravity, since Major 2 has been looking incredible, but unfortunately, it is just not enough for this squad.
You know, Havok just came up from Challenger League, and they're 5-0 in stage. You know, you guys already know the deal. All right, the second game of the day, Florida Mutineers versus Seattle Surge. Now, heading into this matchup, the question was, okay, both of these teams very inconsistent, but which one was going to step up today? And it was Seattle in the biggest way ever. I would like to say that today was the best showing of teamwork that this team actually has, as everyone did their job.
And it's crazy to say that this was like their biggest test for consistency, right? Against Florida Mutineers, you would think it would be a series like, oh, let's see what they can do against OpTic Texas. Ooh, let's see what they can do against Toronto Ultra. But it was against the Florida Mutineers. It's been hot and cold. And this was the biggest telltale series for them across the board.
Absolutely. I think some of the situations that they got put in this series showed how much they've gotten better in terms of chemistry and teamwork. You know, when we talked to Pred in the interview, he pretty much echoed what we were talking about. Like, they're working on playing the game the consistent way, having a system. You know, it's one of the teams that is really public about how they really are trying to, you know, have a system and apply that in every single series. That way they play out in similar ways. And it worked throughout this one. Some of the lockdown hills that we saw across both those hard points, they got literally 60 points from start to finish on P2 and then broke P3 when it comes to Bocage. They had a Berlin set up on that first hill that was just absolutely chef's kiss perfect. We saw Pred pushed all the way out. And that's what we saw early in the game when they were just slaying everybody out. But this time, it was a little bit more controlled and strategic.
I like how Pred sets the tone for Seattle. And obviously, you guys know what happened in the last series of the day. Bring out the brooms because Minnesota swept the Atlanta FaZe. But also, let's take a look at the points so far, what's been happening en route to champs. Because we know the simple fact that Atlanta FaZe were on top of all the teams, especially, I believe, 5 points over OpTic Texas at 200 points. But take a look at middle of the pack now. Seattle Surge in 7th place with 100 points, separating themselves from the likes of Toronto, from the likes of Florida Mutineers. These wins mean so much more, and the Minnesota Røkkr joined them as well.
That's actually a huge, huge, huge loss on Atlanta FaZe for the likes of OpTic Texas. Because had they have won that match, that would have put them another step above the competition when it comes to the CL points at the end of the year. But OpTic Texas are now still only 5 points away from stealing that #1 spot, and things could get really mixy.
Okay, now take a look at number 9. And number 11 as well. New York and LA Thieves, they have no time to waste at all. This is must-win territory before we head into champs. Yeah, New York especially,
they
right?
need a major.
Yeah, let's check out the schedule for tomorrow as well. We're going to kick off the day. Atlanta FaZe. Let's try again, all right, baby? They're facing off against Los Angeles Guerrillas. London Royal Ravens versus Toronto Ultra. Los Angeles Thieves versus Boston Breach. Okay, that should be a good game. But the Mountain Dew marquee matchup of the day, Nameless, how do you feel about NYSL versus OpTic?
I think it's going to be a lit matchup. NYSL's been on a pretty hot streak, and OpTic Texas looked absolutely ridiculous in their last series versus Atlanta FaZe. And what we're seeing is, like, maybe that win versus FaZe for OpTic Texas isn't as impressive as we thought, because FaZe comes into this series and they got absolutely obliterated. So I think New York is honestly the real deal, and if they come strong in that matchup, it can be a very good game.
Or at least 5 maps. We'll be happy with that, all right? But, ladies and gentlemen, as well, so I call cans of flavor by the number. I mean, excuse me, the color. My favorite is absolutely the blue one right there. But also, if you're a fan of Mountain Dew Game Fuel, and you should be, right? Head on over to gamefuel.com/CDL because you get a gift as well. When you select the case of your favorite flavor, you can also choose your favorite team packs. And Nameless, do you have all the skins yet or just select few?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have every single skin, and I've been running the FaZe skin, so I'm going to switch it on over. I'm running the Røkkr skin when I get back. That's what I'm switching to, because they just absolutely dominated.
No, 100%. Ali, before we close the desk, what do you have to say to cap off the day? Like, what word describes the day we had?
Atlanta FaZe is mid.
No, they're going off the deep end, chat. Listen, community, FaZe is still nasty. Let's not get it twisted.
They're nasty unless your name is OpTic in Minnesota. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in so far. But also make sure you tune in tomorrow because teams like the Atlanta FaZe are going to be quick to remind everybody why they are a true threat in the CDL as they face off against Los Angeles Guerrillas. But also, I can't wait to see the New York Subliners take on OpTic Texas. We have more great Call of Duty action coming in. And remember, this is our last plate of games before Major 3 in Toronto. So, yes, you heard me right. Make sure you get your tickets. Make sure you compete in the challengers. Most importantly, make sure you come on by to see who the Major 3 champion is going to be. Who can call it right now? Teams are rising everywhere around the rankings. And once again, thank you for tuning in to the stream. We love you. Take care of yourselves. We'll catch you next time for some more Call of Duty action.